Well, good evening, everyone, and happy freaking Friday to everyone that is out there. Oh my gosh, it was a week. For the record, 3 minutes late is on time. 3 minutes late is early for Rob time. How we doing? It's Friday. Welcome to the show. We've got some fun lined up tonight. If you guys have been seeing anything I've been doing on Twitter or anywhere else, you know that it was kind of a spicy day. And we're going to continue the spice. We're going to have some fun with it. What are you doing? How was your week? Where are you tuning in from? Is it morning? Is it evening? Is it nighttime? Where are we this evening? Are we doing things? Why do I feel like I'm just stammering a little bit? Because I am. There's a little bit of a delay. Just looking at the camera while I do that. All the buttons, the buttons, the buttons, the buttons. Anyways, how are we doing this evening? How's the week? What's going on? If I get booted from my own stream, I'm going to be pissed. Just kind of how it goes. So we've got 3 different topics that we want to go through today. Who knows what order we're going to take those in? And why is everything taking so long? Oh, let's do this. We're going to do this. You know what? Let's just rock and roll. We're going to roll the intro. Hopefully that we get some of the kinks in the armor worked out. And if not, you know what? Just another tech issue in a world of tech issues. So I'm going to roll the intro. Hopefully I'll see you guys when I get back. Hopefully you guys can see me now and hear me now. Now Ian has muted himself, and I can see that he has muted himself.
No, my mic dropped out, but I was trying to tell you that you were muted, and my mic.
You know what? We're just having all the tech issues. Hey guys, oh my gosh, we're just having all the tech issues.
And this is a non-euphemism tech issue.
I know, it's just every time, man, every time. Oh, someone give me a taller window to throw this computer out of, please. Anyway,
I'm pretty sure it would cause some damage if you check.
I think it might. I think I can probably get it to the street from here. I don't live in Elizabeth Holmes' estate. I don't get lost leaving my estate as I go towards the street.
To be fair, she doesn't live in her estate anymore.
To be fair, well, she's been sentenced, but the judge has kind of set an open return date on when she must appear.
Yeah.
So, guys in the chat, where are you tuning in from? What are you having as a cocktail or just a beverage? If you be having a sweet tea, you can have water. I don't care. What are you having to wind down after a week? What a week. What are the odds that we get to any of the material that we need to cover tonight?
Poor.
Poor?
Because I'm here.
Fair.
And I bring the attention deficit.
Well, I don't know if that's a fair assessment. I think we both bring the attention deficit.
That's fair.
I think that's probably the more accurate statement.
I
So,
might be able to outcompete you on that particular thing, but
the number of y'all right now. Oh my gosh. Elaine, no sound, no sound, no sound, muted, freezing and no sound. I know, guys, I'm sorry. Can you see me and hear me? Is it working yet? I'm gonna hide my face I'm gonna hide my face in shame for a little bit here until I recover a little bit of the pride. We've got some snow in Pennsylvania, New England. We've got sound, another frozen, muted Rob, muted Ian, more muted. Yes, I was muted, guys. I know. I didn't mean to. I think the internet was just kind of just saying, the internet revolted. The internet was like, no, not tonight. I was like, no, internet, we have too much to talk about. Internet, we have too much to talk about. You need to fix yourself. Can't hear anyone not hearing. Nope, no one could hear at that moment. No one could hear. We're still scrolling past the time. Yes, Rob's going to breathe for a minute just to get steamed in. Sweden, 2 a.m. I can't lip read Canadian nor any other language for that matter. Chameleon coming in hot. Let's see. Have we redeemed ourselves yet? I'm
Canadian?
still scrolling. I am. I'm still scrolling past the no sound. As I scroll past the no sound, then I'm going to start revealing my face because all of y'all were letting me know. Oh, okay, good.
Canadian is not a language, by the way.
Says you. What are you eating? What are you guys doing? What are you guys doing?
I have salad rolls.
Yeah. That sounds like rabbit food. Is that rabbit food?
That's shrimp.
I have non-rabbit food. I have pizza. I had a slice because I had to eat something. We can hear. Yes, we can hear. North Carolina with red wine. Red wine. Knuckle crack sounded so satisfying. I liked that it actually sounded like anything because the thing wasn't working. Rob, when you buy a new PC, do a shop stream smashing the old one. I don't know if I can run it across the table saw. That might. I can probably find a non-ferrous blade and just run it right over that. That'd be great. Probably so satisfying too.
Angle grinder.
Ooh, that'd be even better. I'm getting messages already that y'all are really quick in the chat. So let me go ahead and do this and try to give our mods a little bit of help here to slow things down. We are having a wonderful Friday because Fridays are fun and we just do all the things. Let's slow chat down a bit, 90, and see what we can do. And we're there. We are there. A bit behind from Beijing. Ray J, thank you. I tried to slow it down. Let me know if it's still a little bit fast for you guys. A lot of people were saying I was moving, not really speaking or saying words. But we've got whiskey. We've got water. We've got water in South Carolina. We've got Montana, Mexico. We've got Diet Coke. We have a buzzing cell phone. Oh, we have a buzzing cell phone. We're going to make that stop real quick. Stop cell phone buzzing. Yeah. All right. I think we're putting out fires. You know, I'm pretty good at putting out fires. I'm also good at starting some stuff. Charles, South Carolina, water and NyQuil.
Oh, that's not good. I mean,
yeah, I hope you're feeling better. Like that, I went past that really quick.
If you need water and NyQuil, it's probably better to have that than a scotch. But
true.
Yeah,
true. Water for some of ours. Water for Lizdale. Got milk and chocolate chip muffin, apple cider. Oh, that sounds lovely. Hot apple cider in Vermont. That sounds splendid. Splendiferous. Splendiferously splendid. That's what we're going to call it.
A little bit of scotch and a little bit of caffeine.
Honey lemon tea. We've got cold Canada with ice water. Oh my gosh. Apparently there's some gifted memberships I have to call out. let's see. I want to be able to do that before. I wish StreamYard needs to, StreamYard tries to fix all the stuff, but they don't fix the stuff that I want them to fix. Like they add all these different features, but it's like, no, let me show memberships. Want to be Sarah, call 20 gifted memberships. My word.
Jeez.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Can I believe Elizabeth Holmes only got 9 years? No, she got 11.25 years and then 3 additional years of supervised release. So I know that people are complaining about that, but honestly, the government was recommending 15 years. So I think that we're pretty okay there. I don't have a problem with it. Boston Glass Sangiovese.
U.S. sentencing is usually way high by my Canadian standards, but I mean, it seems to me that this is the downside of this one isn't that she got 11 years. It's that we give way more than that for people who are committing way smaller crimes. But I feel like 11 is right for her. So
it's not house release. When the judge started reading some of his remarks, I was really nervous that like you're going to get a really big downward deviation. And I was like, no, don't do house release. Give her real time. Because I know that people were saying she'll get maybe 3 years. It's like, you know what? That is BS.
Oh, if she was on like, house arrest, have you seen her house?
You mean like, the estate that that someone got lost from while they were going to the main road? Like that's.
I don't get to stay in anything that nice. For me, that would be like a tremendous vacation. So,
Yeah. I mean, that would be fantastic. Guys, oh my gosh.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind being sentenced to a couple of years in an estate like that.
No, I would not object at all. I would very much enjoy that type of estate. I don't think that's not house arrest. That's not time. I am trying to scroll to catch up. Apparently my little problem here really resulted in a really bad fallback. My word. All right. So as I'm catching up,
I might need a few super chats to get to having an estate like that, though.
I think that I don't know if super chats will ever get us to that estate level. I mean, that is a whole different level. You know what? We're just going to exacerbate the tech issues. We're going to actually throw a little bit of light on.
I figure the only way super chats get me to that one is if Elon Musk decides to watch one of my videos and accidentally leans on the 0 key for about 10 minutes before hitting send.
Elon Musk right now is trying to find a working 0 key in the office. He is doing his thing, man. He is just doing his thing.
He's like, oh shit, I put 44 billion into a super chat to Runkle. I meant to, put that down for a bid on something.
Yeah, and you're like, oops, sorry,
no refunds.
No refunds. No refunds.
I'm moving to Ecuador.
No takebacks. All right, make sure I've got everything started here before we get to our first topic. Okay. I'm not Miss Opinion. Thank you. FTX. As some of you guys might have been following, FTX is a crypto exchange enterprise / company. Enterprise is probably the more appropriate word because it was run like an enterprise. The number of freaking sub-entities this thing had, the volume with which they were trading was remarkable. I could not believe it. And I don't know if you guys have seen, and one of the things about Twitter that's kind of cool is the one thing that I will say that Elon Musk was quite appropriately doing the chest pounding for was the FTX stuff. Hang on one moment, guys. Just bear with yourselves. Talk about yourselves real quick.
And, just when we talk about the number of companies and, the structure of them all and so forth, just note that it has a real sort of inverse funnel kind of shape to it. There's
well, the other thing is, so here's the part where Elon Musk was probably pounding his chest. He was pounding his chest because he was basically saying that Twitter was way ahead of mainstream media in the reporting. And I was shocked about this too, because one of the interesting things about this was we were talking about stuff on Friday Night Frenzy of last week that was not hitting mainstream media until Wednesday of this week. Like, you want to talk about behind. I mean, that's pretty bad.
Mm-hmm. Well, I mean, that's always the case.
Well, and I do want to start with this one, because some of the mainstream media individuals that were trying to track this case were tracking it, and were trying to play a little bit of catch up. And the little bit of catch up that they were trying to play here, let's see if we can do the things. Can we do the things tonight? We can do the things tonight. Right?
What's also interesting is just when you watch the financial commentators, because like there's a couple of them who now get to sit in the catbird seat because they're sitting there going, "Hey, I called this," and because a couple of them basically were saying like, "I wouldn't invest in this. It looks like a giant, scheme." But so many more were going, "FTX is a great investment. Put money in it." So,
well, and that's the other thing. So getting back to this one. So we've got mainstream media here that's trying to play catch up, and a part of that mainstream media is this Ms. Taylor Lorenz, who's a columnist / reporter. I believe she's still with the Times, the New York Times, right? I think so.
I don't know.
In either event, she was asking for people to, hey, all right, fam, who are your favorite citizen journalists covering the FTX saga? Drop their app below. We'd love to hear from them.
Wasn't she just like a couple of days before going, "Oh, citizen journalists are crap"?
Well, and that was the funny part, is that I was talking with Rick this morning, and Rick was trying to find this tweet, because this tweet was at 9:49 yesterday, 9:49 a.m., 9:49 a.m., and then 8:48. That's kind of funny. So within 12 hours, Taylor Lorenz went from saying this, "Not a single person who uses the phrase, quote, citizen journalism has even a remedial understanding of the media landscape. I'm sorry. They sound like some GOMI troll from 2009. What's GOMI?
I have no idea.
I don't care, to be honest. So she goes out with this and then deletes it. And then she goes with this.
Mm-hmm.
Show me your favorite citizen journalist.
It's because she realizes that they're behind the eight ball on this one, and that in fact the random people are doing better research than the media. But what's going to end up happening? She's going to copy somebody else's homework. She's going to put it up like it's her own, her own reporting, and then she is going to turn around and then say, "Hey, see, we the real reporters are the people you should trust on this, not the same people she's asking for this information."
Yeah, and the other thing about this that I found kind of interesting, well, so I was kind of frustrated by this because I didn't appreciate the fact that she went out and did that. Like, after Rick was trying to talk about it, GOML, get off my lawn. If that's literally what she was saying, I don't know. I don't care. I don't
get off my internet.
I don't care. Get off my internet. I don't really care. It doesn't really bother me. The thing that bothered me was she went out and bashed the people, and then she went out and quite literally, like, she quite literally, like, bit the hand before it fed her. Like, she was like, "I'm going to bite the hand, now feed me. Give me information, because I can't find it via some other citizen journalist." And I was a little spicy this morning. So,
well, did you see how I described her media landscape?
No.
I said with Taylor Lorenz, the media landscape is basically a hillside that is between a pig farm and a burning coal seam.
Oh, no.
That's Taylor Lorenz's media landscape, is that hillside.
I went out this morning and I was kind of frustrated. So someone in the chat, y'all are wonderful as far as your information gathering skills. Someone had sent me the tweet that she had deleted. And I said, "Hold on, looks like you dropped this." Right before asking for contact info from the citizen journalist covering the FTX developments. Whoops. And let me see how she's doing on this tweet. We've got 146. Oh no, looks like Taylor got ratioed by someone who's been on Twitter since May of this year. Shame. Sorry.
Chat, get on that tweet.
You
Improve
don't
that
have
ratio.
to. You don't have to. You don't have to. And you know what? If we're commenting about Taylor, so the reason I went out about this one was that I don't know if you're aware of any of the Ariadne Jacob case, where she went out and bashed her. Ariadne Jacob filed the defamation suit against the New York Times and Taylor Lorenz. And what was fascinating about that, and I'm going to try and find the tweet that she had posted, because I did find it interesting that Taylor was using this mechanism, right? So the mechanism she used here was, I'm going to bash these people. No, I'm not going to bash them. I'm going to need their help. And it was the needing their help part. It was that reaching out part that
But
kind
she's
of
going to
sounded
turn
a little
around
bit
and bash
funny.
them again once she's got the help.
And that was what, because I was going, as I was reading that, I was going, why does this sound so familiar? Why am I not, what is with this? And the reason why it sounds so familiar is that this is what she did prior to Ariadne Jacob filing her lawsuit. And let me see if I've got the tweet here, because I'm going to pull it up. Can we do the things? We can do the things. Look at this. We can do the things. We're going to do this. All right. So hopefully we can see the thing that I just pulled up as it's pulling up.
Oh God,
So-
Truffle Hound. That joke is terrible.
Where
You
is
should
that?
feel bad and also keep doing it.
Oh no. I read it. I'm going to get to it. I'll get to these guys in a minute. I want to make sure I make a little bit. So Ariadne Jacob goes out and makes this comment and says, Taylor Lorenz doxed and defamed me in the New York Times in 2020. That is subject to dispute. I'm not getting in on that one. I don't like what Taylor said. That Ariadne is represented by very reputable counsel. I'm going to let them handle this. How'd she get the address? She told us it was not for publication, but for fact-checking purposes only. Really curious for her explanation what the doxing and lying. And then she posted the receipts. Hi, it's Taylor Lorenz with the New York Times. Can someone please send me the address for kids next door house, the drip crib, blah, blah, blah. Not for publication. Hi, Taylor, not a problem. Will do. If you're not going to publish the address, why would you like them? Because we need to fact check. Huh.
Whoops. What a lying sack of garbage.
Like, we need to fact check. Why do you need the info? Citizen
It's because
journalism.
she's a human grumpy.
And it's just, it's that. It's, no, I didn't mean that as in the human grumpy part. I mean, it's
I meant that as in the human grumpy part. So
no, I get that. But you're clearly, based on my reading of this one, you've burned content creators before. Like, not just burned them, you've roasted them. And you did it via this method of asking for their information under the guise that you needed to fact check a story or that you wanted input on a story. You did that. And then you burned them to the ground. And now, and you know what was funny about that? When I first saw it, when I first heard about the story of Taylor Lorenz with Libs of TikTok or whatever you want to call it, I was going, you know what? I can see how someone would innocently walk into that and accidentally or dox and not really realize that what they were doing was negative. And I could view it as not being malicious when I first saw it before I did any research on it. But then I see this today and I was going, wow, like, fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. Like, why? With the premise that she's looking for information, is she just going to roast somebody else?
Well, it's because she's a terrible human being with no redeeming virtues.
That is the opinion of Mr. Ian Runkle. I am not making that expressed opinion. Ian is the individual on this stream are entitled to their own opinions. They're allowed to speak for themselves. So,
but I mean, no redeeming virtues.
Well, I'm not going to say much to defend her. I mean, what, do you want me to defend her? I'm not going to do that. I don't know. I don't know what redeeming virtues she might or might not have. Let's do this. Okay. So, anyways, she wants to know about FBX. Taylor, if you're watching, we'll talk about FBX.
I mean, she's probably not actually carcinogenic. I guess we can call that a redeeming virtue.
Yeah, we'll do that. And before we do that, I want to.
But I don't recommend eating her.
Why would you suggest that? Terrible suggestion.
Because you know my sense of humor.
All the best ideas tonight. Okay. So, Taylor, you want to know about SBF and you want to know about FTX. We'll go ahead and give you a quick little primer here. Let's see if this works. Share the screen. So FTX was run by Sam Bankman-Fried. And Sam Bankman-Fried was the CEO until Friday of last week when he stepped down and removed himself or resigned as CEO. And I think some of you might have seen a couple of funny things where I had kind of commented on his Twitter thread. Ian, you were there for that when we were talking about his Twitter thread and how this guy liked to go out and tweet. And we're going, stop talking, stop talking, stop talking, stop talking.
Hi, as your lawyer, shut the up. Like, yeah, there is no circumstance where your lawyer wants you to be full of whatever, comments he was full of.
Yeah, there was a lot of that. So here we go. He continued. Even after he was removed as CEO, he continued. And as he continued, he writes this tweet and starts, what? And then the same day writes H. I'm going, huh? Because I'm watching this as closely as I can. And I'm like, what is he trying to say? Where's he going with this? And then the next day,
jail.
He's probably heading there. The next day, he spells out APPENED. What happened? Oh, my word. And now we've got 3 days from that initial tweet until the last one on November 15th. He's going to spell out exactly what happened. FYI, word of the wise, not legal advice at all. Don't go out and say this is what happened when you're under investigation. Generally speaking, that will get you into trouble.
The less the police know, the happier you are.
We've got someone who is an expert at learning through the misfortunes of others. Kurt, how you doing?
I'm doing great. How are you?
I'm quite wonderful. I'm sorry for the delay in letting you in. I was panicking a little bit because I had some system errors, and I'm glad that you were patient with me.
I understand. I had a really good Supreme Court oral react earlier today. It was 3 hours of oral argument with the U.S. Supreme Court.
I caught some of it, and I caught an exchange.
It was so intense.
I caught an exchange between Justice Gorsuch and the attorney for Texas. Texas?
It was great. It was so good. It was so good.
It was spicy. It was really spicy.
It was spicy. Justice Gorsuch was bringing his A game, and the attorney was actually managing to parry it all.
It was fantastic.
And I was like,
wonderfully done.
So good.
So I have to go back and watch the rest of that. I've been prepping for trial. I have a trial next week. So I've been prepping for trial, watching these things. We had so much going on this week. Brooks, Holmes, FTX. And right now we're catching up on FTX. So Kurt, I was walking through some of these.
Must be a week where Emily's traveling.
I think she was traveling.
Because that always happens when she travels.
Well, I know she was kind of like, I was DMing with her as the reports were being read out from Holmes, and it was like sitting on the edge of your seat watching this stuff. Anyways, back to FTX before I get too sidetracked. So, Kurt, generally speaking, when someone goes out on Twitter and they put in all caps, not legal advice, not financial advice, but they happen to be the CEO of a financial firm, does that properly insulate them from being held liable for the words that they're saying?
I'm thinking it may not be fully isolating.
Yep.
I'm having my doubts on the...
As the CEO of a financial firm, here is my thoughts that are just completely unrelated to any of that.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Yeah.
So then he goes, so now we're 3 days after his initial tweet. And then he starts going and says, I'll get to what happened, but for now, let's talk about where we are today.
Jail.
Please, let's talk about where we are today. Let's talk about where we are today. I would love to talk about where we are today.
Let's talk about where you are next year.
Where we are today is, to the best of my knowledge, as of post 11/7, with the potential for errors, Alameda had more assets and liabilities, M2M, but not liquid. Alameda had a margin position on FTX International. FTX US had enough to replay all customers. Not everyone necessarily agrees with this. My one goal is to do right by customers. I'm contributing what I can to do so. I'm meeting in person with the regulators and working with the teams to do what we can for our customers. And after that, investors, but first customers.
I don't believe any of that.
I mean, precisely
clean
none of that seems to be true.
None of it. Clean up. Where we got here? Clean up and focus on transparencies, make customers whole. Oh no, that's way too fast.
Well, they've been made whole.
Not even close. Not even close.
We're going to get to
No, made whole, not made full of holes. There's a difference.
There's a big difference between there, and we're going to get to there. So a few weeks ago, FTX was a few weeks ago. Where am I here?
Been made whole.
Ago, FTX was handling 10. Okay. A few weeks ago, FTX was handling $10 billion a day of volume and billions of transfers. Don't really want to admit that right there. I don't think you want to say that. But there was
that's a sentencing submission.
I know. There was too much leverage, more than I realized. Also, don't want to say that. A run on the bank.
CEO of a company had no idea what was going on in my own company. I like it when he said, like, I had the sense. That was my personal favorite. I had the sense.
So what can I try to do? Raise liquidity, make customers whole, and restart. Maybe I'll fail. Maybe I won't get anything more for customers than what's already there. I've certainly failed before. You all know that now all too well. But all I can do is try. I've failed enough for the month, and part of me thinks I might get somewhere. I know you've all seen this, but here's where things stand today, roughly speaking.
Next exchange he'll be running will be 5 Lucy's for a pack of ramen.
Lots of caveats. Here's what we have liquid, 8 billion. Really? I don't know if that's the right number. Semi-liquid, 5.5 billion. Don't know if that's the number. Liquid, 3.5 billion. Illiquid, 3.5 billion. And yeah, maybe that 9 billion.
Didn't it actually, when they started looking at things in the audit, like in the audits they're starting to do, didn't it actually turn out that their assets are like a pack of gum?
Patience, my friend. Patience, my friend. We will get there. Truth and beauty.
It's a double mint gum because it's double your pleasure. So that's a 2-to-1 ratio. It's already proven.
This is more like
that's crypto logic right there.
I mean, this is
now you're being a crypto king.
Like, I mean, this is like what was the one with the zebra stripes on it? Fun stripes. Was that the game? Was that the gum? I think that was the gum.
Now what they need to do is convert that gum into NFTs.
Oh, a big chew where you get it out of the dip bag kind of thing, simulate chewing tobacco for some reason.
Yeah. FTX, once upon a time, a month ago, FTX was a valuable enterprise. FTX had 10 to 15 billion of daily volume and roughly 1 billion of annual revenue, 40 billion of equity value, and we were held as paragons of running an effective company. I was on the cover of every. Oh, I know. No, we're gonna get there.
That's also a sentencing submission, folks. That's if
you don't let me read the rest of this tweet thread, we're never gonna get to the subject matter because every single thing this man says is. I have to get to the declaration. I was on the cover of every magazine and the darling of Silicon Valley. We got overconfident and careless. Again, these numbers are approximate to the best of my knowledge.
Another person who was the darling of Silicon Valley who was in the news today.
I know, who just got sentenced to 11.25 years.
Enough.
Oh, mama.
One down, all the rest to go.
Was correlated and with the platform, and then the crash came. In a few-day period, there was a historic crash over 50% in most correlated assets with no bid side liquidity. And at the same time, there was a run on the bank. Roughly 25% of customer assets were withdrawn each day, 4 billion. As it turned out, I was wrong. Leverage wasn't 5 billion. It was 13 billion, 13 billion leverage, total run on the bank, total collapse in asset value all at once, which is why you don't want that leverage. Shrapnel. I don't know what the purpose of that one was. I mean, just why? Last night, I talked to a friend of mine. They published my messages. Those were not intended to be public, but I guess they are now. And this is a funny part of this entire story. Was,
by the way, guys, if you are facing a criminal investigation, you no longer have any friends except your lawyer. You don't talk to anybody because, what the hell? Like, oh, sorry, Muffin, you're surprised? People mentioned your stuff, everybody who's near this guy is going, I don't want to be prosecuted. I will happily turn over everything.
Yep. So when I saw that was the case, I was quite literally shocked. And I went to go look at the DMs, and I looked at the article, and the article was published in Vox. Now, I have opinions when it comes to media outlets, and Vox, I don't know. They get things right. But I will give my hat is off to the media coverage on this one, because Vox didn't just come out with the DMs. They came out with the DMs. And when this was first reported, I read these DMs and I was like, there's no way these are real. So being exchanged back and forth, this is with Vox. Vox reporter is saying to SBF, SBF is in the gray box here. You said a lot of stuff about how you wanted to make regulations just the good ones. Was that pretty much just PR too? SBF says there's no one really out there making sure good things happen and bad things don't. Usually there's only one toggle, do more or do less. Yeah, just PR. Fuck regulators. They make everything worse. They don't protect customers at all.
Ooh, that's spicy.
He testified before Congress about regulation. Does seem like some kind of consumer protection would be good, though. Like maybe regulators can't deliver, but sure does look like consumers lose their shirts a bunch. SBF agreed on both. It would be good, but regulators can't do it. Vox, and you couldn't do it? And CZ sure isn't doing it? So who? SBF. They can't actually distinguish between good and bad. Just, quote, do more business versus do less business, and put up more moats versus put up fewer moats. No one will, but you want to know the truth? No one's doing it in the rest of finance either. FDA isn't helping, blah, blah, blah. Let's get to the actual really interesting part of this. Part of these DMs had to do with his behavior and where he drew the line, ethically speaking. Vox, I was just re-listening to that conversation we had this summer about whether you should do unethical shit for the greater good. SBF, what did I say? Vox, you were like, nah, don't do unethical shit. Like if you're running Philip Morris, no one's gonna want to work with you in philanthropy. SBF, Vox,
I'm sure Philip Morris does some philanthropy.
I imagine they probably do. Vox,
Probably
there's
a
a lot
ton
of
of
risk of doing more harm than good, but even if you subtract that out, probably not worth it. SBF, yeah. Vox, I was trying to figure out, like, if that was kind of the PR off the cuff answer. SBF, man, all the dumb shit I said, it's not true, really. Vox, yeah, I thought it might not be.
Oh,
SBF,
geez.
everyone goes around pretending that perception reflects reality. It doesn't. Some of this decade's greatest heroes will never be known, and some of its most beloved people are basically shams. Vox. So you kind of don't believe in, like, doing unethical shit as long as anything other than a judgment we bestow upon the losers. SBF, a month ago, CZ was a walking example of don't do unethical shit or your money is worthless. Now he's a hero. Is it because he's virtuous or because he had a bigger balance sheet and so he won?
Oh, man. And he's saying I was speaking to a friend. He knows these are reporters, right?
Yes, he does. Because this was the guy he met doing an interview.
Why? Yeah. Hey,
Yep.
I just talked to a reporter, but don't worry, it's okay. He's my buddy.
Yep.
Is the kind of thing that as a lawyer, I am just like, okay, we need to have a talk about you're too stupid to be alive.
I mean, he can breathe and feed himself.
Can he? Or does he have somebody helping him out with that? Is it just an elaborate fraud that he's pretending to breathe?
I don't know. We'll figure that part out. So Vox, so the ethics stuff, mostly a front, question mark. People will like you if you win and hate you if you lose. And that's how it all really works, question mark. SBF, yeah. I mean, that's not all of it, but it's a lot. The worst quadrant is sketchy plus lose. The best quadrant is win plus question mark. Clean plus lose is bad, but not terrible.
What's he talking about now?
Ethics. Here's the funny thing.
Vox, how's that? How do any of the words you just said relate to ethics?
Well, wait, here we go. Vox, you were really good at talking about ethics for someone who kind of saw it as a game with winners and losers. SBF, yeah, haha, I had to be. It's what reputations are made of to some extent. I feel bad for those who get fucked by it, but this dumb game we woke Westerners play where we say all the right shibboleths, and so everyone likes us.
Do you know what a shibboleth is?
Yes.
Rob was sort of hesitating over the words. I'm not sure.
I don't know what it
Yes,
is.
it's from the Bible. It was a code word that was used to by one Jewish tribe as a code word to its soldiers because the other tribe couldn't pronounce it right. So say shibboleth because
it was
they
a way
couldn't- they had
to
pronounce it.
and then anybody who got the pronunciation wrong was,
It's like asking
thrown
a
into the
German to
water.
say the word squirrel. It doesn't go well.
Yeah.
We've done similar things in World War II and so forth.
Yeah. So here we go. Vox was the Alameda thing. Alameda was a subsidiary of FTX. When Luna crashed, the first time customer deposits got lent out. That's what people are saying. Or was it more like the accounting was such that a lot of this stuff you were doing was implicitly backed by customer deposits? SBF, messy accounting plus margin exchange, directional arrow, position built up over time, though in retrospect, Luna crash was when a lot of it did. But messy accounting, I didn't realize the full size of it until a few weeks ago. Are you kidding me? Now, this has been reported on a lot, so I want to get to kind of the punchline here. And this is where the punchline kind of is. Oh, here we go.
And punchline isn't the point where you want to punch him because that's a long time ago.
Wanted to do
You
that
sure?
You want to do that a long time ago. Yeah, exactly.
They're all punchlines.
They are.
That's the best joke.
Exactly. SBF, I effed up big multiple times. You know, it was maybe my biggest F up. Oh, the one thing everyone told me to do, everything would be almost 70% fixed right now if I hadn't. I'm trying to guess, but I have no idea. Chapter 11. No, you don't say. So let's go back to the tweet thread because this is just too much fun.
Somebody go into emergency, somebody go into jail.
It's pretty amazing. So the tweet thread goes on. And where do we leave off?
Why does he keep talking?
Because he can't not. So all of this keeps going on, and he talks about all the numbers. There we are. Well, that gives some color, I guess. It sucks, but I'm really sorry things ended up the way they did. And as I said, I'm going to do everything I can to make it more right. Few thoughts. It's really hard to be a regulator. They have an impossible job to regulate entire industries that grow faster than their mandate. This is after he said F regulators. And so often they end up most unable to police as well as they ideally would. Even so, there are regulators who have deeply impressed me with their knowledge and thoughtfulness. Just stop. You just talked about how you've been blowing smoke up their behind for the past year. Why are you going to do it again? Which means yada, yada. Oh, he kept on. He didn't stop. Everything and doing everything I can for FTX's customers. The best part about this one, November 16th, 2022, this is him saying this. FTX, their official website, November 26th, statement from John Ray, Chief Restructuring Officer and CEO of FTX Official regarding Mr. Bankman-Fried's recent public statements, referring to that tweet thread. As previously announced, Mr. Bankman-Fried resigned on November 11th from FTX Official, FTX US, Alameda Research, and their directly and indirectly owned subsidiaries. Mr. Bankman-Fried has no ongoing role at FTX Official, FTX US, or Alameda Research and does not speak on their behalf. Nobody certainly gets himself in a lot of trouble. So that was that. And I think that kind of catches us up to speed. Did you guys learn
Didn't
anything?
their new CEO in their filings in federal court say that this was one of the most fucked up things they'd ever seen in their life?
Correct.
They didn't use that language. They used other language.
That's where we're going. We're getting to the bankruptcy filings in a minute. Because I wanted to get everyone caught up to speed on the social media aspect of it. Because a lot of this was happening out in front, out in the public, and behind closed doors in the bankruptcy case, there was a lot going on. And a lot that was going on here was a lot of this junk. And it was, here we go. So
it feels like alcohol poisoning without the without actually having the fun of drinking.
Yeah.
I'm good.
Let's see here. Let's see. All right. This was filed by John J. Ray III, who made this declaration under penalty of perjury. Now, this was in line with a motion that I'm going to talk about in a minute. I am the chief executive officer of the above captioned debtors in possession, collectively the debtors. For those of you who don't know, there were several entities that filed collectively under one umbrella. I'm administering the estate, interests, and affairs of the debtors from my offices in the United States. My first official act in these roles was to authorize the Chapter 11 filings of the debtors and their commencement of the above captioned Chapter 11 case. Since my appointment, I have worked around the clock with teams of professionals at Alvarez and Marshall, Sullivan and Cromwell, Nardello and Company, Chainalysis, Kroll, and confidential cybersecurity firm to secure the assets of the debtors wherever located, to identify reliable books and records, to assemble the information necessary to provide to this court, and to respond to numerous inquiries from multiple regulators and government authorities, including the U.S. Commodities Futures Trading Commission, CFTC, the U.S. Attorney's Office for the Southern District of New York, the U.S. Securities and Exchange Commission, and the U.S. Congress, among others. Here's the spicy part. I
mean, there's some spice if you know where this story goes, but yeah, yeah, there's some irony to some of the commentary thus far.
And someone's asking, what is Chapter 11? Chapter 11 is a corporate restructuring where the company enters bankruptcy and then proposes a plan for the reorganization of its ongoing operations. It can break up, sell different pieces, but basically it's a plan that binds creditors so that the company can reorganize and still survive. That's what Chapter 11 basically is. So this is now back to John J. Ray. I have over 40 years of legal and restructuring experience. I have been the chief restructuring officer or chief executive officer in several of the largest corporate failures in history. I have supervised situations involving allegations of criminal activity and malfeasance, Enron. I have supervised situations involving novel financial structures, Enron and residential capital, and cross-border asset recovery and maximization, Nortel and overseas shipholding. Nearly every situation in which I have been involved has been characterized by defects of some sort of internal controls, regulatory compliance, human resources, and systems integrity. I've been a practicing bankruptcy lawyer, me, Rob, for more than a decade. And what I'm about to read, I have never read before in a bankruptcy filing. So
yeah, no, this was one of those things that I was just like, oh my God, somebody put this in writing in a perjury bound filing. Oh my God, this is bad.
Directly speaking of the person that is out there tweeting, never in my career have I seen such a complete failure of corporate controls and such a complete absence of trustworthy financial information as occurred here. From compromised systems integrity and faulty regulatory oversight abroad to the concentration of control in the hands of a very small group of inexperienced, unsophisticated, and potentially compromised individual, this situation is unprecedented. Like, really? So he walks through what his goals are for the restructuring. And he walks through some of the layout of this particular enterprise. And he calls them each silos, where basically the top zone or the top entity had a silo or a siphon, and they all reported up or reported down, and money was coming. So going all the way to essentially the end, you've got a lot of the capital restructuring, and this stuff is way dense. I can't really talk about a live stream. I might do or post about it or write about it because a lot of it's pretty cool to talk about. But throwing
so long as you have no money involved in this company, it's pretty cool.
It kind of is, but essentially the efforts that this person, John J. Ray, has done so far have been pretty remarkable. Oh no, that's the corporate structure. I don't want that. Go up, go to that one. I want that one.
But yeah, if this is your money, this is not funny. This is crying time.
And it gets worse. So basically, at the very end, finally and critically, the debtors have made clear to employees and the public that Mr. Bankman-Fried is not employed by the debtors and does not speak for them. Mr. Bankman-Fried, currently in the Bahamas, continues to make erratic and misleading public statements. Mr. Bankman-Fried, whose connection and financial holdings in the Bahamas remain unclear to me. Again, he has full access to all records. Let me see here. Remains unclear to me. Recently stated to a reporter on Twitter, F regulators, they make everything worse, and suggested the next step for him was to, quote, win a jurisdictional battle versus Delaware. Now, the question that I have for you is, were you aware that there was a jurisdictional battle?
What?
No.
And most people weren't, because the people have been reporting on this, and they've been reporting on essentially the one filing in Delaware. But there was a second filing in New York, and the filing in New York was kind of interesting. The filing in New York was a request for acknowledgement of a foreign proceeding that was taking place abroad. Now, this was filed on the 15th of November.
And Taylor Lorenz, credit your source here, you hack.
So this was
She relies on your YouTube video.
If she relies on it, yeah. Verified petition for recognition of foreign insolvency proceeding. So a Chapter 15 petition is essentially this, that there's a foreign insolvency proceeding going on at the moment. And they are asking the bankruptcy court in the US to give way or to recognize that insolvency proceeding and to essentially fall under its wings, where they will go along with everything else. And this has set up a battle between the two chief complainants here, one being the debtor, FTX Trading, and then you've got these aggrieved individuals, Brian Sims, Kevin Cambridge, and Peter Greaves, the joint provisional liquidators, their capacity as joint provisional liquidators of FTX digital markets in the Commonwealth of the Bahamas, the Bahamian liquidation. So this is kind of what SBF was referring to, where the jurisdictional battle. Now, I'm not positive, but he was referring and making a lot of statements about trying to get this out of the U.S. courts. I don't know. If one of the enterprises was left out of the U.S. filing, does it then allow for a foreign national or a foreign entity to bring the entire enterprise under their jurisdiction? So you've got this basic setup, or this back and forth here where they are battling over jurisdiction. Now, how do I think it's going to play out? Based on the size and scope that's been filed in Delaware, I cannot see a Delaware court giving this issue up very easily.
Yeah, I know they're going to want this.
They're going to want this, and I don't think they're going to trust the Bahamian courts to handle it that well.
Especially because there's some indication that he's apparently that some of this money might have gone to the government of the Bahamas.
No, that was a lie that he came out with. That was really
is it
too? Yep, he came out and made a public statement. He stated publicly that the Bahamian government had instructed him to withdraw funds and told him that those funds were they should go to Bahamian residents and Bahamian investors first, somehow asserting that Bahamas had a priority claim on these funds. That was a complete fabrication. The Bahamian SEC, the Bahamian Securities Commission, came out the next day with a public statement that said, we did not, have not, and will not instruct him to withdraw any funds. They are frozen. They are not to be moved. The Bahamas basically called bullshit. So,
why is this guy not in jail right now?
It's pretty wild. This entire thing is pretty wild. So you've got all of these different venue declarations, and then you have, where is it? Debtor's motion to enforce, emergency motion to transfer. John J. Rake goes and files this motion to basically transfer the Southern District of New York case into Delaware and says, you need to bring all of these cases down here, and we need to resolve this now. And here we go. It's more than 100 debtors, 100 entities. There are 100 active cases going on in Delaware right now.
Yeah, that's a lot. On the plus side, Delaware has the most familiarity, so that's a plus.
I mean, they're going to need it. Like this is crazy. And the other interesting thing is that there's already been proofs of claim filed in these cases. So this motion regarding jurisdiction, the emergency status of the motion was granted. This is going to be heard on Monday. So as of Monday, we are going to have hopefully a decision on where this bankruptcy is going to be proceeding. My gut is telling me it's going to be proceeding in Delaware. Now, one of the other interesting things is I mentioned that there were already proof of claims filed. It's rather rare that in bankruptcy cases, there is a proof of claim that's filed this early in the proceedings. Basically, everyone's trying to figure out what's going on.
Yeah, there's not much trying to figure out what's going on left here. It's all over but the crying.
You guys remember when we reported this last week that FTX, when they originally filed, they said that we have almost between 10 and 50 billion in liabilities, right? That was what their claim was. Where is this website? There it is. That was their claim. Make the things work. And then as of today, Kroll has been administering the estate. This is the website that provides for that administration. These are the key dates that they've alleged. Essentially, first day motions, this is what's being filed. Let me look at the claims. Here are the claims that have been filed in the case. As of today, those are the claims. Remember I told you that it's rare to file a proof of claim this early in the proceedings?
Yep.
This is how pissed off this many people are.
Well, and panicking that there's not going to be any money.
Now, I'm pretty bad at math, but it looks to me that already we are, it's now the 18th. So we're 7 days into this bankruptcy case. And we've got two and a half.
You don't need to say you're bad at math. We know you're a lawyer. That
5. What is that? 5, then 6.
You used to be good at math.
6, 7, 8. Then you've got 33, 8 plus 33. So we're already at 41, about 42 billion in claims. 42.
Hey, you could almost buy a Twitter for that.
I just want to repeat that. So we've been talking about the Girardi bankruptcy case and how massive that is. That's hundreds of millions of dollars. This is probably going to approach $100 billion in claims that go worldwide. Like, for example, these claims where it says claim on file, name on file, I've pulled these claims. These are individual named debtors that are company owners in China, Germany, etc. And the basis of their claim was essentially they would take screenshots of when they were withdrawing their money from this system, and they would get the approval and get the indication that they had been withdrawn. And essentially, they just had silence coming back, and they said, we tried to withdraw it. They did. They confirmed that they got the order to withdraw the funds, and then they just went silent.
Yeah, I'm sure that's not a problem. That's how things are supposed to work.
So right now, we're going to have a big problem in this bankruptcy case. This is going to go on for years. It's going to be remarkably complicated. SBF has been, based on last reporting from FBI, that he has been or is being extradited from the Bahamas to the U.S.
Oh,
Regarding
really?
Miss Ellison, that was being reported as of yesterday, I believe. Regarding Ms. Ellison, where was she? Oh, additionally, reporting today from Wall Street Journal was indicating that he cashed out $300 million. So while he was issuing funding, I'll pull this up. Here, we can take a look at this together, because this is a new development as of today. So we'll go through that. It's kind of fun. And by fun, I mean messed up.
Again, fun if you are not, if none of your money is involved in this.
As I was saying, like by fun, I mean really messed up. Yeah. So FTX's Sam Bankman-Fried cashed out $300 million during funding spree. Cryptocurrency exchange founder told investors last year that the share sale was partial reimbursement of money he'd spent to buy out rival Binance's stake. Here we go. When FTX raised $420 million from an array of big-name investors in October last year, the cryptocurrency exchange said the money would help grow the business, improve user experience, and allow it to engage more with regulators. Left unmentioned was that nearly 3/4 of the money, $300 million, went instead to FTX founder Sam Bankman-Fried, who sold some of his personal stake in the company, according to FTX financial records reviewed by the Wall Street Journal and people familiar with the transaction. Mr. Bankman-Fried's cash out was large by startup world standards, where such sales historically were taboo because they allow founders to reap profits before investors.
There's one thing I don't understand, and I don't know if there's a good answer about this, but why this particular guy? He's 29 years old. Why this guy? Is the guy that's able to pull off the scheme. Is there something special about him?
I don't know.
He's just a skilled fraudster.
Give me 1 second.
That's really skilled. I mean, we're talking about pulling wool over the people's eyes to tunes of billions and billions and billions of dollars. So, I mean, how? Runkle? Hello, Runkle.
Hello?
Okay. Just making sure you're still with me.
Barely. I'm vaguely conscious.
All right. So how's it going, chat? While Rob is away, I'll just talk a little bit about what was going on my channel earlier today. I did this really interesting Supreme Court oral react. Well, interesting to me at least, because it was dealing with Native American adoption, Indian adoption.
That's contentious.
Yes. There's a special federal law which basically gives special protection to children of Native American Indians. It essentially prohibits them being adopted out of the tribe unless special cause can be shown. And
that kind of seems like it makes sense to me.
Yeah, well, maybe, but of course it has some potential constitutional ramifications because of every possible reason. So it was a 3-hour oral argument today was going into this. It were 4 different advocates arguing about it. And there was some really great exchanges in the U.S. Supreme Court dealing with this federal law, dealing with Indian tribal law, federal law, enumerated powers, treaty power, states level sovereignty, federalism, anti-commandeering doctrine, and just like a couple other issues that were just all intermingled in this really complex weave. So if you're really interested, it's a really interesting case because it really makes you think about the interaction of federal power as it relates to state power, as it relates to tribes, as it relates to international power, what treaties the United States can draw or not. So if you're interested in that, there's a 4-hour video on my channel where we go over that oral argument in detail. I see Rob is back now, so I'm going to stop talking for a while.
I am. I had to get an appropriate bottle of wine.
What is the appropriate bottle of wine and why is it scotch?
Read it.
19 Crimes? Nice.
That's still, no, the appropriate bottle of wine has to be a scotch for this.
It was an appropriate bottle of wine.
Most wine does not have enough alcohol content for this level of fuckery.
So basically, here's what we've got. Wall Street Journal is reporting, and they were pretty quick into the finances on this one, that he had told investors at the time he was taking partial reimbursement for money he took out to buy his rival their stake in FTX a few months earlier. Primary principal owners don't take equity out of the company ever.
Not typically, yeah.
It is one of the foundational rules that 1, you pay your investors back first. 2, even with profits, you keep those in the firm or you reinvest them. You don't take the equity out of the principal property. You don't do that. That is foolish. It's dumb. It's disrespectful to all of your investors, and it's a quick way to lose investors. But that's what he did. So the deal offers a glimpse of the swirl of money between Mr. Bankman-Fried and multiple entities he controlled while his crypto business flourished, a funding stream that helped finance a burst of political donations. philanthropic commitments, and a large purchase of Robinhood Markets stock in the past year. And I want to talk about that part because I've had a lot of questions about that when it comes to bankruptcy proceedings. It's no secret that he spent a lot of money. He bought a house, a compound in the Bahamas for several $1 million. He donated almost $40 million to various campaigns in the last year alone. He took out $300 million in equity in the company in October of last year. In all of these bankruptcy cases, there's what's called clawback proceedings, where the trustee has the ability to go back and take a look at certain transactions that were made within 3 special time periods. 1, every transaction that took place within the 90 days prior to filing. Those are presumed to come back into the estate. So if people were taking money out within the 90 days prior to filing, it comes back into the estate. And it's unfair to a lot of people. People are like, well, I got my money out first. That's unfair. Well, that's actually not how the system works. The system is designed that in the 90 days prior to that filing, this entity was already going to be under. So at the 90-day period, the entity no longer has the decision on where money should or should not go. So if the entity spent money out and paid for things in that 90 days, it comes back in. Now, then the next period is within the 1 year. Any transfer that was to the benefit of an insider, someone that's positioned within the company in a position of power or related to a person like that, within the 1 year prior to the filing, gets clawed back into the estate. Period. End of story. Then there's 5-year transfers. And these are transfers that are made when the company is either insolvent, knew it was going to be insolvent, or was made for the purpose of defrauding creditors. This little $300 million withdrawal of the equity in the company when he was taking $420 million that he borrowed from investors, pulled money. He said, invest in my company, give $420 million. They put $420 million in. Of that, he takes $300 million out.
Yep.
While he's admitting he had no idea what's going on with the finances. I'm sorry, what?
I think he had some idea what was going on with the finances. I think he might have known it was going in a vaguely negative direction.
And then Forbes came out with this article today. Oh, why do these people Forbes
It's slightly amazing to me that people buy into this, you know? If you want a safe investment, like safe investments are well known. Just put your money into an S&P 500 index fund like a normal person. 7% year.
I mean, they don't want a safe investment. What they want is an investment that is safe, that also delivers rates of return that are unassociated with safe investments.
That's going to be a little bit hard.
Yeah, everybody wants to find a unicorn. Everybody wants to be the person who invested in Apple. But,
yeah,
you know,
for every apple, there's 99 not apples.
Yeah. Well, people are like, why did a bunch of people who held initial Apple funds like get out of it? And it's like, well, because
there's a lot of reasons. I mean, Apple was on the verge of bankruptcy a couple times. Apple almost went under. I mean, are you kidding? Jeez.
So FTX came out with this today. Or not FTX, Forbes published this article today.
FedEx also was somewhat famous for that because I think it was FedEx where their founder took like their last $100,000 and went to Vegas and gambled with it in order to raise capital to then keep the business going. Yeah,
which I mean is impressive because that's not a strategy that typically results in this worked out well and everybody, and everybody's happy.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. So this is what Forbes ran with today. And when I read this, I shook my head. So this was at 6:30 this morning. Alameda Research CEO Caroline Ellison is a math whiz who loves Harry Potter, fringe political philosophy, and taking big risks. She is also one of the supporting players in Sam Bankman-Fried's FTX catastrophe.
Why are we learning about what her hobbies are? Who gives a?
We're getting to that because it's a bit of a pain in the butt.
My hobbies are wine drinking, walking on the beach, and stealing billions of dollars.
Yeah,
it's kind of
major fraud.
Yeah. So in 2021, Caroline Ellison, the CEO of Alameda Research, who oversaw crypto traders allegedly playing roulette with billions of FTX's customer money, was asked if she had any advice for her younger self. Her reply was earnest and brief. So this is in 2021, last year. I
You
would
wish
tell
you were
her
playing roulette. Roulette doesn't have that bad losses. Damn.
No. She goes, I would tell her to be less risk averse and believe in herself more. She wrote in a previously unpublished application for Forbes 30 under 30. By the way, she was listed in Forbes 30 under 30.
And
a year later, yeah,
go to more jails.
It's pretty bad. She oversees all of this other stuff, and now we get to some of the crazy part of this. So she was the CEO of Alameda. Alameda was the company to which a lot of this backdoor funding was being siphoned. Backdoor, FTX had a backdoor built into the system that allowed FTX to take 10 billion of forward-facing assets, funnel them to Alameda Research. Alameda played with it like a hedge fund, invested it behind the scenes.
Illegal. It's really illegal.
Just all the bad things. Caroline Ellison, previously unpublished. Before she found herself at the center. Okay, I didn't like this. Before she found herself at the center of crypto's most massive meltdown, she didn't find herself there. She kind of put herself there.
Yeah.
The CEO doesn't find themselves in a certain location. They generally are the one captaining the ship, or at the very least directing the flow of traffic.
It's like, whoops, how did I get involved in this bank robbery? I was just taking my ski mask and gun for a walk. And, who could have imagined?
Like, listen to this paragraph. Let me just read this paragraph. Before she found herself at the center of crypto's most massive meltdown, Caroline Ellison was a star student. She was a Harry Potter head. She was a camp counselor. She was a writer of 5 action role-playing scenes. Ruth Ackerman, a math professor who taught Ellison at Stanford 10 years ago, called her former student bright, focused, very mathy. A challenge, she said, to reconcile with
Wait,
Ellison.
who was very mathy? The CEO of Alameda?
Yeah.
No, she was not anything even remotely close to mathy. What the hell are we talking about? Very mathy? What the hell are you talking about? 5 seconds of listening to her makes it clear she's never heard about math in her life.
And this is my problem with this. Why is it so hard? Yes, we're still developing facts about this case. Why is it so freaking hard to, at the very least, put a skeptical eye on this person? Why are we writing puff pieces?
Well, I mean, we're still seeing pieces about the Theranos founder, which are like, it is so sad that she, that all of this fell apart because she could have changed the world. It's like, no, like literally everything involved with that was fraud.
That's
3 plus X equals 5 escapes her. What's an X? I don't get it.
So earlier in the week, Washington Post publishes a piece about Sam Bankman-Fried that basically is a highlight of his career. It's like, oh, blah, blah, blah. We're all these great things. There was this guy who was doing the effective altruism, who was giving money away. And I'm going, he's not giving his money away. He's giving other people's money away. That is illegal. And then you have the articles, and you have the argument being made today about Elizabeth Holmes and how she could have done
Holmes
so
is more
much.
recent than the CEO of Alameda.
But she could have done so much. She could have done so much. She was so good. She was producing all these different things. And you're going, what? And then you read this puff piece that's talking about how she was this wonderful person. I'm sorry.
She deserved to be maxed. She deserved 20 years. I'm so mad.
Like, can we not just call balls and strikes the way they are? Like, why are we doing this? Why are we doing this? Why is the media doing this? Like, I'm sorry, like, hold people's feet to the fire. At this point in time, we have enough information about Alameda, not to mention the fact that we're getting reports that Ms. Ellison here is trying to abscond from Hong Kong to, where was she trying to go? Macau, not Macau. She's trying to, where's the reporting on this one? She's trying to abscond outside of the jurisdiction of the United States. That's the most original reporting we have on this. Why are we having these discussions? Why are these articles and these news media headlines doing this? Here's the problem that I have with a lot of what SBF said, a lot of what Elizabeth Holmes said, a lot of what this article says. The ends do not justify illegal means of accomplishing those ends. You don't get to run ranshot over other people's rights, over other people's freedoms, over other people's assets and hard-built wealth, just because what you see as the outcome is good. The number of travesties that have taken place in world history, example, They had a crescent that were not allowed to actually display. It used to be worn as an insignia on their shoulder that had a band around it. It was kind of red and had a little thing that we don't really like talking about that tried to kind of exterminate a single part of the population. They had a rationalization that the ends justified the means, and the means resulted in a lot of really bad things. The ends in these people's minds justify about any means that help them accomplish those ends. And the fact that you have mainstream media reporters out there that are covering or writing puff pieces about this is a load of shit. It's a load of bullshit. It's a joke. Sorry, rant over. Soapbox, go away for now.
I mean, your soapbox is 100% correct on this, but I mean, the thing is ultimately, I mean, I think that what a lot of this comes down to is that they were really good at spinning a narrative that the media liked. And now the media is having a hard time backing away from, well, we love these people. So they're, but we were like, just admit they ripped you off too. They made fools of you. Like, there's no need to sit there like boosting them when they screwed you over.
It's really bad. It's really pretty terrible. And it's just excuse upon excuse upon excuse. And you see it with just about everything that is going on right now. Elizabeth Holmes, you've got essentially, just stop making excuses for these people, please. We finally got a conviction of 11 years, and that is still not enough for a lot of people that were actually injured. You have people who are going to lose massive amounts of savings. You have those people that the individuals that filed those proofs of claims already. They were owners of companies. They're not going to be able to finance their books. They're going to have to lay off people. They're going to put people out on the street because they weren't able to pull their money out of an investment that they had.
Teachers' pension fund.
Exactly. Ontario Teachers Pension Fund was invested to the tune of $100 million.
Yep. I mean, maybe that means some people don't get to retire who earned that, right?
And the fact that Forbes is not wearing egg on their face already, you put Elizabeth Holmes on the cover of your magazine. You put Sam Bankman-Fried on the cover of your magazine. Why are you not going out there and saying, we apologize, we missed this?
Yeah. We suck, actually. Like, we're reporters. Our one purpose in life is fact checking. That is the one thing that justifies, like, because when Lorenz is like, hey, citizen journalists, what she means is like, hey, people aren't fact checking. Well, are we seeing a lot of fact checking going on?
Yeah, it's pretty bad. It's really pretty bad. All right, let me go through some super chats, and then we're going to transition to something more fun. Like we have to. I need to get out of this topic because I'm going to blow my lid and we have to go to something fun before I blow my lid on the next topic. Breathe. Okay. Robin Silver. Thank you for the super chat. I lost my brother, resident of Fairfax, 2 weeks ago. I've always loved Trials of the Century, Friday Night Frenzy. Of late, it has been a balm for my soul. My brother got a kick out of me telling me about your channel. My brother got a kick out of telling me about your channel. Thank you for all you do. Robin, I'm terribly, terribly sorry for your loss.
Yeah.
But thank you for the lovely sentiments. Yeah. Loss is never easy. I hope you're doing okay. Thoughts and prayers go out to you, your family. Yeah, very much appreciated. Thank you very much. And cheers to you, Rob. I think you need Ian or Kurt to help build a new PC. Agreed.
I mean, you've heard about the issues with my garage right now, so maybe not me.
Trade services on this. 90 Snail Scout. Whoop, for the first time in a few weeks, I'm able to catch this live. My current Satan's electrical cord is chilling in her cage. Yeah, 90 Snail Scout posted a picture of her hanging out with a snake, and I was like, put Satan's electrical cord down. Slim Jim Slim. Thank you. Yes, Wood Daddy, we can see you with leather. Oh, my word. Yep, we were here. Viking Wolf by Blood. Thank you very much for the super chat. Howdy, y'all. babying some cracked ribs. Oh my, I'm so sorry. Going to bed, medicated. We'll catch replay. Wanted to contribute and gift some memberships. Thank you very much, Viking Wolf by Blood. Have a great weekend, all. Thank you. Get some rest. Feel a little bit better. Hopefully everything's okay. 9-inch Nail Scout, thank you very much. Rob, Ian, and chat bringing the ADHD to the stream. Fair. It's going to happen. I'm sorry. Susanna Rabby, thank you. Hi, Robin Runkle. 2 a.m. here in Sweden, drinking beer. I can't sleep, but so glad to catch you live Friday Frenzy. Glad to have you here, Susanna. Very, very much appreciated. Catherine Carver, paralegal here. Nasty week of putting out fires. Time for a drink. Hard Arnold Palmer with sweet tea vodka. Cheers, everyone. Hope you're enjoying that cocktail and hope you're enjoying the content. Heidi Whistling, thank you very much. Como estás, Rob? Dude, I love you. Runkle loved you too. Tuning in from Canada, Ontario. I'm doing okay. A little bit better now that I'm chilling out and relaxing with two of my really good friends. And I have a glass of wine and I'm enjoying that, like, watching them melt down and with righteous indignation about a lot of this stuff. I like that phrase, righteous indignation.
It's been a long week.
It has. Shanta, R&R time. Love from San Francisco. Thank you very much. Shell, thank you. Considering this my apology for giving Ian evil tie ransom ideas and cannot wait to hear your take on the FTX bankruptcy declaration. It is interesting. You don't very often times see a new CEO that was brought in with credentials of having unwound Enron. Like, that's this guy's backing and credentials. You don't often see someone go in there and file a 26-page sworn affidavit saying the books are so bad. And by the way, in the last paragraph, the person that's out there on Twitter purporting to be speaking on behalf of the company has no say in the company. Generally, that doesn't happen.
And for the chat who may have missed it, the ransom idea was that I should make Rob come out here and try Sir Strumming to get his tie back.
Oh, I did see that. That was bad. Yeah, no. Shin Arnett, 10 new members. Thank you. Thank you to all those that gifted memberships. Very much appreciated. Sandra Ramirez, happy Friday, Rob and Ian from chilly Savannah. I imagine Savannah is a little bit warmer than where Ian is right now, but thank you. Robin Silver, Rob, Ian, Kurt, et al. You remind me of my late brother, sweet souls. Robin, cheers to your late brother. Cheers to you and your family. I hope that you can find a little bit of peace just in listening to this stuff. It's the number of people who say that they just tune in just to listen to people talk about this is really pretty awesome. It's amazing. So cheers to you and your family. Oh, okay. Baby Gator, thank you. Break the computer like they did in Office Space. I'm going to put a poll up at some point in time what I do to this machine.
You got to see if you can license the song.
Oh, so I can do it online?
Yeah.
Yep. I think I should probably at least try to do that.
If you're not going to do that, I will try to do that with my the one from my garage, because I got to say, fuck that computer at this point.
Maybe I could come see you immediately after Thanksgiving. I'm going to go see my folks and fly down or fly up, as the case would be.
Oh, either way, you're always welcome here, buddy. Anytime.
We can build a PC together. Do you want to build a PC?
It doesn't have to be a PC.
Wait, I want to see how long you can make it in the song. Let me see. How far can you go?
I'm pretty good at improvising that stuff.
Let's hear it. Come on.
Do you want to build a PC? Do you want to make it strong and fast? Do you want it so you'll be able to stream without everything lagging? Like your ass. Do you want to build a PC? So you won't go away. People won't know. I'll tell you why. You want to build a PC. Doesn't have to be a PC. Okay, goodbye.
Oh, God.
All right. There we go. Lindsay, thank you. Red wine, fish, and chips tonight in Seattle. Thank you very much. Christy Hoffman, cheers from Nova. Friday took a long to get here. Sick at home, hoping the rum gets rid of the funk. It is working for me. I hope it's working for you, Christy. Very much appreciated. Glad to see you both. Thank you very much. Miranda Lukacs, Ginger Honey Mead from California. Wonderful. Secret McSquirrel. I am DMing you the gifted ones. There is more. I'm going to pull those up because you guys have been DMing me, and I'm going to have to get those at some moment. Summer is off topic, but during Scott's stream, it was pulled. Interesting. I wonder what was pulled during Scott's stream. Someone let me know. please. Adrian Angevine, homemade pumpkin spice hot cocoa with mini marshmallows and whipped cream in Germantown, Maryland. Germantown, Maryland. That's where I went to high school. Welcome. Hope you're having fun. Mike Durado, can you ask Runkle if he and his wife were some of Canada's top people to go to Mars? I'm sorry, I had to ask. What is that?
Not me. I got bounced, but yes to the other.
Wait, what? Fill me in.
We'll have to talk about that one later.
I'm so confused. Okay, no, that's gonna be a story, and I can't do that.
Yep.
Stina G.
That will be a long story.
So, Ian, this one's for you. Y'all are gonna need OnlyFans, not super chats for that estate. Sorry.
I feel like OnlyFans would not go well for me.
Robin,
I keep saying that the way I'd make money on OnlyFans is if they offer an option where people have to pay to not be subscribed. If that happens, then I will become a billionaire.
Robin, I see that you tried to super chat me several times trying to get my attention. I looked at this and I was like, it's the same super chat. It's not. You super chatted me several times trying to get my attention. For that, I apologize. What I will say is that your brother is, I am very glad that you are here. Your brother is very much appreciated. It seems like he is very well missed. If you find me on Twitter with you have super chatted me more times than you ever needed to. If you find me on Twitter, DM me. I will try to find a way to give you to send you a little something that I make in the shop. Just from Fairfax to you. I'm sorry for your loss. I know that you were trying to get my attention. I apologize for that. So find me on Twitter, chat. If you can get her my contact information, that'd be awesome. Thank you very much. Ryan Gallo, feeling like 11 years is the bare minimum, but at least sort of fair. Holmes thoughts. I think it's pretty fair. It's better that we got an actual in prison sentence. I was nervous for a while that wasn't going to be the case.
I'll probably serve time in the Martha Stewart prison though.
I don't care. It's at the very least.
She's going to work on a tennis game.
It's a step forward. Here's the thing. You've had so many people doing this disparity and distinguishing between white collar crime. And I'm like, well, look, they both cause injury. They both cause physical injury. Why is one treated differently than the other?
In fact, often there's a good Terry Pratchett book, Going Postal. And in it, there's a character who's like, I only committed frauds. I never hurt anybody. And the other character's like, by my estimation, you've basically committed the equivalent of something like 18 murders. And he's like, what? It's like, yeah, no, these are people who, ended up, their businesses failed. They couldn't, handle it. It's like, no, this causes damage.
Oh yeah. It causes the end of life. And hearing some of the things that were said or reading some of the things that were said in that case and that sentencing was pretty terrible. Truffle Hound, FTX, what is cryptocurrency?
And for some reason, Cory Booker writes a letter saying that she's a good girl.
Oh, that was, Cory Booker was also, I believe, a recipient of some of the FTX funds, by the way. Truffle Hound, FTX, what is cryptocurrency? What is Polycool? Why don't my eyeballs fit inside my head anymore? Fair statements all. Thank you, Truffle Hound. Truffle Hound again, a new coin debuted this week.
I can explain cryptocurrency if Rob can explain what a polycule is.
I don't want to look that up. I don't want to look that up. I don't want to look that up. Not right now.
Oh, you do family law and you're saying you got to look that up?
Oh, you mean the polyamorous, the union, the how they live, cohabitate as one? Yeah. Okay. I don't call it.
You don't have to look that up.
I'm still stuck to the legal terms of polyamorous relationships. Travel Hound, a new coin debuted this week. It's called Decibel. You mine it by speaking calculations into your microphone whilst connecting to the exchange online. Not that it's a sound. Oh God, no, that's a sound investment.
That's the one I was saying. You're terrible and keep going.
Why do I read those out loud like all the time? Thank you, Truffle Hound. I some of the best humor I've ever seen Truffle Hound has. K-Rab Lorenz. It's one who got in trouble for lying about asking TOG and LB. Yep. Tug and Legal Bites for comment when she never contacted them. She was put on a leash. I don't know about that because she's still out doing her shit. Mellatrix Lestrange.
Did I miss?
What was that?
A joke that I missed?
No, it wasn't a joke. Taylor Lorenz went out and basically said, if you're a citizen journalist, get off my lawn. Like, you don't
Yeah.
exist.
Get off my
You're not
internet.
a journalist. And
Yeah.
I quite literally said, Taylor, I'm sorry. I found that. And she came out the next day within 12 hours and was like, can someone give me the @ and contact information for citizen journalists covering FTX? And I was
Yeah.
like, I'm sorry you dropped this. Like the deleted tweet that was shaming them.
Okay.
She's, yeah. Bellatrix Lestrange, I recently went back to work after years at home with a child who experienced many medical complexities since past. I'm very sorry for that. I think of you two when I'm feeling the ADHD overwhelm and imposter syndrome. Thanks for the great examples. It's chats like this that remind me to slow down and read them properly. Thank you, Bellatrix. I am very sorry for your loss. I am glad that you can find some comfort in watching this little bit of crazy that happens on the internet. And it's pretty cool to see the community kind of surround everyone in this chat. I think it's one of the best chats on the internet, to be honest. It's really pretty cool. Let me see here. Nisa Hauer. Taylor would probably put down Bo of the fifth column, even though he is very left-leaning because he is a so-called citizen journalist. Okay.
Bo is great, by the way, if you don't know him.
I don't know him. I don't know him. Send me his contact. Do you have it? Is he on Twitter?
He's on Twitter. Yep. And yeah, no, he does good stuff.
Samantha Sinus, Spicy Your Uncle Rocks. So funny. Love Spicy Uncle. Samantha Sinus, again, she's definitely carcinogenic. I said it right. Carcinogenic. I said it fast and right twice. Yes.
Well done.
The Winslow Wonder. Hi, Rob, Rum and Coke from the middle of nowhere, aka Sioux Falls, South Dakota. Thank you for that. Cat in Virginia. Stop self-snitching. Bruce Rivers. Yeah. Don't do that when you're on Twitter when you shouldn't be. Before the Grave. Hello from hour 7 of ER. Waiting for an appendectomy. Thanks for the distraction from this and from finding out my paw nerd has cancer. I'm so sorry for the paw nerd. Hopefully healing goes to both of you, all of you. Oh, I'm sorry, guys. That's so sad.
That's rough because, the deal is we get them for a short time and they're amazing. But,
here's one of the...
I go to bed and Zora snuggles up, puts her head on my legs and I'm just like, oh, I don't know what I'm going to do without this.
Yeah. Here's one of the cool things is that the chat is more supportive than anyone on the screen could possibly be. So I'm sure that they're flooding you with love right now. And the paw nerd, all of the best. And hopefully the health continues to improve for both of you. Equality. I have an assignment to finish and child to put to bed. Rob, please do more dramatic reading. I'll be watching the replay. I've got some of that coming up. Ryan 432. The reporter is my buddy, the scorpion and the frog. Anyone? Maple syrup and moose antlers. That's a good name. My wife is German and said squirrel, right? I think she might be a spy. Possible. You never know. Kristen M96, I'm working with Ian to offer a chance to win a custom robot like Rob's for Ian's charity. Also, go Tigers. If you want a custom robot that looks like one of these fellas, Ian has a link. Ian has posted in Twitter that you can go and bid. And Kristen M96, who made all of these robots, including the Kurt robot in the back, the Ronco robot right down there, and this lovely unicorn robot. If you want one of those customizable, you can go and bid on Ian's Twitter. He's allowing that. They are still going to charity for the Stollery.
Yep.
And I think that is still open for bidding, correct, Ian?
That is. It is open until Monday, the end of Monday at midnight. And the rules are she won't do a duplicate of one of the ones you see in the jury box there. And if you want it to be something inappropriate, you're gonna have to bid high. I think she said 2,000. Yeah, I think she said for $2,000 she would do a dildo bot. So,
oh my god, we are an hour and 33 minutes in, and you're talking about that.
Are you saying wait 30 minutes?
Wait 30 minutes so you start saying that stuff. Go Tigers. That's for
she will do a carrot bot.
Truffle Hound. Is this Muppet still trying to flee to Dubai because that's stupid and reckless? Yes, it was Dubai. She was trying to flee from Hong Kong to Dubai. Thank you, Travel Hound. Upside, stupid and reckless is very on brand for SBF. Also very true. Upbeat data, $5 just because Rob's. I read that too quickly. Rob is in a hot state of mind and is temperature wise a little warm. Truffle Hound, this is effective altruism at work. Unsubscribe. Oh, unsubscribe from them, right? I hope you stick around. I love you, Truffle Hound. You might be in a podcast. Kurt, that was actually the name of the thing. You might be in a podcast. Kurt, I have such opinions about this. We all kind of do, and it's difficult because the second you start talking about it and going down that road, you just want to scream and throw things against everything because
and commit a few murders.
None of
but
it
don't do that.
Don't do that.
Legal advice: do not commit murders.
No, generally speaking, bad. And by generally speaking, I mean always speaking, bad. Lindsay, I need to know which 19 crimes that is. Snoop's Cali blend is my favorite, but all of them are great. That is the 2021 Shiraz. It was part of my stack of Syrah that is being consumed. Truffle Hound, Caroline Ellison equals Looney Lovegood. That's the Harry Potter reference. WW, when was the last time you opened up your computer, cleaned the dust out? Computers hate dust for everyone, not just Rob. My computer
you would not believe how much lint was stuck inside my dryer. I rent and I've had problems with my dryer where it won't work.
I took
a picture of it, of how much lint was taken from my dryer. Do you want to see how much lint was taken from my dryer? Because it is mind-numbing.
No, I do not.
That is a fire hazard. Fix that now. Is it fixed?
Yes.
Okay.
It was a lot.
I've got something kicking around here, but you know those cans of compressed air? I actually replaced that with like a little electric blower that is a non-static blower. So it is fantastic.
Yeah. So, and then someone's dropping in the chat, like, do not use a shop vac. Fair. I'm not going to do that. I won't do that. I promise.
Yeah. Shop vac will destroy your computer. Well,
I'm not going to do that. I'm going to use the shop vac to vacuum up the parts of the computer after I break it to pieces.
That's
Ryan 432, but they had such good ESG score. Yeah. ESG was essentially the equivalent of the Christopher Boozy bot sentinel rating on Twitter. It basically said you were a problematic or you were a good firm or company. It was basically meant to measure your environmentalist, social goodness, all of the above. And funny thing about that one is FTX had like a super high score. Like they were great. I'm like, well, that's not really true. So congratulations. They paid the money to the right people. It just happened to be other people's money. That's called stealing. That's bad. Pastor of Muppets Uncivil is a great voice. Keep it up. Yes, indeed. Yep. Off subject, QO High School. That was my rival in high school. Off to the semifinals. I don't know if that's fortunate or unfortunate. Quince Orchard High School. Good luck to you in the semifinals. Tracy R. It's Friday. I caught most off and on because I'm working, but I'll be joining y'all at 10 p.m. with some Tito's. High five to all. Love the crew. That Sarah, not the Sarah, not this Sarah, but that Sarah. That Sarah was the creator of this object, which is Ghostblade Sword. If you don't know what this is or is referring to, then you are not watching Lawyers and Dragons and you're not doing your job. Lawyers and Dragons is tomorrow at 10 a.m. at Richard Hoag's channel. It's fantastic. We play Dungeons and Dragons. My character is a rogue that got a nickname called Glitterblade, and y'all in the chat are both lovely and mean and fantastic. I love you.
And later on, there will also be, if you're enjoying role-playing game content, there'll also be a game of Stars Without Number later on.
Ooh.
So, which I'm kind of nervous about.
Okay.
So
that's pretty cool. All right, just a few more. Hey, Rob, I sent you a DM on Twitter last night that I think you would enjoy. Has a funny skit strip attached. I will pull that up in just a minute here. Lee Richards, older people wanted in on the crypto, but recognized the investment talk and pretty boy with connected parents and buying his way into the elites. A lot of people made a lot of comments on it that were going, no, run away. The problem is he kept selling to a lot of people. He was still getting people to invest. I don't know how he did it. Like what Kurt was saying earlier, how did he do this? How did he convince? How did this kid? Did you know that he was supposed to speak at an economic forum next spring? You know who he was supposed to sit next to? He was supposed to sit next to Mark Zuckerberg, Janet Yellen, and then various other financial heads of state. He was supposed to be on a panel with them next spring.
I'm guessing that invite has been rescinded.
Yeah. As far as donations that he made to if FTX made donations and contributions within the last year, those politicians might have a lawsuit at their door within the next year asking for that money back. That money which has already been spent.
There's a split of opinion as to whether or not they want to see the lint ball. I made it available to you if you want to share.
Oh, Kurt, that is a fire hazard. That was in your dryer?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, we need a banana for scale.
Well, that's on top of an 8.5 by 11 sheet of paper.
That's an 8.5.
Oh, Kurt, how are you still alive?
That was stuck inside my dryer.
How are you alive, though? Because, like, how do you get that much lint into a dryer without it spontaneously combusting?
I don't know. I know that someone else has thoughts, and I'm going to bring him in right now. Welcome to the chat, Andy.
I was going to say
that looks like a giant. Looks like a giant steak that's like off colored. It's just like so.
Do not eat that steak.
Oh my
That is terrible.
That is the FTX of steaks.
It really is. Oh my!
It was stuck in the internals of the dryer. It wasn't in the lint pipe going up to the fume. So I tried to clean that out. It wasn't in the lint trap. It was like inside the metal thing, going from the lint trap to the exterior, and
that thing has bones.
Dude, when was the last time you cleared all the lint from your dryer? My goodness.
Yeah.
Previous election cycle? My goodness. Like
not just previous election cycle. I think this is like
previous election cycle.
I think this is like
I can't look at
manufactured.
I can't look at that anymore. I can't look at anymore. Let me bring these up real quick because I want to get through these real quick. Nicholas Starrow, Holmes equals less touchy, Dr. Mengele. Okay. Debbie, I received my GMU alumni magazine this week. That was short for there was a short write-up about Judge Girardi's step experience. I didn't know she was a GMU law alum. She went to GMU and she was Marines.
Can you
send me once a Marine, always a Marine.
Can you send me a copy of that? Because I would love to read that one.
Yeah. I mean, you can't. I mean, I go Navy.
Oh, get out of here. Oh, get out of there with this. Oh my goodness. Go Navy. Oh my gosh.
Andy,
you were way too close to Annapolis, my friend. Geographic.
Did you serve in another branch of the military?
Maybe I did. Don't say that too loud. Oh my goodness. Do we have to go there? Do we have to talk? Are we talking about this?
We don't. No, we're not. Niners Tails Cow. Ian, you underestimate Leather Daddy. No, he can make anything. Lobby Joe Brown. Thank God it's Friday from Danville, Virginia. Ooh, beautiful area, Danville. I spent midweek sobbing because I thought my 10-year-old lab would have to be put down, but he rebounded, and so have I. So relieved. Enjoying my Friday with you guys. Paw Nerd recovery. Cheers.
I will drink to that.
Fantastic. Those labs, man. Did your lab eat drywall? No?
No. My dogs have chewed on the baseboard, though.
Yeah. All right. Jojo6178. I need this tonight. Rob, Ian, and Kurt. Tomorrow is 1 year anniversary of my mom passing. I am terribly sorry for that. Let's get you some laughs. We're going to have some fun. We're going to enjoy it, and we're going to celebrate your mom's anniversary, the anniversary of passing. They might leave this earth, but they never leave us. Trust me. I talk to my dad all the time, no matter what. Sometimes I yell at him too. It's kind of cathartic.
You know, yeah. I normally I would probably joke about this at your expense, Rob, but I want to say it's just so great to it's rather nice that people come to this channel as like a place to kind of they can escape and just kind of get that negative release throughout
really
this whole live stream. And by the way, to the person who said that over there, someone said archaeologist PCH go Army beat Navy. Agreed.
Yep. This chat is very supportive of one another. They're probably one of the coolest in the world. You drop something going on in your life, and they are there to pick you up.
Yeah.
So I love it.
Incredibly supportive of me.
Yeah.
Oh, sure.
they do. The chat loves you. Drop some orange hearts. I love the orange hearts when they flood the chat.
Orange hearts.
Let's see some cowboy hats and orange hearts. Just let's see them. I want to see all of them. They're fantastic. Trufflehound, the chat appreciation for Ian's Discworld reference is delightful. Terry Pratchett is a deity. Okay. Alex Wilson watching while an 11-month-old jumps on my head. Happy Friday. Those freaking kids. anyone else's kids just getting sick? Like, I don't have any kids, but I know that all of my friends' kids, all of my nieces and nephews, they are just in a routine pattern of sick. Andy, you have children, don't you?
I have 3 of them. I have 3 small. I
Aw.
have 3 small children.
How old
One's
is your oldest?
Oh,
7,
look at that.
7,
Aw.
then 3, and then gonna be almost 6 months now. My
Oh,
youngest.
Kurt, look at that chat.
Aw.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I love it.
Yep.
I
Look at all
love
that
it.
orange,
Kurt, look at that
Kurt.
chat. Look at that chat. Look at that chat. Oh, all the love for
Where's
Kurt.
my love? My goodness.
I love it. Well, Andy, you don't get love because you haven't. I was so rude not to allow you to introduce yourself. Who are you, Andy?
Yes. So for those who are uninitiated, my name is Andy the Game Maker. You might know me from my sister, Legal Bites, and yeah, I've been kind of floating around the whole LawTube sphere, if you will, and really happy to be on here with Mr. Lumber. You know, throwing around his wood around all night.
Well,
have
it was
some funny
really,
a little bit.
God, oh my God, this is terrible. It's freaking terrible.
Buckle up, Rob.
Oh. Well,
Yeah.
you know, Andy, you have some experience with cybersecurity and with financial cybersecurity, isn't that right?
I have
In your
some.
personal life, just a bit.
I have
You don't have to talk
a
about
little
it,
bit.
but I know that you do because it's
A little
secret.
bit. It is
Secret.
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 It's secret. Yes.
All secret.
Like the secrets you share with me at 2 a.m. in the morning.
All the secrets at 2 a.m. Andy the Game Maker makes his way around all the channels and drops the chats that we don't like reading. You guys might notice that he makes these comments randomly just to get a rise out of us. It's fantastic.
I really toe the line. I toe the line,
Yep.
and my
Yep.
wife really hates it. Mrs. the Game Maker is absolutely annoyed with me, and I really, really test her patience at all times.
I think that's what strong marriages are built for. They're built for as a test for all of us.
Yes.
They say that
They are.
they say that your spouse has one job in their entire life, and that is to make sure that you get into heaven.
Yeah. Yeah.
How's that working out so far?
You know, everyone's alive. I'm alive. My kids are alive.
Yeah.
Like,
Kind of like what I always tell people like this. Well, how did you? My guardian angel was really fast. My guardian angel was.
Yeah.
Okay, let's do these. We'll hit a couple of these and we'll get to another fun thing. John O'Rourke, crypto bounces and always have. July 2021, it was 15 per Bitcoin, then jumped to 67,000 in 12 months. And next today, it's worth 16K per coin. Investment, buy now and sell high. It's been extremely profitable for many, but scary. This is not a place where we give financial advice. I would say talk to your financial advisor. Do not take any advice from either myself or anyone in the chat. Everyone's financial circumstances.
Invest in Robcoin. Robcoin is the new safe investment.
That's a safe investment because you know what you're going to get.
Stackcoin is doing better. Come on.
Stackcoin.
What about the Dogecoin?
Yeah.
Can we fall back on Doge?
Let's just dodge every bit of that conversation. John O'Rourke, I'm very glad that worked out for you. I really am. I think that everyone should talk to their advisor and pick a plan for investment that's best for them. Carolyn Ross, love you guys the best. My dog is mad. I'm in the tub watching you though. Oh, good. 9-inch nails cow. Tassie PSA, delint after every dryer cycle. Delint after every dryer cycle. They ran this PSA hard when multiple houses burned down in a short time frame from not delinting. You have to. Kurt, I am shocked and amazed. Yeah.
To get that required unscrewing several things. I had to unscrew the back plate and take off the thing in the internal.
I know. They really make it not easy to go and fix the things and maintain the things. Actually, you know what? We're going to use this as a PSA. Go check your HVAC. Check that filter when you get off stream tonight. Check that filter before you go to bed. Make sure it's clean and replaced. Check the lint trap. Go ahead and check the P trap under the dryer or under the washing machine, dishwasher if you have one. Those are gross. And there's another trap for discussing stuff in your washing machine as well. You should probably check things that you didn't know you had. Okay.
Yeah.
Before.
Past life fun fact about Andy. I used to sell air filters back in the day.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah. You know what's really funny is that I remember when Elon went on to, I think it was his first time he went into Rogan's podcast. He actually talked to him about like why your electric bill is so high. It's because people are running their HVAC constantly. It's just running around the clock. And one of the ways you can save money on your HVAC is you change out your filters on a regular interval.
Because less resistance, because you're not pushing against anything that yet it's just going straight to the filter. Yep. Good.
Fun fact.
Always.
Happy to help.
Trouble hound. Clarify, unsubscribing from effective altruism, not law and lumber, uncivil or runkle. Everyone subscribe to these gents if you haven't, if you're into razor sharp wit. On that note, I'm going to ask that I'm going to do the shameless thing. I'm going to say that if you have not subscribed to any of my guests, Andy the Game Maker has a YouTube channel. Subscribe to him as well, because you can watch what we're about to do in a minute. Runkle of the Bailey has 2 YouTube channels, Runkle of the Bailey and Roll of Law. Roll of Law is a fun version where you get to play nerdy games that lead you to these things. And Runkle of the Bailey is where he covers a lot of Canadian law and legislation, especially laws pertaining to guns and police and authority. Great material. Mr. Kurt, Uncivil Law, is probably the smartest constitutional lawyer that I have ever had the pleasure of meeting or knowing. If it comes to constitutional scholarship and knowledge of what is or is not a good or valid legal argument, he probably knows it better than anyone else that you're going to find. So please go and watch his content as well. He is doing a new series that I think is probably one of the most important that I've seen, which is he takes these oral arguments the week that they're being made, and he walks through them so that you can hear the arguments as they're being relayed, and he tells you why certain arguments are good, bad. He also gives you an impression of the justices. You see a lot in the news about the Supreme Court of the United States, and you hear them referred to in their sections or swaths and different characterizations, but you don't get to know them until you actually hear their questions and hear why the questions are good or are bad. And Kurt does a great job at that. Kurt, even today, I know that he sided with a justice I think that he's routinely battled against. Sotomayor had some good questions on that last one.
Yeah.
So,
yeah.
All right.
Justice Jackson had a point that was not exactly well expressed. I took what she said, and then what she meant to say was this. Well,
there's
some stuff. There is some stuff.
She's also there. It takes time to learn how to ask the questions too.
Fair. That's fair. But that is really, really kind of you. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Go like and subscribe to those channels. Now, the shameless script on my part is, if you are here watching this content, 3,000 of you are watching. If you wouldn't mind hitting the like button, if you like the content, hit the subscribe. We have not gotten to the Amber Heard stuff yet. I will get there, but I want to have a little bit of fun before we do. That's why I brought Andy on, because when we were covering this, I said, I know someone who has something that's crypto related. And yeah, Amber Heard stuff pissed me off, and I'm going to get real spicy when that comes on. So Andy is not an attorney. Andy made a game, and the game is called Crypto Cartel. Crypto Cartel, as you can tell, we just did FTX into crypto. See what I did there? We're going to do a quick little 1 or 2 rounds just to show you what it's about. And I'm going to show you where to get it, and you can look into it more. Andy has it being played on his channel. So Andy, why don't you explain what Crypto Cartel is?
So Crypto Cartel. Yeah. So thank you very much, Rob. So as Ian has, gladly shown, he's a, beautiful little game model over there in the top right corner. He's showing my game, which is Crypto Cartel. It's a tabletop game that I made. I actually had a Kickstarter campaign that was really successful in from October, November 2018, raised over $13,000 to get this baby off the ground. And the box, I made the box itself looks like a shipping container, which I recognize there's a lot of people who really love the military in the chat. So all my Army buddies, a little fun fact about me, I was an Army officer for almost 6 years, did one deployment to Iraq from August 2010 through August 2011. And I even graduated from U.S. Army Ranger School. So fun little facts about your friend Andy over here. But anyways, with Crypto Cartel, the box looks like a shipping container. That's really fun. And basically it's this, the objective of the game is to try to accumulate as much cryptocurrency as you can within 3 rounds of gameplay. And there's a whole bunch of fun
We're trying to get the thing that FTX lost.
Yes. Yes. And there's some really fun elements to it as well. There's also in the second and third round, that's when the DEA cards show up. And that's basically some little wild card factor, which prevents you from, which they basically seize your most valuable production line in the game when that happens. And then and it's really dynamic. The gameplay actually changes quite a bit from round to round. And I really look forward to sharing a little bit with you here shortly. So real quick, are you on?
Why don't you try to pull it up, and then I will do this. I'm getting thingies. Here we go. There's the thingy, and it's there. So when the DEA card shows up, is that like when the FBI extradites?
Yes.
What's his
exactly.
name? To what's the
Mhm.
place? Okay,
The stacks.
it's loading
Right.
for me.
Okay.
It's playing music. Why is it playing music?
Who's music for the thing?
Oh, it's the tabletop simulator music. So
All right,
I could sing some
Andy, you
more.
let me know when I'm ready to go.
okay, just all you need to do is pick a color. Pick
Let's pick
purple,
a color.
please. Yeah, pick purple. You and
Where's
your
purple?
unicorn and ghost blade. So that way you're sitting over.
Leave my unicorn alone.
Yeah.
There,
So
I'm
do
purple.
the ladies call you ghost blade?
The lady, I don't want to. We're gonna talk about that.
You know
We're not
the
gonna
jokes
encourage
that
them
that
anymore,
leads
Nate.
into. I'm just
The
not.
jokes.
I'm not
That's
touching.
the jokes. I can't do the jokes. They're too bad.
Okay. Anyways, so all right, are you sharing the screen? There we go. Okay, cool. So
What do we do?
this is from my angle over here, and we are playing on Tabletop Simulator. For those not familiar, you can get this on Steam. My game is not available digitally, unfortunately, but we are playing in what looks to be a prison hallway. So very appropriate considering the topic of our buddy
SBF. So
Yeah,
this is where he's
More
going
like
to be playing
shipping
in like a month.
containers.
So what you'll see here in front of us, okay, so each of so fortunately for me, Ian has a little bit of experience with this game, so does Kurt. So we each have 7 cards in front of us. And so I'm going to show you zoom in on this card right here.
By a little bit of
so-
experience, I actually unwrapped this here today.
Okay.
All right,
basically,
game rules.
yes. Yep. So as I mentioned before, there are 3 rounds of gameplay. Each round ends when the resource deck is completely drawn. So the resource deck being this one right here, when it gets down to 0, there's only 52 cards. This should go fairly quick between the 4 of us. And then whenever whoever has the most cryptocurrency at the end of the game wins, the DEA card appears in second or third round of the game. I actually added 1 DEA card in this little sample play, so that will pop up there today. Actually, here, let me do this just in case.
Just in case. What is that?
Just in
Don't do
case.
that.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. Oh, a little shuffle action. All righty. And
I'm
plus,
just
I added
amazed
some.
that you can do this online.
I added some fun little cards here, and then there are some Silk Road cards, the gold cards. So basically, what happens is, whenever you earn cryptocurrency, whatever many you earn off of a single production line, take that number, subtract it by 1. That's how many Silk Road cards you get. So, for example, if you earn 2 crypto, you get 1 Silk Road card. You follow so far?
Yep.
Was talking to Rob? Okay. So each round, each turn goes like this. There's a production phase where you add 2 or 3 cards from your hand to your production area, which I've actually thrown out some cards in front of you just to kind of give everyone a head start on creating some things, some production lines. So you can have as many as 3 during gameplay. With additional ones, there are these international trade cards, which you can buy. More on that later. But then basically, so you add 2 to the production line. There's a trade phase where you draw 3 cards from the resource deck over here, and we'll lay them out over here and trade appropriately. And lastly, there's the draw phase, which ends your turn, which is you draw 3 cards and they move into the back of your hand. So I will go first, and then followed by Kurt, Ian, and then Rob going last. And by the way, I've also given you each a Silk Road card so that you can use, again, just kind of keep this game going out the gate, so that way you can have some fun here. So I sent you all a link by text. You can access the Google Drive to see what those are, because the text is a little bit difficult to read. But with that being said, let's go ahead and kick this off and get this going. All right. So as I mentioned, you get to play up to 3 cards from your hand. You have to keep them in order. So I'm actually only going to play 2 cards, so I can have as many as 3 active production lines over here. And then let's see here. And then the second card here, I'm going to hold right here. And what's kind of nice, by the way, you can see how many you have on each of these. So I gave you all 3 cards, 3 production or 3 cards to start off with over here. And then so, yep. And now what I'm going to do is, and normally, by the way, you would keep your hands tucked, but I just want everyone to see their cards so we can discuss trading. So, all right. So first and foremost, all right. Got a little.
I totally know what I'm doing. Sasha, I don't at all.
Oh, that should not be in there. Oopsies. Let me do that real quick.
Oh, cool.
Oh. Add some fun cards in there, as you can probably see. Okay, cool. All right. So I see Rob has a smuggler or shipping container over here. You know, I got Rob's got a laborer, pharmacist. All right, gentlemen. So it looks like we got some stuff to trade over here. So what would you like, Rob, for the smuggler? Do you have any of these 3 cards to trade? A farmer, a shark, or
give me
a
and you have an enforcer?
I don't. I would just go with. I would go with a farmer. So you have to trade me a farmer for this labor or this shipping container. Smugglers.
Here, take the farmer. Right?
Yeah. Yep. That's an enforcer. And you can't trade from the production line. Where did that card come from?
Oh, come here. Then I gotta do this, right? Farmer?
Yep. Yep. You can trade more than one, by the way. It might actually behoove you to trade more than one, just because it clears your hand. Because you can't necessarily
All right,
because
so here we go. I got both of them. Where'd I put them?
Yeah, here, I'll drop this right here for you, so you can take that,
Yep.
and I will take this over here,
Cool.
and I will add them to my production line. Oops, excuse me. All right, Mr. Ian, I noticed you have pharmacist over there.
I'll give you an armor for the pharmacist.
Sounds like a good trade, actually. I would gladly take an armor.
Yeah,
I bet SPF would take an armor at this point in time.
Mr. Kurt, do you have anything to trade for this laborer?
Let's see what I got on the board.
Do you have any of these 3?
Dude, there's hands. This is so cool.
Yeah, these little tiny hands. So just so everyone can see what Kurt has over here. So you could probably trade me, basically these 3 over here, if you'd like, for that labor.
Well, the farmers I have, but you could have the sharks and armor.
And the armor, both of them.
Exchange for what?
I guess they're back at your hands. So yeah, if you want,
sure, why not? Take it.
Let's do it.
Good nuts.
All right. Cool. All right, and then my turn will end by drawing 3 cards, and then it will be Kurt's turn over here. So Kurt, you can go ahead and go while I draw 3 cards. If I find a fun card, I will let you know and share that with everyone.
So I'll just play those 3 because I can use them all.
Yep.
And do you play 2 or 3, or do you have a choice?
You start. You can play 2. I'm sorry. You can play as many as 3, but you have to do 2 for sure.
Okay.
So then draw 3.
Yep, draw 3 out front. If you want to leave them on the table right here, so everyone can see them, or there, whichever's quicker at this point.
Now flip them.
Ooh.
Yeah, hacker and pharmacist, either of which I need. So who needs what?
I have a hacker over here, so I could trade you a hacker because you have room for the hacker basically at this point.
I wouldn't mind the pharmacist,
but then I don't have anything to trade.
I've got a laborer.
I think I'll keep the pharmacist because I'll just start a 3rd thing.
Dang it!
But who wants a hacker?
And then so Kurt has the option of giving a hacker, or he has to kick one of these out to make room for it. That's the one dilemma about this is when during your trade phase they have to go somewhere.
Can you give the hacker to somebody?
They have to accept it though. They can't just take it.
You want it, Andy?
Let's see. You know what? I got quite a few armors over here, so yeah, I could probably take it. Yeah. You know what? I will take this, and I will have 3 crypto over here. And so what I do is I take my cards over here, my crypto over here. I put this one in the discard pile, and then I take one of these Silk Road cards over here.
What does Silk Road card do?
It enables you to attack someone, basically go after someone. Yeah.
Okay.
So chat wants to see how do I table it's up. Someone's not working with me right now. There we go. So chat, this is what I got. Oh wow. Ooh, these are fun.
Wait, what does that mean? Show me how it works. Do it. Attack someone.
Yeah.
How do we?
I can't.
How do we look at these without showing everybody?
So what you do is you flip it over, hit F over here, Ian. Okay. It's in your So I can't see it, by the way. So every time you hit F, I can't see what's going on. So
you say that, but
no, I mean if you look at the StreamYard stream, like every time you hit F, it just shows the backside of the card, and that's it. So even I can do it. Yeah. See. Anyways, all right. So all right, Kurt, have you concluded your turn?
Yeah, I already drew 3, so my turn's over.
All right, so Ian, it is your turn. So you have to play at least 2 cards, which conveniently for you, you can just drop down the farmer and the pharmacist. Yep. And I would probably hold. I would probably hold. Yeah, and then I would draw 3 of the resource cards. Here, let me do you a favor here. Here, let me. Sorry. Oh, sorry. I accidentally grabbed that. I meant to do this. Oh, geez. I'm just trying to create some space on the table over here. There you go. Okay, cool. Sorry. As you were.
Yeah. All right. I don't know how many it's drawing.
Yeah, it was only drawing. It was drawing 3 or 1. I mean, 1 at a time.
This is internet gaming.
Quick. Yeah. So flip it around. All right. Here, let me help you. Oh wow! Look at you with all the farmers.
I can read upside down, so we're cool. Good.
Yeah. So, yep. So right now, Ian can take these 2. I probably would do that at this point because that basically puts you in a position where you can have a crypto because 4 of those is 1 crypto, basically. Yep. And then that puts you in a position to trade the muscle. Rob has a muscle coming up in his hand soon. Let me help you out here. So maybe Rob would benefit from trading for the muscle.
Yeah, maybe. Although I'm probably gonna have to burn one of these in any event.
Yeah, lucky for you, you have. So everyone watching, Ian has 3 of these. That's why it's got the 3 here, which means he can get 1 crypto because it's 2 for 1, 4 for 2. You could trade in the farmers for 1 crypto. That's pretty even.
Yeah, that
exchange.
seems like it makes more sense to me.
Yeah, because you can get more of these, and you've already started building that. So you want to do that right now and take it? Yeah. So go ahead and flip that and leave it aside. No Silk Road for you because you only have 1. Yep. Pretty simple math. And then, and then draw 3 cards, and your turn is over.
And those go to the back because
Yes.
there's a directionality to the hand.
Exactly. Yep. Everything has to stay in order. I'm going to stop touching your cards. Okay, so now it is Rob's turn. That is unless Ian gets a fun card. Let me know if you find something fun. I got nothing. Okay.
Nothing fun.
Rob, yep. All right, Rob. So you got to play at least your first 2 cards with the option pointing that they're
totally glitching.
Yeah. Okay. Are you really? Yeah. Yeah. Just whichever side you pull from, that's one you have to be consistent with. Okay, second one. Yep. And then you can drop the armors if you want, if you think it makes sense to do so.
When can Silk Road cards be played?
During your turn.
Okay.
Yep. So as a means of attack. So and that's Rob's Silk Road. Okay, so now you played all 3. So now you draw 3 cards over here for the draw phase, or the trade phase, excuse me. Let me move these out of the way to create some more space over here.
Grab 3 of these.
Yep, 3 of them. Nope, that's the deck.
That's the whole deck.
Gotta go quick. Gotta pull it a little fast. There you go. And I would just drop it right here in the white. Here, yeah.
Cool.
So everyone watching. Okay, so if you want to flip here, let me help you out. All right. So, oh, hello. Yeah, you can take the armors. I would probably take that and add it to your direction line over here. The armors.
Yep. I would like to trade you for the pharmacists.
Yep. Rob, did you hear that?
Yep. Where's the pharmacist? Where do I make sure?
This one right here. Yeah.
Where's Ian?
Ian's over here to your right. The blue.
Ian's over here.
Well, no, what's he gonna give you first? Yeah. Oh my goodness, Rob, come on. It's
this guy.
It's your offer. It's never just giving it.
I'm so confused. I'm having cocktails.
Yeah, oh my.
Let's see.
I forgot to add my stake for our gameplay to make this more fun, Rob.
I need a stake to run
through.
No,
not a real stake. What I mean is like game stakes, as in if you lose.
Oh.
Yeah. So okay, so Rob, if you come in last, you know that package I brought you? I sent you?
Oh shit.
Is that handy?
Yeah. Do we need it? Do I need it? I need
it. We'll see how the game ends.
Wow.
Okay. Yeah.
Andy mailed me a package and he said, have a lighter and the package nearby. And I was like, what? And he said, yeah, trust me. And I was like, what?
Trusting Andy is a big mistake.
Yeah. Okay. So I'm going to go get the package.
Andy, I think I can't trade him out of this stuff.
Yeah. Okay. So what you could do is, let's see here. In your hand, you could. Oh no, that's.
I'm just wondering. You can't trade out of your
production
stuff
line. No. Yeah, you can't trade out of the production lines. You can only trade out of your hands. So at this point, you can trade. Ian could definitely benefit from both of those. You could just do a straight up donation, just be like a goodwill, say, hey man, you want these? Just get me back next time.
I can absolutely, give you goodwill in terms of hitting you next time.
It's up to you, Rob. Oh, did Rob back out? Oh, he was scammed the package probably.
Oh yes.
Yes. Yeah. Don't open it yet. Don't open it yet. Just have it handy.
Is this like?
We got to paste this.
Andy mailed me a prop. Like, okay, we're pacing it. Trust me, famous last words. Okay, what am I doing?
Okay.
I was just proposing that I don't really have anything to trade you for your cards, but you want to get rid of them. And
yes,
so
because otherwise,
I'm offering goodwill in future.
So basically, because the consequence is this, Rob. If you don't get rid of these, you have to kick these out to put these in.
I want to get rid of my pharmacist. I like my banker. Here, take my pharmacist.
Sounds good.
What do I do with my banker?
Okay, you have to kick one of these out to make room because you max out with 3 unless you buy this, but we're not even going to get there. So,
I don't want the container. F the container. What do I do with the container?
You ditch it. Put it in the discard pile.
All right. Bye.
Yeah. All right, leave that. No.
I'm just putting
You're drinking. I thought you were gonna do this maybe. So
I was just moving them. Okay.
All right, and then draw 3 cards from the resource deck, and then that concludes your turn. Okay, so just to kind of recap right now at this point, so people are following track. So so right here, Rob, this you see where my hand is, my little white hand in the middle. Yes. So draw 3 cards from the resource deck, the black deck,
and they go to the back of your hand.
Oh,
that's the wrong one.
Yeah, and they go back of your hand,
like back here.
Yeah. You went too far.
But there's an order to them as well. They got to go in order.
Yeah.
There's magic.
Yeah. Hold on. Someone's drinking. Okay.
Someone's like
I need more scotch.
So just to reiterate what's going on over here. So right now, I have 3 crypto. Ian has 1 crypto. Kurt has no crypto, and then Rob has no crypto. So again, just to kind of summarize the way the moves go, it's a production phase where you add 2 to 3 cards from your hand to the production area, which is this over here. Then there's a trade phase, which we do. So we draw 3 cards over here. Sorry if I'm going really fast. And then lastly, the draw phase where you draw 3 cards and you put them in the back of your hand, which is what Rob did. Okay.
Oh, okay. All right. So you refill. So, okay, I got it. Now I'm following.
Okay. All right. So, all righty. All right. So my turn. So what I will do is this. Let's see here. Okay. All right. So I got to play that. All right. And I have to play this over here. So, so what I'm going to do then is this actually. I'm going to go ahead and cash this.
AndyTheGameMaker.com, promo code lumber.
Lumber, yes. Yeah, actually, so if you're watching and you want free shipping, I have a special promo code for Rob. So that way, basically, yep. So it's just go to my website, AndyTheGameMaker.com. And when you are going to check out, use the promo code lumber and you get free shipping, which supports not just me, but my dear friend Rob and his channel as well.
Yeah. First promo code.
Yep. So,
first ever.
Yep. Alrighty. So I'm going to go ahead and exchange this for 2 crypto, the sharks. Gotta love the little legal reference baked into this game. So, yeah. So there's that.
That's what certain investors want to do to SBF. Feed him to.
Right. Now, I think I have some fun here. Oh, yeah, hold on. First of all, I'm going to drop that in there. Okay. And then I probably should have waited up with the shark. Oh, well. Okay. So,
Misty, we're probably just having one game of this, and then there's going to be discussion of Amber Heard and her shenanigans.
So,
about 5 minutes.
I'm gonna drop the detain card. So the detain card basically, that person's turn to skip. So I'm gonna drop it with Rob. So
that's bullshit.
So Rob doesn't go on his next turn, and then I'm gonna use hostile takeover, which basically enables me to take over someone's production line altogether and cash in for us. Yep. So Rob, I'm gonna go ahead and take your armors over here and cash in.
But you gave me a promo code, and you're
I know.
taking my armors, and you basically skipped me.
I did. I love you,
Oh,
buddy.
you took my
That is a
entire
lot of
opportunity.
pain.
Oh.
Yeah. Yep. So, alrighty. So I use that.
Oh.
Yeah. There's some fun cards in here. So, alrighty. So let's go to the trade phase over here. Right. So we got ourselves a hacker over here. Did you give me this hacker, Kurt?
Good.
Oh boy. Wow.
Whoops.
Okay.
It's not there. It disappeared. It's gone. It's somewhere else. It's in the ether.
Yeah. Tabletop.
It's in the
you can-
ether.
yeah. So I'll just leave this there for now. Yeah. Apologies for that. Okay. So, anyways, we're having fun.
He's
Okay.
cheating.
So, Ian, you got muscle going on over there. Would you like to have a muscle for anything? Do you have any of these three: bankers, pharmacists, farmers?
I'm in pharmacists, I'm in bankers, and I don't have farmers. So I got nothing for you.
Farmers. Okay. Kurt.
I was probably going to get, I don't know. I can't give you, yeah, no, I'm kind of stuck because politicians is going to bite me in the butt. But
Kurt, are you
Politicians
interested in muscle
always
at all?
bite you in the ass. So do bankers.
Yeah.
Do you have any of these three?
Farmer I could use, and pharmacist I could use. Yes.
No. These are mine. These are mine over here. These
Yes.
are mine. These are what I'm trading over here. These three.
I do not need any of those things now.
Okay. All right. I'll tell you what. Ian, why don't I just give you the muscle as a good
sure,
roll thing? How's that?
sure. I'm probably going to end up having to burn it for nothing. But
Me
let's
too,
see.
baby gator.
I'm not too crazy about. I'm just gonna ditch these all together and just take hackers and smugglers. So, unless that's not gonna be. Oh wait, actually, it's coming. You know what? Do you want this, Rob? Will that make you feel better?
Yes. I don't. It will, probably will. I don't know. Will it? Probably will.
Because you have this
Yes.
coming up on that turn that you won't have.
well, except that's at the back.
Yeah.
So
Yeah. Well,
It's coming up.
that's his front over there. It's that Rob has been pointing from this direction. So
Stop
then he added the-
talking about front and the back, the chat.
well, then he added the cards in the wrong place last turn.
yeah, he's having fun. He's
I did.
drinking. Okay, he's having some Snoop Dogg wine. And then alrighty. So and then I'm at my turn over here, and then it is going to be Mr. Uncivilized turns, Mr. Kurt.
All right.
So
Let's see what we got. All right. So I'm playing from this side, so I can't play anything.
You got to play two.
So I guess I'll turn in my pharmacist for one Silk Road.
one
crypto.
crypto, no Silk Road for that one.
Okay. So you
Yeah.
can take those, I guess.
Yeah, no. One goes to discard pile. One goes to your. Yeah, there you go. Ready?
Just go pile over here.
Yeah.
Okay, great. And I'll play muscle.
Mm-hmm.
I'm playing enforcer, which these are not worth anything, so I got to ditch one of them. I'll ditch the laborers because I don't have any more in my hand.
Yep.
All the labor.
Yeah, we don't need the labor.
Yeah.
I mean,
Dispensable.
you
We're the
kind of required.
we're the bourgeoisie. We don't need any of that stinking labor.
Oh, you
Oh,
cashed
that
in
worked
your
out really well for
pharmacist?
them.
Yeah, Cat, you did. Oh, we got a fun card here. This one's
What's
for
that?
you. This one's for you, Rob. I'm not sure if you can see this.
Hawk
my
Michael,
favorite
Mike
adult
Hawk.
film.
Black Hawk Down. Mike Hawk's favorite film is Black Hawk Down. Oh my god,
You walked right into
Like-
that one, dude.
Black Hawk. Black Hawk
Yeah,
Down.
just keep saying that one.
I
Say it real slow for the chat.
don't want to say it. So I don't want to say it again. Apparently, that just happened.
I don't get
This
it.
is what
Did you
happens
dismiss
when you
me?
let your friends like do anything.
I don't get the joke. Could you explain it to me in detail?
Nope. There is no more detail that needs
Whoa,
to be
whoa,
added
no,
to that.
no, Kurt, what are you doing? No, these go to these are for trading. So
Trade.
All right.
yeah.
So
All right.
I need farmers and muscles. I've got farmers. Okay, so I can play that.
I can trade you muscle for a pharmacist.
Yeah, that works.
Why does it?
Even
same thing.
Does Mike Hawk down need or Black Hawk down need pharmacists or muscle? Does Black Hawk down?
Who needs an enforcer?
Black Hawk Down needs an enforcer. That's what Black Hawk Down needs.
I don't, but I can.
Black Hawk Down.
Long lumber. I can't help noticing that you've got enforcers on your board.
I do have enforcers on my board. Do you want an enforcer?
Can you offer me either muscles or farmers?
I can offer enforcers. Here's some enforcers.
No, I'm giving you enforcers.
So shout out to Scott Cardinal. That's what that.
Here, I'll just give it to you for free because I think Andy's conspiring against you, and I want to give you.
He's totally.
And I can give you a muscle for free.
Give me all the. Why are we doing this? This feels like a setup. This feels like a setup. Why am I being set up?
It's definitely 100% being set up.
It's why am I being set up?
That's fine.
What is happening?
Thank you.
All right.
All right.
Wow.
I guess I draw 3 for my hand.
Yeah, you didn't want laborers.
I'm so confused.
Ready? Add those to the back of your hand. Got some good cards. Okay, so Mr. Runkle, it is now your turn. So you
gotta burn this for nothing.
Yep.
Okay.
Play that. And then I gotta burn.
I mean, to be honest, we all play politicians.
Then I gotta burn the politicians for nothing.
Well, they cost more to burn. Just facts.
And so just to remind people, if you're confused, again,
and
he's
then
adding
I get the
at least
option to
2
play
to this
the
production line. And then now that he's added 2 to this production line, now he's going to pull for the trade phase here soon. Right here. Here, let me make some room over here for you so you can do that. Oh, got another one. Okay, so I had some fun with this one. Little SBF humor here. Do we all get the movie reference here?
Oh, is that Ghostbusters?
Sure is.
Yes. Yes.
He looks like the guy from the shock therapy test at the very beginning of Ghostbusters.
Completely is. Totally called the Ghostbusters, where he's like, you just keep shocking me.
Yeah.
Right. Sorry.
So, anyways, okay. So let's replace that one. All right, here we go, Ian. Let me help you out.
Okay.
Had some fun with these cards. I just love the customization of this all. Alrighty. So I'm interested in bankers, by the way.
That's nice.
You like is that a personal choice? Is that a life choice? Because I know that Grindr went public today. Like did it
go public? That's hilarious.
It did. They actually went up about 200% within the first couple hours.
Nice.
It was being traded pretty actively.
Bob, I know
that's the only thing that's been traded actively on Grindr.
Okay, so I can trade you. I can trade you my laborers for your bankers.
Sure. Where are my bankers?
Not you. It's Ian's turn.
Oh.
I don't know that that's actually a beneficial trade on my end.
I got 3 laborers I'm going to give you.
Yeah, I don't know that that's actually beneficial on my end.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Oh, okay. Yeah.
How much is a bear going for? That's what I need to know.
I think I'd much rather have the bankers, to be honest.
Hold on, just hold on, just take the bank. Hold on, just take the banker. Just
we exist in the chaos.
Okay. Let's see here. So Rob has muscle, so does Kurt, but he's playing the muscle. So you're probably better off trading.
Don't give my muscle away.
Hot comma Michael over here.
Yeah.
Oh, I can play that.
Who?
Kurt,
you're in farmers.
But you have to wait.
Yeah, but it's my trading phase, so I can trade with Kurt.
I would like some farmers. That'd be nice.
How much do you enjoy the customization of this, Rob? The cards.
It's pretty. I'm enjoying it, except for the hawking and the downing.
And you're already in muscle, so that's not helpful.
I'm already in muscle.
So what do you need in exchange for farmers, Ian?
Well, I was going to say the muscle, but you're in muscle, so I don't know if you want to do
my
that.
goodness.
Okay, Andy.
We're just walking into jokes right now.
Andy, what am I doing with this package? What am I doing with this package? The package.
We'll wait.
Grinder.
We'll wait. We'll wait. We have to wait. We have to wait. We have to wait. You can open it.
Oh,
You can open, but you can't show anyone.
tell you what,
Show us your package, Rob.
Don't show anyone yet. Don't show anyone the contents of it yet. Do not. You can look at it.
tell you what, I'll give you the
Why does it
farmers
smell?
and the muscle for your 2 hackers.
Oh, Kurt, you hear that? He's going to give you both of these 2 for your 2 hackers. So you'll have.
Yeah, you can have it. You can have it.
That's wow. That's actually a pretty good trade.
And
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 laborers are going to go in the
why
trash
does it
bin.
smell? And why is it heavy? And why does it
Oh
smell?
no! Don't keep it away from your nose. Keep it away from your nose. Keep it away from your nose.
Fox.
What are you doing to my friends?
You'll see.
All right, I think that's all the trading.
Yep.
This thing needs an invert button.
All this talk about packages and muscle and grinder. It's just this is getting out of hand.
There's so much innuendo, Andy. There's so much innuendo.
I am here for it. It is the weekend. It is
It's not
Friday.
getting out of hand. It's not getting
Andy's
out of
just
hand.
a bad
It's getting in
person.
hand.
Bad person. All right.
No, but
now,
I imagine.
oh
there's
wait,
just
that's
drinking
right.
and yelling at
That
each
is
other
right.
through This game.
Rob can't go.
What?
So it goes. Oh,
'Cause I'm
sorry.
detained.
Whoa. You
Oh,
are
wait.
detained. So
Yeah.
When does my detention end? Is it just indefinite detention?
no, just that turn. And
No,
it
it
goes
ends
back
now.
to me.
My detention ends now.
It goes. Yeah. Alrighty. So. Okay. Damn it. I didn't do enough trading. Now I'm screwed. Okay. All right. I'm gonna burn my. Yeah. Okay. Good thing I didn't trade for that banker. Okay.
It is not. It is the chat to the chat. It is not surströmming. If it is surströmming, I will fly to where Andy is, and I will take a hot poker and just all the things. No, it is not
Okay.
surströmming.
You're gonna all the things.
No, God, Ian.
Oh my god.
It took you that long, Andy? Like really?
Oh
You're
my
that
goodness.
focused?
No. I am. Okay, so back to the game. So laborers, our favorite dispensable resource in this game. I have 2 of them. Ian.
Thank you for the clarification in this game.
I could trade you a third one for your bankers.
You know what? I think I will do that. You know what? Here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna
I was
kick
gonna
this.
say you'd be crazy not to.
There you go. Let's see. I have more to trade.
I'm gonna go. I have to go kick my router. It's doing bad things. Hang on one second.
Oh no.
I have to kick my router.
Is that's code for kicking Ghostblade? Okay. All right. Enough of the jokes. Everyone. Okay.
I've got so many.
Okay. And now I'm gonna draw 3 cards, and then Kurt, you can go.
Okay. Let's see.
Oh, hold on. Hang on a sec here. I got another little fun card. I'll share this with Kurt over here. So in the chat, it's got the Tobey Maguire meme over here from Spider-Man. It says Sam Bankman-Fried, and then he's putting the glasses on, but it says nope, some bank fraud.
Nice.
Little fun there.
Cute.
So this is what happens when you walk away and you check your router. Miss out on the fun jokes. Okay. I'll leave this for Rob when he gets back.
I'm gonna check Rob's
And somebody's
router.
asking if
I
kicking the
heard- I
router is
heard all of
innuendo.
that.
It is
You know, the whole,
absolutely.
like,
You did not hear anything.
Headphones. I hear that. See the headphones.
No,
See
you
that?
don't.
That's wireless. That's Wi-Fi. It's Bluetooth. Bluetooth carries wherever I go.
Jeez, my goodness.
I hear all of you.
It's insufferable. Okay.
Let me get
anyways.
the air horn.
Okay. All right.
We'll just watch Rob flail for his ears.
By the way, there's only 4 cards left, so and then that will end this iteration.
So on Grinder,
Jesus, Kurt.
My goodness.
So Kurt,
It was the pronouncement, and it was the volume of the pronouncement. Like on Grinder.
Kurt got the DEA card.
I have a
All
card
right.
for
What
that.
does DA
though.
do?
So his most valuable production line, which was his muscle.
But I've
that
got a
get-
card that deals with that. It's
Oh,
special.
you do. Oh my goodness. Yeah, so DA defense, it's hard to read, but basically it's your least expensive, I think, is what the way it reads. Hold on a sec here. Let me just clarify that. Sorry for the chat that's very difficult to see. But basically that's what's gonna happen here is he's gonna take his least expensive production,
So
which
the
would
DA
be
compares to
enforcers actually. And
Yours.
yeah. Yeah. No, it's
Bullshit.
I know. Got all the good cards. Yeah. So this one reads.
Kurt, I see you've got bankers that you don't need. I propose to trade you a smugglers and a muscle for your bank.
Hang on a sec here. So not only hold on. So discard this card with a DA card. Okay, so what you can do then, hold on a sec here. So you can discard this to avoid this. First of all, and then we replace it all together.
Yep.
Is that the last one? Oh my gosh. Okay, well, I guess we're not gonna. Here's another one over here.
Nice. Man fucks 5 million people at once. That's about right.
Little fun there. So, okay. So that basically concludes this for right now. But Kurt, if you want to cash in, I will allow you to do so. Or you can also, by the way, you can add. Hold on. You can add up to 2 cards from your hand to your production line. So you can add that muscle there for this card. Yep. And then do you have anything else? No, that's it. Okay. So yeah, you can cash that in on your turn.
So that's worth 2.
Sorry. Okay, so this one's worth what?
Is it my turn yet?
Yeah. No, that's it.
Do I get to come back?
Includes our demo.
Yay.
Cartel. So
The rest of us cash in.
I got 6. Let's see here. No, that
Number
would
4.
4. Ian has. Rob has 0. So Rob, I will give you first and foremost. By the way, do you know you can change the? I wanted to do this earlier.
What can I change? I can change the background.
I can change the
You can change the tabletop
board. Yeah, the actual board. Little fun there.
Rob.
But anyways,
Yes.
if you want, you can flip the table, Rob, since you came in last. I will give you that honor.
I can flip. Flip.
Yeah.
Wait, how do I do that? I flip.
It's at the
table?
very
Button
top.
at
The flip button at the top.
There's a flip button at the top.
Oh no, I hit it.
Oh, and you failed the strength check.
Wait, there's strength
There you
test.
I also failed it.
There's
Oh
strength
wait,
test.
is this? You know what? This is. I'm sorry. This is the second time this happened. Okay, so all right. All right, I'll just go ahead and flip it.
Flip the table.
Flip the table.
It's gone.
Yep. There's Rob's face. Yep. All right.
How far down is it falling?
To infinity.
All the way down.
Yeah.
That's distressing. So, Rob, the chat is asking for you to show them your package.
Yes. Oh my goodness. It's
I was
just
waiting
never
to see
ends.
how long. I was waiting to see. That was the thing. You all failed. I was waiting to see how long it would take.
Well, Rob,
you look fantastic.
first and foremost, Misery likes company. So I will partake in whatever you're about to do right now.
What is this? Where's the package? Where's my package? What's in the box?
We're about to find out what's in the box.
What's in the freaking box?
By the way, thank you everyone for watching.
3 hours.
Hopefully
I
that
think
was,
all
far
your
as demos
streaming
go-
should be in this hoodie.
as far
It
as
probably
demos
is gonna
go,
be.
I hope you all enjoyed
I'm gonna
that.
change it. Let me go back in the Amber Heard. So, what's in the?
Can you wear that under your suit and jacket at court?
Okay.
No, I'll get
That'd
yelled
be-
at.
You're gonna
That'd be
do as
cool.
I do. Oh, don't.
What did you buy him?
Light it up, baby. I got one too. You're not the only one.
You know what? I've got the pleasant smell of a nice glass of scotch.
And we will smell this together. By the way, this is the room that I share with my wife.
What is it? Oh, well, it's a good thing you have 3 children because you're probably not going to have any more.
Yes. So Rob, light it up. Come on, light it up.
It's lit.
Is it really? Smell it. Let's smell it together.
Nope.
So
Nope.
what is
Can I shut
the
it? Can I
scent?
shut it? Can I shut it?
So
What is the scent on this one?
So I bought this. I actually bought this for someone else originally, but things kind of didn't work out. However,
Are
So
these
this
like
is a
dog
candle.
vomit scented candles?
It's bad. It's bad.
this is a
bad.
stinky candle.
It's not
This is
good.
Urine?
This is a urine scented candle.
What's Rob's labeled?
It's both urine. I got one for him and me
Why?
Because he's a mean person.
because misery
Well,
loves company.
better you than me. Because I gotta say,
Hey,
somebody mails me a calendar or a candle that says urine on the box,
Okay.
I'm not opening that.
It didn't
Yep.
say urine. It was completely taped over. And he was
Yes,
like,
it
trust
was.
me. And that is the last time I trust Andy.
I feel like this is something you light and then push through somebody else's mail slot.
Kind of is. It might be. All right. So let's. Okay. All right. It might be.
When
I like
mere, when
Andrew's
mere
way to-
arson isn't enough.
Yeah.
When
They're like, look,
Andy.
we charge you for the arson, but honestly, the more serious thing is the candle itself.
The all my years in the army has enabled me to
numbed your nose.
to deal with some of the worst of circumstances.
I was gonna say this is like tear gas training.
Oh yes, gas train. Oh, that was I didn't. Some people have a really bad reaction to that. There are some people who will do that and they have like absolutely no reaction, and it's very bizarre. It's like a very small percentage of people. They'll go in there and they'll make you shout your name and stuff like that, and it's just like easy for some people. You're just like, what's going on? How does this happen?
A friend of mine has basically no reaction to pepper spray, and we found this out because we were on a long distance road trip, and we were like, we need a bathroom real bad. And we pulled over at this McDonald's and they had a big out of order sign on the men's bathroom. And he was like, screw it. It's been 3 hours. I'm going in anyway. So he pushes the door open. He goes in, comes out, and the manager's waiting there with like a nervous look. And he's like, are you okay? And he's like, yeah, I mean, it was a little hazy in there. And meanwhile, when he's come out, the air that's come with him is making my eyes sting and burn. And he's like, yeah, no, somebody bear sprayed in there. And he's like, oh, I didn't notice. Now, keep in mind, this is the bathroom, folks. So it's not just like he walked in because the air stung me, but he walked in, pulled out some very sensitive portions of his anatomy in the
Why? Like the thing
and
is,
did not notice.
So, can I ask
what's
the
going
why does Ian have a story that lines up with this? Like every single time.
I love it. I am here
lines
for it. No.
off.
Don't question Ian and his stories. I am loving this.
I can question Ian. Look, I'm a crypto lord. Like I am a dark crypto lord underneath a unicorn hoodie right now. That is happening.
Yes.
Yeah, so I just drove and we found a gas station about 2 minutes down the road.
Love it.
So I was the one who went to the gas station.
Oh my goodness.
Kurt
looks defeated right now.
I can't really see anything right now. Like,
But
I'm going to take the hood off because I can't see what's going on. No,
talk
Rob
to
didn't do the
cops.
bet. No.
Every once in a while, they'll say that they'll just meet somebody who they just hose down with pepper spray, and the guy just like, and so. And I mean, I love spicy food, but I'm pretty sure pepper spray would wreck me.
Okay, so back on topic. Here we go. We're back on the train that goes in a direction that is a unidirectional
And we're already
and not
derailed.
all over the place.
And before you do that, thank you, Rob, for having me on here and
Ian,
demoing my
not
game. I
Ian.
really appreciate that. I hope everyone enjoys it. And again, if you
Well-
are interested in buying a copy, AndyTheGameMaker.com with lumber as a promo code for free shipping.
And that was
Not
what I
just
wanted.
myself. Awesome
Give me
little,
1 second. Don't jump off yet. Give me 1 second.
I'm not jumping
I
off.
wanna
Oh
talk
no,
about-
I'm hanging out. I'm hanging out.
Yeah, good. I want to talk
I'm
to the whole
growing
chat
out.
here for a second. I want to talk to the whole chat here for a second. I tell people all the time, go make something, you'll feel better. Go make something, you'll feel better.
Yeah, he
Whether
made
it's
an entire
drawing
game.
something, whether it's writing something, whether it's painting something, whether it's taking words, putting it on paper, whether it's stitching. I have these unicorns. I have these different things that all of you guys have made. Go make something. It'll make you feel better. You know what Andy made? Andy made a game that took a long time to make. So you're damn right I'm going to have him on the channel. And you're damn right I'm going to make him show his game because he made something and I'm proud of it. And I'm
One more
glad
thing.
he did it.
One more
So,
fun
yeah.
thing about my game, by the way. I'm going to drop something in the chat you can check out later. So there's actually music for the game as well. That's right on my channel. There's actually like an hour-long soundtrack.
I don't know, LaRoque. Are you asking? Are you offering? Like, are we looking
It's
for
the
dates?
weekend.
Is that
Lay
what
off
it is?
him.
It's the weekend.
He's mine.
Andy, do you play Settlers of Catan?
I love Settlers of Catan.
All right, I will have to figure out something to send you in return here.
Yeah.
Excellent. Appreciate that.
There is no there. Yeah. So Andy, thank you for doing that. Thank you for sharing that. AndyTheGameMaker.com.
I'm here to stay for this evening. Thank you.
Promo code Lumber. Let's do it. We're going to talk about our favorite person in the whole wide world, Amber Heard. Well, no, we're not going to talk about her. We're going to talk about somebody else.
I was going to say favorite person.
No, we're going to talk about somebody else. We're going to talk about someone who quite literally just always fucking steps in it. And it's after 2 hours. And the reason why I wanted to do
I'm pretty sure she's the source of it.
Well, that's what I mean. The reason why I want to do this game, I wanted to do that game to take up. So I got over the 2 hour mark so I could use the curse words. So to the chat who were waiting very patiently, that was intentional. Because
we're doing curse words. I have all kinds of curse words, man.
Where you're allowed to. Just you got to keep it to like 3 or 4 in a row. No copywritten music, and don't talk over each other.
So like 12 is too many?
3, limit to 3 in a row.
No.
We can't yell over each other. And no wishing or no wishing or suggesting the wishing, because here's the thing.
Remember, folks, if you want to wish harm on somebody, you have to do it silently. Because if you tell people
breaker.
We're not.
If you tell,
nope. That will.
If you tell people what your wish is, then it won't come true. So you have to do it silently.
If you are going to suggest that negative consequences befall any single person I'm about to talk about, then I will see you out right now, because we're not going to do that, because that is one thing that everyone has accused. Look, I went on Twitter today and I made comments about this, and I said I was going to talk about this tonight. And the number of people who came and they were saying all these negative things and accusing me of being misogynist or hateful or all this other stuff. No, we are not going to do that. My chat is not going to do that. If you are here watching me, you are not going to do that in my name. We are not going to say that we wish any ill will on anyone that is out there. We can say that what they say is bullshit. And
I just hope they have a long life being themselves and having to live with being themselves.
And that is a fair wish. That's a fair wish. I like that wish. It's fantastic. But no, we're not going to. And LaRocca, you didn't offend me, buddy. Where is it? I just saw that. Yeah, no, you didn't offend me. You didn't offend me. It was just joking. I can take all the comments you guys can throw. So why?
And you can try me as well. You can try to offend me as well. It's not gonna work. I mean, Army is.
I was gonna say Army is a tough bet for offending.
Yeah,
I've seen it all.
If you get offended easily in the Army, someone is gonna screw with you.
It's gonna be a problem,
and it's gonna be everybody. When I say someone, it's gonna be everybody.
Everyone.
So why am I getting slightly animated? Because I read a letter this morning.
I won't read the letter.
No, Scott Cardinal's in the chat. I missed all the jokes.
Yeah. So I read a letter. Dun, dun, dun. Where are you, Miss Tenbarge? Let me find you, because you pissed me off. I'm sorry about that, but you did. Here we go. The letter. And let's share the screeny thingies, because we're going to share the screeny things, because we have conversations and I have opinions. And I'm allowed to have opinions because I'm a grown-ass man. And grown-ass men and grown-ass women and grown-ass everybody's allowed to have opinions. And I have opinions about this. Sure, why not? Experts support Amber Heard. Okay, experts.
I'm an expert.
Yeah, Andy is an expert. Kurt is an expert.
I made a game.
Andy's an expert in making games. Ian is an expert in probably firearms as well as legal issues.
Also,
this
snark
word means jack shit. It means jack shit. Nothing. And I am not
also correct.
I am not disparaging any of the people that signed on to this letter. I have no issue with their organizations or what they represent or the people that they help, because I know some of these organizations and they do a lot of good. What I have a problem with is the vessel
they also do evil.
Communicate through. No, the vessel they chose to communicate through. That's how I'm phrasing this. It is not the message that they wish to send, because the message they wish to send is a good one. It's the vessel by which they mean to make that communication known to the world. That's my problem. So, an open letter in support of Amber Heard. 5 months ago, the verdict in a defamation trial between Johnny Depp and Amber Heard deeply concerned many professionals in the fields of intimate partner and sexual violence.
What does that mean?
I'm in that field. I'm a domestic relations lawyer. I practice family law defending those victims of domestic violence.
But you're clearly on the wrong side of this issue, and therefore you're just.
I'm a misogynistic pig that is doing nothing other than trying to make money off of the harms of other people.
He glorifies
Exactly.
splitting up families.
That is quite honestly, yeah. As many, including A.O. Scott for the New York Times, have noted, if you want to hear my comments about A.O. Scott, please check out Hogue Law. Go ahead and look at his Hangouts and Headlines this morning. I go in depth about how I feel about that article. I'm not going to do it now. The vilification of Ms. Heard and ongoing online harassment of her and those who have voiced support for her have been unprecedented in both vitriol and scale.
I dispute that.
Unprecedented in vitriol and scale. I would say that there's probably precedent for people spewing vitriolic hate on the internet.
How's Sam Shepard? How did he do?
Not that well.
Yeah, I just feel like he got it worse.
Sam Shepard,
And, didn't deserve it.
for those of you who don't know, Sam Shepard was accused of murdering his wife, and the Cleveland Press ran about, I want to say about 15 to 16 headlines before the prosecutor even brought charges, resulted in a coroner's inquest that was essentially parading in front of the crowd and accusing him of doing the thing he did not do. It was later acquitted and released from that. But I would say that people in the past have been shown vitriol and hate on the internet.
Wait, so what motivated them to do that to Sam Shepard in the first place?
They didn't like him.
But why?
They didn't like him.
Was it for profit?
No, there was no profit. I mean, he sold newspapers.
That's what I mean. Yeah, because that's the thing is, I'm not sure if, how many people are aware of this, but hate is the easiest way to spread information, whether it's online or if it's in print. It's a great motivator.
Here's the other part. For her and those who have voiced support for her, I have neither harassed, intimidated, yelled at, undermined, or harmed any person who has supported Amber Heard.
Now they define harassment as disagreement. They define harassment as any disagreement. So by their standards, you're
an abusing, misogynistic bastard just like me because you criticized and said negative things and have the wrong thing.
That sucks.
Because
I also
I like how they managed in their letter they managed to make the word abuse meaningless. That was talented.
This is the problem I have with it. I have so many fucking problems with this. Okay, we're going to continue because much of this harassment was fueled by disinformation, misogyny,
disinformation,
and monetized.
Like
I know
the actual trial.
This is the problem. This is the problem with an open letter like this.
Is that it's written by idiots.
No, it's
or
not.
Other idiots.
The sad part about it is, Ian, is that I actually have respect for several organizations that signed on to this, and I want to talk to them.
Well, maybe
I want to talk.
Stop having respect.
No, Ian, I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to do that at all. Because the thing is, a lot of these organizations do provide a lot of on-the-ground help and have a lot of resources that are available to people who are actual victims. The problem I have is the people in charge of these organizations that are signing on to this crap
are defining their things by political,
kind of, and they're reporting off of second and third hand information.
Give them Ghostblade. Whip out Ghostblade.
They don't deserve it. It's so the disinformation.
What disinformation? I watched the whole trial, Rob.
Well, that's the disinformation. You should have just listened to them.
Can I just say something real quick? Because Nate said something earlier today, and he tweeted this out. He was criticizing MSM on, I think it was Amber Heard, and I actually pointed this out where we're kind of at a really interesting point right now in you could say history, current events, what have you, where he referred to MSM as as such, and I don't think MSM is mainstream anymore, and I've heard that from other people, and but the best way to describe them is they're the corporate press, not mainstream.
Corporate press. I like that. We're going to call them the corporate press.
I think the three of you are more mainstream than the corporate press.
We're going to call them corporate press. We're going to call them,
not to give you egos.
No, corporate press, because the thing is, I don't actually dispute that that moniker, that identification. Corporate press is a fair identification of what we have previously referred to as mainstream media, because you're right. The observation is that they are very disconnected from the people they purport to speak on behalf of, as this letter kind of demonstrates.
I don't care. They want to put their name behind it. They can eat every bit of it. The entire organization can eat.
By the way, that comes from Michael Malice. I just want people to be aware of that. I didn't come up with that. That came from Michael Malice.
They want to use their imprimatur and branding. The entire organization can eat disrespect.
Well, so we're gonna walk through this, and we're gonna do it with a careful scalpel, because I'm not gonna come in here with a bludgeoning object.
They did. They came in bludgeoning.
Kurt, I'm not them. And respectfully, I'm not them, and I will not allow them to make me stoop to their level, because the problem that I have with a lot of the messaging that they are relaying is, for all I can tell from a lot of these people, I would say probably 30 to 40% at the very least, and just from the outside glancing in, at the very least 30 to 40% of the people who are signing on to these letters and are doing this stuff, they're doing it with positive intentions. They're just using the wrong mechanisms, and they don't realize how insulting and demeaning and derogatory it is to the people who view the world differently than they do.
Wait, so you think it's with positive intention behind this?
Look, Rob, I respect you, and I respect your channel. If you want me to sign off because I don't agree with you, then I understand. I can't get behind that.
You can disagree, and people are allowed to be on here that have their own opinions. That's completely fine.
I mean, my take is that this is just out of sexism. They've got a framework for how the world works. They're probably followers of the Duluth model, which, if you're not familiar with, is basically every time you hear one of these experts say, well, men aren't really abused, it's really the women who are always the victims of things. That's Duluth, and it's sexist, and it's not based on anything. And in a lot of cases, these groups are protecting their funding as well, because if they aren't doing stuff like that, if we do recognize that there is abuse of, multiple genders, then we're going to have people going, well, shouldn't they get some support too? And I mean, I think the answer to that is an obvious yes. People should be getting support, but they don't want to see that. And, we need to have, the people who are trying to fight a proper understanding of what domestic violence looks like are not doing good. They're not, they're actively making the world a worse place.
And let me use this example. And just a second, Ian, I'm sorry. Just a second, because I want to call this out, because I want to bring it down, because Andy is like peeking over the top of the screen. Zoe says, Law and Lumber, didn't you just say FTX had positive intentions when they stole money? Yes, I did. I said the positive intentions, the ends that you're trying to achieve, do not justify the means by which you are achieving that end. That is why I'm attacking this. That is why I'm going after this. Now, there are innocent people, investors in FTX, and there are innocent people along the way. I'm not going to blanket look at every single person that read this letter and signed it and say that every single individual on this is on the same level as some of the individuals on this.
I can agree with that.
Because,
that's Machiavellianism
is what you're describing. Go ahead.
We're going to get to my opinion on that in 1 second, because it comes down to the article that Kat Tenbarge wrote and the clarification she kind of gives on this one. Because I feel like this thing was spearheaded by one or two people, and they kind of went around and basically coerced people to sign on to this.
If they sign their name to it, as far as I'm concerned, they can all eat it equally.
It's fine.
And the thing is that they have every opportunity at this point to walk it back, to say,
fine.
Whoa, you know what? I signed this, but we thought about it a little more, and, maybe it was lacking in nuance. Maybe, like, we recognize that there's a number of
when people show you who they are, believe them.
We recognize that there's a number of survivors of domestic abuse who have recognized that Amber Heard seems much more like they're abusers than like themselves, which
So,
is something I've heard from literally, like, I don't know, I've lost count by a large stretch at this point.
hang on.
How
Rush
many
the
people
judgment.
have quoted that?
I'm not being
wow.
passive. Let me
I
tell
want-
you why I'm making the statements I am. Look. So I know personally this organization did research on them. They do a great amount of funding to shelters that support both men and women. I know that a bunch of these organizations support a lot of people. And
What
these organizations
shelters support men?
are corporations, Kurt. They're corporations. I don't care about them. I don't care about these. I do care that they have signed on to this. Here's the problem that I hate more than anything else is how this is being used, how this letter is being used. And the problem is the message of this letter. And here's the punchline. The message of this letter is intended to be, here's what's intended to be. It is intended to be that real victims should not be shamed for being victims. The problem is it's the same crap that Elaine Bredehoff tried to relay beforehand. It was basically saying, now, based on this opinion and this verdict, you have to bring receipts. And that's the part I hate. I don't hate the fact that they are trying to, no, I hate it. I do.
Okay, what?
I hate it.
I'm sorry, this
I
is
hate
bad.
it. I do. The more that you read it, the more that you go through this, and the more that you say it, and who was in your PR departments? Who was in your legal department? Who was there telling you that this was a good idea? Like, who was there? Who was on the ground? Give me your social media.
They stand by it.
Like, tell me. Like, come and talk to me.
This
Who
letter
was the
is
one
built
that
on
told
misandry.
you
It is built on female
fine?
privilege. It is built on the concept that women can do no wrong, that women must be believed, believe all women literally, that their accusations must be believed. Any criticism or doubt of them is hatred. That is what this letter is based on.
That's
I know.
This
evangelism.
letter is based on a broken worldview that men are lesser, men are the evil, men are to be ridiculed, abused, ignored, derided, whatever it takes.
I want to pause.
I am woman, hear me roar.
I wanna pause.
To an
I wanna
absolute
pause.
end.
I want to pause because the thing is, if this letter, not the misogyny, all this, take the crap out of it. If the message itself was, we want to support female victims who are victims. What about Erica fucking Patterson? What about Erica fucking Patterson? For those of you in the chat who aren't familiar, Erica Patterson was the girlfriend of Darrell Brooks. Now, one of the things that we learned about Darrell Brooks this week was we learned not just that Erica Patterson was put on the stand by Darrell Brooks and cross-examined by Darrell Brooks, having been his ex-girlfriend that fathered children by him, whom he had relations with when she was underage in Nevada. We learned not only that he had beaten her in the past and put her on the stand and tried to cross-examine her about that very incident. We also heard this week during sentencing that he made various phone calls from jail with a protective order in place, as he did before with a protective order in place. He went all the way to her, saw her in person, physically hit her with a protective order in place. And then called her from the jailhouse and basically said, if you don't come and bail me out, if I wanted you gone, you would never have testified in the first place because you wouldn't have been here. If you don't come and bail me out for something that you caused. He blamed it all on her. I called it beforehand.
Yep. No, he's the sort of guy who thinks this is her fault because she made him angry.
And here's why I have a problem with this letter. This letter puts her in the same category as Amber Heard. That's a problem. That's my
I'm
problem.
not sure it even does that because it ignores her completely.
Yeah, it basically says who cares about her.
That's what I mean. It basically says
it's not believe all women. It's believe the right women. Believe the convenient women.
Believe the right people. Believe the people it's easy to believe.
Believe the pretty, wealthy, well-connected woman.
Unless it's Joe Biden running for president.
Yeah.
You don't believe them.
Yeah.
Like you could have picked. You could have done better. Like you just could have done better. So what I also learned today was that Michelle Dauber one of our favorite people in the whole world.
Phil Dahlberg can eat a bag.
I mean, here's the thing. These are organizations that do good work, but they are choosing to clown themselves here.
Yes.
Nobody forced them to do anything.
Why are you
They
doing
came
this?
out and, you know, it's perfectly fine if somebody says, hey, I've got this open letter to say, hey, you know what? We weren't there. It's a complicated scenario. We've got a jury verdict. We're not touching this. Right? That's perfectly fine. But to say, like, listen, we're going to, you know, weigh in on this is making a stand, and it's making a bad stand. And, you know, you're saying that they have shelters for men. I find that surprising because finding shelters for men.
Yeah, when Rob
is
said they supported shelters for men, I'm like, what shelters for men?
Yeah,
Which
I mean,
ones?
most cities have 0 shelters for men. Like not 1, not 2, but 0. And
last I heard, there was something like less than 5 shelters for men in the entire United States.
Yeah, there's 0 in Canada. If you are a man in Canada right now who is accused of or who is facing domestic violence, your options are what do you call it? A homeless shelter. That's where they send people. So you know, I find that very surprising. But if you are one of those men, how do you then turn around and like feel comfortable going, hey, you know what? I'm gonna go to that shelter, right? I trust these people.
I know.
You know, how do you feel that that's,
but these 2 messages right here, like, I have a nephew. I don't want him abused because of this narrative. Abuse has no gender.
Well, and
Rob
the
is
thing
saying,
I hear,
and this next one, and then you can. And Rob is saying that this letter is saying that if you don't believe Amber Heard, you don't believe the actual victims. That is exactly that's what they're trying to convince you.
This letter pisses me off because this entire premise of this letter, at its core, is we support Amber Heard. How is that possible at this point, Rob? That's where I'm losing you. How do you sign on to a letter that says we support Amber Heard when the absolute overwhelming manifest evidence is that Amber Heard was a serial abuser of Johnny Depp? How do you sign on to a letter at this point
not just
after
like,
a 7-week trial?
God damn,
after a 7-week trial,
all right, shut
up.
Everyone shut up. Here's the thing. Family dynamics are exceedingly complicated. This trial was painful for me to watch because I saw both fucking sides. I really did. I have represented people in both capacities, and I have said that abuse has occurred on everyone. Every single person in the chat, every person I've ever spoken to, give me your phone, I will prove abuse. Period. End of story. Johnny Depp abused Amber Heard. He did it via communications and volume and voice and actions that he engaged in. Amber Heard abused Johnny Depp. They abused each other. That was abuse that existed in both capacities, in both directions. I'm not saying that one was better, one is worse. I'm not saying any of that crap. I'm not saying that. Because the thing is, here, one of the things that people are saying is Johnny Depp was a victim. Yes, he was. But Amber Heard was too. But she was also the aggressor. She was. Now, the problem that happened, the problem that I have with this in the Virginia case is that Amber Heard sold a bill of goods to the entire world that the level of abuse that she was subjected to, that she was victimized by, was so significant and egregious that it bordered on Gone Girl with a bottle being forcibly penetrated. And that ended up being lies. Now, while there may have been verbal and emotional engagement that is quite certainly and most definitely falls within the category and statutory interpretation of abuse, there was worse, and both going in both directions. And what Amber Heard did was she went out and said that I engaged in none of that. I was the victim, and he engaged in behavior that was so egregious that I was the victim of sexual violence and faced society's wrath for it. And then she made up a story that didn't make any fucking sense. I have no doubt that the emotional engagement from Mr. Depp, which he admitted himself on the stand, was abusive in nature.
There's a
but
tweet.
Amber Heard did it too.
There's a tweet on my profile that I pinned to the top. I'm not sure if who's familiar with Jonathan Haidt. I think this plays perfectly in what you're saying, Rob. But basically, it's the quote is from his book Righteous Mind. Morality binds and blinds. It binds us into ideological teams that fight each other, as though the fate of the world depended on our side winning each battle. it blinds us to the fact that each team is composed of good people who have something important to say. And I think that appropriately addresses what you're talking about.
It's the problem I have is that, God damn, what Amber Heard was selling to the world at large was bullshit.
Mm-hmm.
It was bullshit. It was bullshit. Yes, Johnny Depp yelled. You listen to those tapes, people. We listened to the closing. We listened to the close of the evidence at the conclusion of his case. That is bullshit. No person in a relationship should be subjected to that. But no person who is in a relationship should be doing the same shit that Amber Heard did.
Mm-hmm.
None of that should exist. Why? Why can't we all just fucking admit that? Well, here's the fucking problem with this. And it's the problem I have with the letter. It's the problem I have with the narrative that keeps that Amber Heard's camp can't seem to embrace. You know what Johnny Depp's camp has not done? Johnny Depp, since he took the stand and said that what I said or the words I said can constitute emotional abuse, he has never backed down from that. He has always said that. He has admitted that. He has owned that. To everyone in Amber Heard's camp that is sitting there saying he denied abuse. No, he said it on the fucking record. He said, I admit that what I said was emotionally and could be perceived as emotionally and verbally abusive. But he said, I never physically abused her. That was what he was accused of wrongfully.
I think to be precise, he said that verbal abuse can be abusive. I don't think he said that his conduct was abusive.
Cross-examination by Rottenborn. He asked him when looking at that text message, could you see a way that this is abusive? Going through
it could be interpreted as abusive. I mean, anything can be interpreted as abusive, especially with these kinds of definitions of abuse that are being thrown around in these letters.
And that's the problem. Why are we expanding the scope? Why are we going? Why are you grasping at straws?
She's
And
trying
I mean,
to save her
this
career.
is kind of our problem, is that if we're gonna flag like every insulting message in the same category, then like we get into a really sketchy area. And I'm not saying that this is okay, but
Yes.
you know, and to say that like basically what they're saying is that Depp needed to lose this one for other victims, and that's like nobody should sign this. There is no justification for signing this.
It pisses me off.
Even if you get to the premise that Johnny Depp is somehow an abuser, which I'm not sure.
I didn't say that. I didn't say that. Here's the thing. I said every single person in a relationship. I can take your phone. I can take your phone and prove abuse. And as far as verbal abuse, emotional abuse, physical abuse, different categories, abuse is such a vague term.
Then at that point,
perhaps I misheard you because I thought you said that Amber Heard was abused and Johnny Depp was. I thought you had said that Johnny Depp abused Amber Heard. I
verbally and emotionally abused.
But if our terms include every relationship,
that's what I mean,
which is what you're suggesting, then they are not useful. Like if all it comes down to is these are people who breathe, then the term is meaningless. Abuse needs to actually be something more than just they were in a relationship.
As was pointed out to me in law school, to highlight everything is to highlight nothing. If a term becomes so broad, if it becomes so broad as to mean everything, the term means nothing. So if you expand abuse out this wide, the term actually becomes meaningless. It means nothing.
Like, should we all be living in a shelter?
All right, let me see if I can articulate this appropriately. And I said it earlier today. Family dynamics are so specific and fact specific and related to that specific dynamic. You have a husband, you have a wife, you have a boyfriend, girlfriend, boyfriend. That interpersonal dynamic is so factually specific to those two people that trying to create a global standard that applies across the board for all of these couples and say that if this constitutes abuse in this relationship, it constitutes abuse across the board, no matter what's engaged in by the other side. Kurt, it's a definitional problem. It's a definitional problem.
Yeah, I mean, I've got some issues with the line of thinking.
Yeah,
Fine.
I'm sorry.
Fine.
I don't agree.
It's fine. That's
with all
fine.
possible respect.
You don't have to agree. You really don't. You really don't. And that's fine. And I'm going to have a lot of people disagreeing with me on this. And honestly, the shit that Amber Heard engaged in is going to bring anyone to say things that Johnny Depp said. This is part of my job that I hate. It really is. You see the worst of people every fucking day. Every day you see the worst of people.
I'm sure you've seen some horror shows. I have no doubt. And that's one of the things. That's one of the things that's so. And your language, or I don't 100% know what. I don't 100% understand, but especially with the horror shows that I'm sure you've seen, there seems to be some sort of equivocation, or almost like they're equal in some respects. Like
I'm trying to reconcile that. Why am I supposed to compare? Why am I supposed to take sides? Why am I supposed to compare the people I've represented to people I've seen? Why am I supposed to compare that with these two?
No, you're supposed to, but you can if you wish.
Well, but why are they asking for you? Why does that seem to be mainstream media's primary objective?
To get me
well, that's exactly why I don't understand what you're saying. Because I would think if you're comparing your day-to-day reality with what you see against Johnny Depp, you're like, what the fuck is this? Johnny Depp doesn't belong anywhere near this category.
Yeah.
What the fuck are you talking about?
Yeah, that's what I thank you, Kurt. That's what I'm trying to relate to the average person. The behavior that you saw to the average person was shocking. But then when Amber Heard took the stand, it's like, oh shit, I thought that the bar was here. And apparently in this relationship, the bar's like up here.
Nothing Johnny Depp did, as I heard in the trial, ever shocked me or I found particularly unsettling. The only reason I thought Johnny Depp was going to lose, which was my presumption and my legal conclusion for the first 3 weeks of the trial, was because on a defamation standard, like the things we're talking about under defamation standard, I didn't think he could get to where he was going to be as a public figure. I didn't think he could make it. And then day 2 of Amber Heard's testimony, I'm like, oh yeah, he's got it. But I never thought that what Johnny Depp did or said based on what was real in the tapes shocked me as particularly surprising or abusive. It didn't feel that way to me.
I think
so. Go ahead.
Yeah, no, just like from I'm obviously out of my depth being 3 of the lawyers on this stream, but from my perspective, from I guess one of the major differences is the asymmetry related to the institutional backing behind Amber Heard versus Johnny Depp. That's something that I personally hang on to, and I think that's just something that ultimately just influences people to in their thinkings about this, and that's why you see, for example, this open letter. That's what this is. Again, it's institutions backing her up again to just, I think, CYA more or less. So,
well, so Mimi makes a point, and maybe she's kind of right, Rob. Because of your job, I feel your opinion is clouded, and you're afraid to hurt victims by having a strong stance. I think the biggest issue that I have had with all of the stances that have been raised in this is that every fucking time I see someone going out and trying to support Amber after this trial, it is trying to tell victims, and actually specifically trying to tell women, female victims, that their story will not be believed because Amber Heard lied. Like, this was a fucking defamation case. This is a defamation case. This is about a factual statement. Like,
well, I mean,
this goes back to the institutional backing.
Rob, I mean, I say this with all possible respect, but we're, at least in principle, we're supposed to remember like what the status quo is when it comes to like accusations. The accuser in a legal system is not supposed to be believed in the first instance, because even in a civil case, the presumption is that the defendant is right.
I wasn't saying that.
That's the status quo. The defendant is right. It's especially true in a criminal case. So will the accuser be believed? I don't know. If we're talking a criminal case, can you prove it beyond a reasonable doubt?
Nope.
Otherwise,
let me clarify.
no.
Let me clarify. In a case involving interpartner violence, when someone is seeking a protective order, the standard is preponderance of the evidence. That the preponderance of the evidence supports the fact that this person was or might be in imminent future a victim of domestic abuse. And therefore, the court must extend its jurisdiction and protect this person because on the preponderance of the evidence, this is a possibility of happening in the near future. This standard, the one in this defamation case, after the statements are made, is not the standard that women or men need to protect themselves behind the court's jurisdiction.
True. If we're in an abuse context, we're asking different questions.
Correct.
We're asking a different question under a different law. Right.
Correct.
But
So
even in the domestic abuse context, we still, at least in principle, upon preponderance of the evidence, when we start at square one, we're supposed to default to the defendant. Now, how true that is in the real world is a whole other set of discussions.
You're supposed to default at neutral. And then one statement is supposed to be made, then another statement is supposed to. There's no presumption in favor of either party.
But neutrality is the defendant wins because it's not preponderance.
Correct. You have to actually tip the scale. So one statement comes, the other statement goes.
Yeah.
But the thing is, the whole starting with presumption in favor of the defendant suggests that 51% exists in favor of the defendant, and that something has to be done. It's any tipping in one direction or the other. What is driving me crazy about this is why are we still using Amber Heard as the metric?
It's an outstanding question.
Why is she the bench post? Why is she the metric? Why are we gauging every relationship that exists out there in the ether? Why are we gauging every single relationship on her?
Yeah. Because they're choosing to do this.
Using Amber Heard as your bulwark seems like a really bad strategy because it just makes it really, really easy to say, well, disbelieve all women. I mean, if they are the ones making the premise, okay, Amber Heard is our standard bearer. I'm like, really? She's your standard bearer? Well, if you really want to taint the entire movement by her being your representative, that wasn't my decision. That was your decision. So if I'm like, well, I guess I'm going to paint the entire movement with the brush that is Amber Heard, whose fault is that?
It's kind of like the Ghostbusters moment of, choose your doom. It's like, well, I really, thought the marshmallow guy was the way to go.
You were talking about Rob, about the fact that some women feel like their stories won't be believed. Not if the Venusian man of the all is Amber Heard. No,
we must believe everybody whose story falls within the credibility spectrum that exists beneath Amber Heard. If it falls within this credibility spectrum, we believe all of you.
But the thing is they wouldn't want that same, they wouldn't want that same term applied in reverse, because if by that standard you can send anyone to jail, because quite literally Amber Heard is the worst witness I have seen in ever.
This open letter from all these women organizations is infuriating, not only because it's stupid for the reasons we've discussed, but also because it feels like it completely undermines whatever movement they were trying to have in the first place. These organizations, by their own volitional act of putting their signature on the page, made Amber Heard the standard bearer.
Yeah,
and I'm like, okay, well, that's good news. That first of all makes all you organizations instantly non-credible, and also means because you're the ones who made her the standard bearer by apparently which I'm to judge things. I guess women as a whole are not to be believed because Amber Heard's not to be believed because you're the one who made her the standard bearer, you idiots.
Here's the other fucking problem. I'm sorry. So maybe this is probably one of the main problems I've ever existed and had with this. Women, why is the entire letter was premised on that there's this built-in disparity against all female accusers. And that
is there though?
There's a word for that.
And that's the thing. That's the thing. There's not. And why are we talking about it? Why are we doing this? Why aren't we just coming out and saying abuse is abuse? Why can't we just have that narrative?
I mean, the problem is
People
that if you
evangelize.
address this reasonably, the conclusion you have to get to is that
Johnny Depp abused Johnny Depp.
Yeah, she didn't just abuse Johnny Depp, though. She also abused a string of other people that, and it's like, this isn't like it's just, a one-off. It's like you've got a pattern here. And I'm going, there's a certain point where you have to go, wait a minute, like maybe this person shouldn't be our hero. And, you destroy your credibility when you say this is the person, like we're going to stand behind this person. So why are these groups clowning themselves? Yeah. Right?
Well, and I want to bring to the number one. I want to bring it back to the number one clown, the one I have the most issues with, in a minute. But I want to get to some super chats to basically allow people to engage with us and have the discussion. And I'm going to go in reverse order from most recent to earliest, because I want people to be able to engage with my guests as much possible. T in Tennessee, my concern: one case doesn't define the process. Another getting justice, but the problem is men and women may think it goes and not report. The not reporting thing is a big problem.
But I mean, who's responsible for that? Is it Johnny Depp and the people who said, hey, Depp is being abused? Or is it the people who've been falsely presenting a narrative that, you're not going to be believed just because, Johnny Depp, won his defamation trial? Yeah. I think the fault is on the false narrative.
Me too.
So
100%. Thank you, T. Roger de Laborde. In New Zealand, our Justice Minister, Andrew Little, wanted to shift the burden onto defense in DV cases. Hell to the no. Sorry. That was quick. I didn't know if anyone else had a...
Yeah, that's insane.
Michelle Price, sorry, but Amber Heard was and is a serial abuser. Please remember the former wife. I do. Standing on the Amber train is a losing proposition. I'm not. I'm trying to articulate the fact that she is
you're just trying to be you're just trying to be morally objective, correct? You're just trying to step out of your moral matrix. Is that right?
I'm trying to make sure, because the thing is, the number of people who come to me and say, I need help. The situations are so fact fucking specific. I know more about my clients' lives than you guys could ever imagine. I know their kids' birthdays. I know everything about their relationships. I know all the dynamics. It is hard for me to take a categorical position, fact by fact, case by case. I can look at a relationship and say, with the facts of this relationship, yes, abuser, abusee. Stop making this the standard. This is bullshit. With Johnny Depp and Amber Heard abused the fuck out of Johnny Depp.
Yeah.
I have no evidence whatsoever that there was anything ever physically done by Johnny Depp to Amber Heard, and I have all the evidence in the world that physical things were done by Amber Heard to Johnny Depp. That's what I have. That's what the evidence presented at trial presented. That's what it showed. And what's worse is I have someone that is proven to have lied about the things they alleged Johnny Depp did to Amber Heard. And the lying is probably the worst thing you could possibly do in that situation. So no, I do not at all stand for the proposition that Amber Heard should be the standard bearer for any person. At all. Ever. Dr. Wheeler, my father was his PD. Amber's motivation is to cause chaos. I agree with Kurt's passion, but both were toxic. But Amber's to win at all costs is spiteful in order to feed her insecurities.
I mean, the thing is abusive relationships pretty quickly tend to become toxic relationships because, yeah, it happens.
Yeah, they just
if somebody's smacking you around, you may not like that person a lot. You might have some anger to get out.
Yeah. Abuse begets abuse.
So,
oh, and then this one, I practice in 2 areas of law, Dexter, 2 total, family law and bankruptcy. So sorry, but both of these stories kind of intersect. Sorry, not sorry, a little bit, maybe. 4C process. It was clearly a toxic relationship. To me, JD's abusive behavior was reactive abuse. That is true. That does occur. That was what I was saying. You can only push someone so far before they push back. The problem is, and this is what's true about a lot of situations, men most often get accused for the pushback. You will have a Courtney Clenny, the Florida OnlyFans. Kurt, you covered that story, aren't you?
Yeah, probably. Yeah, when it comes up, there was a hearing about that today or yesterday, but the trial, when it comes up, I'll probably cover that. Yeah.
Well, she was jumping all over him in the elevator, and he like pushed her out of the way to get her off in the elevator. This was in the elevator before they got in the house, before any of that happened.
I saw that clip.
The shoving her is an unwanted touching. It's a moving. It physically by his size. He was protecting himself, but it's a reactionary response. It's defensive. That might not make sense. You guys, I'm losing you guys. You get yelled at.
It's a long night.
Get hit enough. Nasty words can eventually get thrown back. They can. I'm sorry. This is a tough freaking subject, guys. I'm sorry.
Rob, can you imagine? We almost had a stand-up comic here tonight.
Make him cry. Make him cry. Make everybody cry. Everybody cries. Yeah, I know. I'm sorry, guys. I'm a downer.
That would have been awkward.
I was pissed off. The fucking gaslighting by everybody. Like,
it's funny because that open letter is only like
3 fucking paragraphs
long. 10 sentences long. We made 2 sentences of the entire.
Everyone knows the story at this point.
Anarchy.
Yeah.
We couldn't even make it through.
Let chaos fucking reign. Tiffany Bernier.
I like
JD was toxic to AH was abusive to JD. See, now that I could. Toxicity is not abuse, and I can deal with that clarification. I don't know. One is definitely worse. Abuse is worse than toxicity. Toxic relationships are not necessarily abusive. I feel like we're cheapening the word abuse. Just my opinion here. The number of people that come to me and say I was a victim of abuse, and when I ask them to define what it was that they were subjected to, some of the things do not meet the definition. And I don't like that word being tossed around like it is. It gets tossed around way too fucking much.
Yep.
It's way too
it's
serious.
The bogeyman word.
Yep. It's like the words when people say speech is violence. Words, your words are so violence.
Speech may not be violence, but this is.
Your words can beget violence. Your words can insinuate violence, but they are not in their very nature and by themselves violence. I hate that. It's the same thing as abuse. People say abuse all the time. I'm sorry, but be specific. It's the same way in this letter where they say disinformation, misogyny, biphobia.
I liked biphobia. I didn't know there was biphobia during the trial.
I didn't either.
I didn't either. I read this.
I guess it must have been biphobia.
How did we get spoofed?
Huh.
I was thinking back. Why?
She's had relationships with women. Therefore, the criticism must be because she was bi. I don't remember a lot of bi-related criticism coming at Ms. Her's direction, but that might be my faulty memory.
He's not homophobic. He's biphobic.
I think they're probably saying that the criticisms about her sleeping around were, biphobic. The thing is at the end of the day, my take on that has always been, who gives a damn who she
I don't give a shit about that. I didn't care about any of that. They showed James Frank. They showed all the other shit. I was like, okay, who cares?
Yeah, I mean that's between her and whoever happened to be at the door that day.
Whoever wants to engage in things that might give you something you can't get rid of except for penicillin. Just saying. Callista, how much of this support for Amber comes from the PR team she's paying? And actually, I want to hit this point before we go too much further. People have been talking around all over the place about an amicus brief. And I suggested tonight.
Are we following an amicus brief?
No, we're not. Oh my God. That was the funniest thing. I go out and I was like, you know what?
We could.
This letter sounds like.
I'll do it
you know
for
what
you.
This letter sounds like. This letter sounds like, hey, we know that the brief is due on Wednesday. What if
you think
we
if I
write
just
this letter?
copy the entire letter and file it as an amicus without asking, that they'll go over well? I can do it. No one can stop me.
You can't. There's no way. Well, they could because you're not permitted to.
Damn it.
So here's the thing. This letter was written. I read the letter. I read the article coming out in support of the letter. I saw the Twitter campaign and I saw everyone on Twitter. Shit, my comment section in the tweets I posted before coming on here live is really funny. It's like we're back in the Johnny Depp days when all of a sudden, like, I post a comment that's positive about Johnny Depp and I see like 10 or 15 people retweeting it or quote tweeting it with like Depp stan, misogynist, loony tuber, or whatever you want to call us. I don't give a shit.
Well,
It's all over the place. But the funny thing is, I think this was setting it up for them to file an amicus brief. You're going to see an amicus brief by this group.
Oh, yeah.
are we sure that they're filing an amicus brief and not an amica brief?
That was a funny. I saw someone drop that in a comment, and it was fantastic.
I understood that
died.
reference.
Yes, Andy coming in. I understand that reference. So, before
I mean,
we
I
get
understand
into
that they
this-
cure everything, right? So
If they can file a brief, I can file it.
Before we go into this,
I'll do it for you.
an amicus brief literally defines as friend of the court. And a friend of the court is permitted upon court discretion. The court has the discretion to permit outside parties to file an amicus brief, a brief in support of one party or the other. Various grounds exist for why that might occur. Kurt, you being our Supreme Court expertise and aficionado, please explain to the people in the chat, because the standard exists. It's the same standard in Virginia as it is in the Supremes, as far as what they have to basically have as far as a legitimate interest or a legitimate claim or dispute. What
isn't
is the
we're
standard
paying?
for-
Isn't we're being paid by a PR team? Isn't that the standard?
I thought that was. No, but it's not. Kurt, any input on when you can file an amicus?
I mean, you can file it just as long as you have something to say about one of the legal issues at point. It's meant to flush out issues that are not really brought out by one of the parties, or to talk more about one of the issues in play. So I could write more about flushing out some issue that they talked about and expanding upon that idea.
Mm-hmm. And how much weight are amici briefs given compared to the parties themselves?
Well, typically not as much, but I mean, occasionally, although rarely, you'll see amici briefs make a significant difference. There was even one time where they allowed a split argument from an amici at the U.S. Supreme Court, which is very unusual. But they sometimes make a basis of a couple sentences, or you'll see it in a footnote. Sometimes they can be fairly persuasive.
And Kurt, am I right or wrong in suggesting that perhaps the reason amici are a little less persuasive than the parties is the parties are the ones with the most vested interest in the outcome of the case?
Right. Yeah. I mean, that's fair, because the amici briefs can't really raise new issues. They can't argue things that weren't brought up at all. And the parties are the ones that kind of get to define their own terms. But
Yep.
when we're talking about legal issues, when we're discussing what the law should be, these groups add to that mix. I mean, in the Hobbs case, for example, the abortion case, I think they had over 100 amici briefs in that case. So I mean, when you're trying to define what the law should be, people get real interested real fast.
Well, and so let me ask you let me ask you a question about amici and appellate briefs in general. When 60% of your issues are whether a certain piece of evidence should or should not have been admitted at the trial court level, and it was egregious and reversible error because the jury made their decision based on the evidence being submitted, how helpful is an amici who was not present in the trial or at the trial?
I don't really understand the question. Amicis are not present at the trial pretty typically.
Oh, I know. But do they really have very much to add from the parties themselves if they weren't there?
Well, I'm not sure exactly if you're trying to bait me into a particular answer or something, but like
No, they're
Amicus,
constrained by the record.
He isn't, but I am.
yeah, they're constrained by the record. What Amicus do is they flush out legal issues, because that's what courts of appeal and the Supreme Courts are for, right? Trial courts are for facts, appellate courts are for law. So
Yep.
what Amicus do is they flush out the law, and like, well, let me add to, some legal analysis on some legal point about, this idea or that idea, so that the court will be in a better position to come up with the correct legal interpretation.
From what I'm seeing here, there is one issue that she has briefed that the amici or an amicus could come in and talk about, and that's the
Has she
issue
actually
of
filed her
defamation.
brief yet?
No, it's due on Wednesday.
Yeah, I'm looking
23rd.
forward to reading that and seeing if it makes any sense.
I'm looking
Well,
forward
that's-
to reading her application for a further extension of time.
Yeah, I'll be good
No,
too.
that's going to be denied. They don't do the second one.
What are
either
some of
way.
her objectives with the amicus brief?
So an objective with an amicus brief is basically to have, well, I don't know that there's really anything to be gained. The problem is you have a limitation on pages. And let's say hypothetically that you asserted 14 assignments of error, hypothetically. 14
You're gonna-
assignments of error, and you
you're
are
gonna have a problem.
constrained in your
That's oddly
page
specific.
length.
Yeah.
And you're constrained in the number of pages you can use. But let's say that you have a helpful amici who perhaps knows which assignments of error that you are going to be shortfalling on. And you brief the hell out of 7 or 8 of those, and you rely on the amici to pick up the slack that you have left in the remaining.
The Court of Appeal is not going to like that. They're not
No.
going to like that.
No.
They're not going to like that.
No, but you can see how a party could possibly strategize to set that up.
Yeah, no,
I mean-
that's not going to fly.
The other
can't
thing
do
is that
that.
typically, at least here, if you're coordinating with the amicus, that can be grounds for disregarding it entirely, because it's like,
Yeah,
well, if
you're
this
not-
is
you're
just
not
a
allowed to
Me
coordinate.
Too or an extension or whatever else, it's got to be somebody else with another take.
Every Supreme Court amici brief I've always had is like the first footnote is, this is because of mutual consent of both the parties. This has not been authored by either party. It has not been
Yeah.
financed by them. This is completely independent. Blah 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 blah.
I
Yeah,
mean-
how many times has that been said in this fucking case?
When
Sorry,
I went-
that was a little spicy, but yeah.
When I
fine.
went to the
You can be as
Supreme Court
spicy as you want.
in Canada here, I was up against the province of Alberta's Attorney General, right? Ontario wanted to bring in and file their own amicus brief, and that was rejected on the basis largely of, well, it's you guys are sort of the same organization and the same interests, so no. From what I've seen, the U.S. has similar principles of you can't just have another
No, you can't.
sort of
you
party
can't-
there.
You can't coordinate that. If
Yeah.
what winds up happening in Amber Heard's brief is there's like a couple issues that are severely neglected, and then some amici briefs pop up that seem to radically enhance those. I think the
Yeah.
Court of Appeals will take note.
Yeah.
Well,
Well, no thanks.
What I suspect we're going to see is an amicus brief, much like the letter, basically saying it's very important that Amber win for the purpose of,
And-
women in general.
And here's
And the Court of Appeal is probably
It's not
gonna look
really
at
a
that.
legal argument, as I'm sure you can appreciate.
it's going
No,
to piss the
it's,
Court of Appeals
that's
off.
That's the sort of thing that the Court of Appeal will look at and go, meh.
No, they're going to look at it and go like this, like, why are you doing this? Like quite frankly, you have a lot of these people are multinational organizations.
Yeah.
This is a defamation trial within the Commonwealth of Virginia that is based on law that is intended to protect the citizenry of Virginia. It is a state claim. It is a state issue. If the Court of Appeals of Virginia sees a bunch of briefs coming in from international and multinational and national organizations, they're going to be like, get the fuck out of here. Like, no, I'm focusing on the constraints of my state and my law. And I will be quite honest with it. Kurt, you could probably agree with this. Virginia can be rather defensive of its laws.
That much is definitely true. Yeah, Virginia likes to remind everyone that they've been a state for 400 years.
And-
we were founded in the colony, and we want to make sure that we're the best state because we've been around 400 years. Kick ass.
My favorite argument would be if the Amicus comes in and they were like, Virginia law is so unique that it needs to conform to every other state. Do you know?
Oh, that'll go over real well. That'll go over super well with Virginia. They'll love that argument.
Yep.
Yeah, they like that shit.
They might just print 2 middle fingers on a piece of paper and send it back.
Yeah, doing it because all the other kids are doing it. You want to phrase that argument differently, fam?
No,
that's not the way to go.
Yeah. That's where I think this is going. You're going to see something like what Ian just said. You're going to see a brief that looks a lot like that letter about the whole global movement of women in general being hurt by this verdict or this judgment, rather.
Dude, if they file that, they're gonna die.
Oh, it is gonna be so bad. It'll be so bad.
They're not that dumb. They're not that dumb.
They might be. They might be. Michelle Dauber, I didn't get to this part. Michelle Dauber misquoted. The Washington Post ran with
Michelle Dauber can't file shit. She's not a member of any bar anywhere.
Well, the Washington Post ran with an article today that literally said, and they quoted Michelle Dauber.
She's an idiot, by the way.
I've seen her tweet.
The fact that she's a law professor is like, why?
She's at Stanford, yeah.
What? Which is the third best law school in the country. And
so I think we need to push that down if she's there.
I think we need. I think that says she
doesn't think women should be lawyers.
She's an idiot. I have absolutely zero respect for her as a human. I've seen enough of her commentary. She wishes death and injury upon Johnny Depp. Period. End of story. I don't care whether Twitter bans her for it or not. She wishes that upon him. And
she actively threatened one of her students on Twitter.
That's good news.
And that should have been enough to get her tenure revoked.
She's just not a good human.
I'm sorry if you're threatening professional.
She's not even a really good academic. She hasn't published, because I looked up her CV when it came last time. She hadn't published in like 10 years. What's she doing?
She got tenure and then she's like, screw you.
I mean, kind of. If you look at her Twitter and you're like, wait, a school, you're still employed? Like, you look at her Twitter and you're like, holy shit, like, you're still employed?
Her Twitter reads like the Twitter.
Stanford, if you need someone, I'm available. I promise I'll be a much better law professor than Michelle Dauber. Not that it would take very much, but you know.
Probably could, but you don't want to go there.
9,000,000% hire Kurt, fire Michelle Dauber. I am 1,000,000,000% behind that period. All right, so here's the letter again. Now I'm going to read out loud Michelle Dauber's. Are we going to
get another paragraph in?
No, we're not. We're not going to. I'm going to read out loud Michelle Dauber's tweet.
I'll mute myself for a while.
No, it's fine because I'm at the point where I just want to yell at a lot of things because a lot of things don't make sense, and I hate the fact that we are still championing. And all right, I'm going to read Michelle Dauber's tweet. Michelle Dauber's
get Ghostblade, Rob. Get Ghostblade and shake it around.
No, Ghostblade would just murder everything. Ghostblade is not allowed to go murder.
There we go.
This isn't Ghostblade. Ghostblade's the character. This is Ghostblade's blade. Okay, Michelle Dauber in the Washington Post is quoted, and this is Washington Post, and they are quoting her directly, and they ran with this publication. So I want you to listen very carefully for anything that might be considered a factual assertion that might be incorrect. And look at the letter on the screen. This is a letter about the online vitriol and public shaming that Amber Heard experienced as a result of coming forward with allegations of abuse. Said Dauber, who signed the letter, and it is also about the online attacks against anyone who supported her. It has nothing to do with the trial's verdict. It has nothing to do with the trial's verdict. It is a letter that is about online vitriol and public shaming that Amber Heard experienced as a result of coming forward with allegations of abuse.
Nothing are allegations of abuse. They're false allegations, but they're allegations.
Wait, hang on. What is the first sentence of this fucking letter? 5 months ago, the verdict in the defamation trial between Johnny Depp and Amber Heard deeply concerned many professionals. But it's not about the verdict.
They're full of crap. We know that.
Is Kurt singing?
Kurt is muted, and
Kurt
it is
muted
for good
himself.
reason.
Kurt has done the epic Kurt move, which he knows he is completely allowed to do on my channel. If he mutes himself, he can say anything he wants to say, and he loves partaking in that. So, Kurt, again, this letter was not about the verdict. This was about Amber Heard coming forward with allegations of abuse, and that is why she faced the vitriol that she faced.
I'm going to drop an obscure video game reference into the chat here, or into the commentary. If you've ever played a game, and it's an old game called Companions of Xanth, it was bad, and it's a reference to a bad set of books, but somebody got this for me. That has a swearing reference that you can just consider me injecting right here. It is heavily censored.
So Washington Post, you might want to fact check your fucking sources before they run with a quote like that. Just saying. Suggesting you haven't been burned by inaccurate reporting before at all.
I just want to point out the whole thing. Every time they mention disinformation, that's effectively describing everyone who was streaming the trial as it was happening, in real time. Yeah, it's everybody. Everyone. I mean, except for me, because I wasn't streaming it, of course. Yep. And I think it's such a unique way to kind of look at this as well, because it's them trying to reclaim their legitimacy that they've lost.
Throne. It's their throne.
Yeah, it is, and it's changing. And what it is it's basically, James Lindsay said it best. It's previously, we lived in an age of information feudalism, where it was one person could basically source everything and keep it there, and they would control the narrative. But the internet has completely disrupted that ability altogether from an institutional perspective.
And they hate that.
Yeah, exactly. They hate the three of you. They especially hate Kurt. They hate Kurt.
They really hate Kurt. Because Kurt's like, I'm gonna like, I can watch him.
Yeah,
I know.
Yeah.
What
Kurt wants to do a mental Hulk smash.
Yeah, that's why he's got the green and purple in the background. He's got the Hulk vibe right now.
Hulk smash. Just break all the things.
Yeah. But no, I think that's basically what's been happening over the past year and a half, year, I should say, especially with the Rittenhouse trial. I think that having access to these court cases has really disrupted pre-existing narratives that have been lingering before. Because the thing is that but the corporate press, speed is power for them. Getting the word out as quickly as I can is what's what keeps them going in a lot of ways. Whereas
why they hate the Twitter right now. They hate Twitter right now.
They hate all of you, battle for sure.
And the other thing is they really hate that they can't spin a particular story. Depp was an example, and Rittenhouse and several others, where they were basically saying, hey, we've got a we've got a particular narrative that we want to sell. And part of that is that they do business with these PR teams. Mm-hmm. One of the things that the PR teams do for news organizations is they'll write copy. They'll actually come in and be like, here is an article already written, and all you need to do is plug your name in and run it. And if you're a news organization, it's like, great, this is fantastic. This is, we can just run this for nothing. And so they do this all the time. Mm-hmm. They have this symbiotic relationship with these PR organizations. And so they really need to sort of play with their cards on the table so that we can actually see, hey, you guys actually really have a financial relationship with these PR organizations that maybe you should be disclosing, because if they're being given copy, that should be viewed as being given money.
Right.
But this is the ways they get around, we're being paid, we have to disclose we're being paid by them. Disclose all the relationships. So chill. It's, we've got this really captured media and they don't want to say that, and they really hate when other people are able to present a differing view.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm really curious as to what the common denominator. I wonder if there's like some corporate common denominators with all those organizations that are on that page.
It's just
Well, the other thing they'll do is these PR organizations will say, hey, listen, if you run this story, we can guarantee you that we'll get X many people to buy you ads. It won't be us buying the ads, but we will funnel ad money to you. And then it's, oh, we've got no financial relationship with them. It's because they've basically laundered this relationship such that they don't think that they have to disclose it. But it happens
I need
behind
2
the
seconds.
scenes.
I'm sorry. I need 2 seconds.
He probably smelled the candle that I gave him. And I wonder if it was the candle that put Rob over the edge.
Jolly Rogers, I see your super chat there. Good kitty.
Oh,
Sorry, I heard objects fall downstairs, and I wanted to make sure it wasn't a person like my mom. Okay.
what kind of a person?
Thank you. Like a parental unit that stays with me during the winter.
Oh.
Okay. All right. Let's
Now,
let's
Rob,
go
what
through.
you should do with that candle is put it in the bathroom so that if somebody does something odoriferous and feels the need to light the candle.
No, I'm gonna take it to a friend's. I'm gonna take it to a friend's bathroom.
Yes.
You're welcome.
I'm gonna take it to a friend's bathroom
Here you go.
and leave it in there and just leave it. I'm not gonna say shit. I'm just gonna leave it in
Just
there.
leave it there with a pack of matches, and then somebody will visit their house and be like, "Oh, I did something stinky," and then light that up. And
I opened it again.
Nice.
It's there.
but you're gonna have to sand the label off the cover.
It's taped over. They won't see it. It's fine.
No,
It'll
you
work.
You're welcome.
Just sandpaper it. I'm sure that you've got sandpaper somewhere in
Yes.
your house.
Yes. Yes, I have actually imagined which friend it will be. And it will
The
be
good news
epic
is
and
I'm
it's
far
there.
away and also know
I
about
know,
the candle.
I know. Ian's gonna if Ian opens a package, he's gonna open it outside. I know that. He's gonna do it. Okay. I have to get through a lot of super chats. You gentlemen, hello. Oh, Kurt. Okay. You gentlemen are free to stay or leave. Kurt can say all the curse words he wants. Kurt has gone to he's gone to what's the movie? Would you like to play a game? Would you like to play a game?
Yeah, War Games.
Tic-tac-toe. War Games. Yes, fantastic. Love the movie. Okay. All right. Kurt, you got to empty the lint bin after every use. Yes, he does. He's learned that. We've taught him that. I'm not joking, guys. We got into the AH stuff and things went spicy. Angie McLone, please give a happy birthday to my man Rab. Happy birthday, Rab. Indeed.
Happy birthday.
Okay. Mellatrix Lestrange. If I didn't say before, I love that name. Rob said stack. He did. I stack all of the things, including bodies on Lawyers and Dragons. Tune in tomorrow at 10 a.m. Hogue Law. Fantastic show. 4C process. Up until I was 24, I had always thought it was a shot back instead of a shop back. Okay, shot back. I like it. Georgina Wilson, listening to you all expressing how we all feel actually helps with our feelings. I do enjoy all three of you and your hearts. Thanks. And Georgina, thank you for that. As we get into the super chats that I imagine are going to be kind of spicy here, I want everyone to remember that everyone on this channel right now, we are actually really good friends. Like we really are. And I very much respect the legal opinions and personal and moral opinions and decisions that each one of the people on this stream with me make. We trust each other. I very much appreciate communicating with all these individuals. And even when they disagree,
lawyers are really good at the let's argue this vociferously and then have a beer.
I know, right?
Like that is kind of sometimes non-lawyers don't necessarily get it.
No. I'm odd man out.
Yeah, Rob and I are totally friends.
Yeah, it's just
no. We like Kurt calls me at least once a week, and we like randomly just checking in on each other. And I talk to Ian all the fucking time, and Andy calls me all the time too.
And I send the meat pics.
And he does not do that thing ever.
No,
Like,
I did.
When
No,
Andy's saying
hold on.
when he's saying meat picks, he's literally talking about like steak. Like he's talking about
yeah.
a picture of a steak.
I also forget sometimes that I have the ability to just arbitrarily put up any video I want in my screen. I can make my thing be any video I want. I could just arbitrarily put anything on there, and Rob can't stop me.
Please don't.
I mean, he can.
No, please
hit
don't.
the
Kurt also knows and respects me enough. He won't do that.
I just want to say real quick here, I obviously, and I make comments about, me not being a lawyer, but regardless, these guys do a really good job of making me feel like part of the crew. So I really appreciate that. Regardless of that specialty on my part. So
you're welcome anytime, buddy.
We're happy to have you. And
yeah,
if you want to learn more about the meat picks, you can see that at meatspin.com.
Let's do this.
Ian, bad.
Oh
Ian,
no! It's the weekend, everyone. It is the weekend.
I need like a water spray bottle. Bad Runkle. Bad Runkle.
Yeah, do not go to that page.
Crazy.
Do not.
They see the crafty cat.
Do not, especially if you're older than 38 years old, do not go on Meatspin.
Crazy Stacy the crafty cat. I was thinking Crazy Cat Queen and Stacy the crafty cat. Kurt, say it isn't all your lint. You may need to sanitize that dryer. He probably needs to, yeah.
That's at least the problems.
Julie Guthridge, Runkle, keep the beard. There's a lot of votes for that. I think Mrs. Runkle of the Bailey might disagree, but I think she does. I'm pushing it. I'm pushing it. Keep pushing it. Keep pushing it, chat. Keep pushing it. Keep pushing it. Peer pressure. Pants, thanks for keeping me entertained at work. Pants? Taking my ski mask and gun for a walk is my new favorite Runkleism. There's so many. Drea 20. Rob, I just tune in to hear people and not feel lonely. Love spending time with you and Runkle on Friday evenings and Saturday mornings. Lawyers and Dragons. And now you have the added benefit of Kurt and Andy as well. I'm very glad that you're here. Angie McGlone, we all love our leather and all the fun daddies. My word, I read that out loud. That just happened. That Sarah, not the Sarah or this Sarah, but that Sarah. Kurt, I used to work for a subrogation law firm and did exhibit evidence. Oh no, Inception. No, make it stop. Make it stop. I used to work for a subrogation law firm and did exhibit and evidence research on house fires caused by dryers with clogged lint traps. Bad. Kurt, you're being scolded. Go Army, beat Navy. That's Crazy Cat Queen.
Hell yes.
Nobody ever gets super enthusiastic about the Coast Guard.
Oh no.
Except for the fact that, did you see the video of them like jumping onto the submarine as it was like
yeah,
submarine?
that was probably the coolest thing that's happened like the past 100 years.
And you watched like every other military branch reacting to that video, and they were like, "Oh shit, this is really cool."
Yeah,
I was like, I gotta go change my pants. So it was exciting.
yeah. Crazy Cat Queen, thank you for the super chat. Wait, where is Kurt talking? He's like in the Chinese. No, make it stop. Come back, Kurt. Come back, please. Please come back. Crazy Cat Queen also gave me a lovely decanter set, which is one of my favorite things in the world. Thank you very much, Crazy Cat Queen. Catherine Inoue. I think I said that right. I was born on a Quantico Marine base. My dad is a Naval Academy grad and Marine captain. Go Navy.
I am really sorry for you.
Hey, we got to get that. We got to keep that rivalry. Dude, the rivalry between the services is one of the coolest things about the American services. It's awesome.
Mm-hmm.
Roxanne wins.
I think in every country that has multiple services.
Oh, it's so cool. Yeah. I love seeing that. I think there's no better compliment to each other than to have that rivalry. It's one of the coolest things in the world.
We could go to Army Navy one of these days.
Oh, I'm game. I'll do that anytime.
I was on the football team at the academy. I'm not sure if I mentioned that.
You didn't?
Yeah.
What'd you play?
Wide receiver.
Are you serious? I'm very much curious right now. Andy, you cannot do this. It's too late. My brain is done.
So here, go. Keep going.
Do this too. Okay, hold on.
Roxanne wins. I think it is disingenuous to not mention that Sam Bankman-Fried's mother is Barbara Fried, who is a law professor at Stanford and a top Democratic fundraiser. His father is also another lawyer / compliance attorney.
Stanford getting a lot of mentions today.
Stanford's getting all the mentions.
Maybe one of them will be good.
Truffle Hound, Discworlders. As a probate attorney, I strongly advise you not to challenge death to a pillow fight unless you prepared to reaper for the repercussion. Oh my gosh. No, Kurt, make it stop. I don't like this. No, not no drugs. No drugs. No, no drugs. Curtis,
It is
look at
Friday,
his
everyone.
face.
Thank you
Curtis
for
is
joining
so
us this
happy.
evening.
He's so happy. Trouble hand. Disc Worlders. I have to say this again. As a probate attorney, I strongly advise you not to challenge death to a pillow fight unless you're prepared to repercussions. That just happened. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
$5 more because Rob is, oh shit. Rob is still warm temperature.
Warm
These are
temperature.
Mars
Is that what they paid to say?
twerking in Kurt's honor again. Guys, adults, Jennifer Sprague, my eight-year and I have been sick for a month. It sucks. I'm so sorry. I hope you guys are better. I know that my one of my best friends, their kids have been sick for like 6 weeks straight. It's ridiculous. Like one to the other. Oswin, today is my birthday, and my wonderful students spoiled me today. Happy birthday, Oswin.
Happy
Cheers
birthday.
to you. Enjoy the birthday. On a Friday, no less. Make all the fun decisions. My cat's name is Karen. Or in all cats, Karen's. My favorite guys in the whole world. Welcome, Andy. What a nice surprise from Pensacola. Thank you for joining us this evening. Kayla Gibbs, thank you for that super chat. Very much appreciated. Professor of Logic, retired Army, myself here. Love it. Jackie DVD, Stitch Art, so true, Rob. My parents were married for 69 years and my mom passed away in 2019. I'm so sorry for your loss. Congratulations to your parents having lived and loved for a wonderful 69 years.
Giggity.
Keep talking to them. Keep living through them, or keep allowing them.
I appreciate that, Ian.
Yeah.
It was top notch. Good job.
Lisa G. YouTube, how to clean your brand of
Someone
dryer.
said
It's
face
easy.
replacement filters. I think I have a face replacement filter somewhere.
Don't
Hold
you-
on.
Don't you dare. Kurt, I have to read faster. I must read faster. I must not read I must read faster because Kurt's going to start putting face replacement filters on all of us.
Oh no. Don't do it.
This is anarchy. We have lost control.
I love it.
Officially diagnosed with ADHD at 32 last week. You guys and EDB helped me make sense of my life after years of wondering why I am the way I am. Thank you.
That's one of the really nice things about finally figuring that out is it's like, oh, right. All of this makes sense now.
The really cool. One of the really cool things that has come from a lot of these live streams, especially, and this is no remarks to you, Kurt, or Andy. Ian and I are both ADHD. Emily, ADHD. You put like us on a same screen, and it is like, where is all of this? And the number of people who have come out like after that and said, I understand now. That's awesome. Good. I love that is a good thing. And
also,
the tips, tons of tips.
Serious props to that username.
Granny Weatherwax?
Yep. Do you not get the reference?
Ian, my
Rob,
brain.
I'm buying you some books.
Ian, my brain. It is midnight. My brain. You know how my brain works.
I'm buying you some books for Christmas.
Fine. Duchess Wilhelm, what do you think about art law?
Never met him.
Cute.
I missed something. Wanderer, I work for fire department number 1, fire dryers. Number 2, bathroom fans. Oh yeah, that one. Those clog up and they actually they can cause fires as well, especially because they're more ventilated than the dryers. They usually go up into the attic. Adrian Angevine. I had my daddy come over and change my HVAC filter 2 weeks ago. I cleared my dryer's lint filter just before this stream. Woohoo, I'm ahead for once.
Well,
Congratulations.
good for you.
Good for you. Amazing. I love it. Fantastic. Awesome. My cat's name is Karen. Thank you for your service, Mr. Game Maker US strong. Yes, very much. Joanne Natris. Thank you. First time live, as normally I'm sleeping. Had a shit day. Lost 12 hours. I'm sorry, I replaced the poo with shit. Lost 12 hours of work. Then 83-year-old dad rushed to the hospital. I'm so sorry. I hope he's doing okay at this point. Running on 1 hour of sleep. Probably Runkle too. Happy to be here and able to bless you for your work.
Well, you're likely on an upward trend after this super chat, so which is a good thing.
And I'm hoping that the blessings are flowing your way right now. Indeed. Bella Brat for you. Runkle rocking great facial hair. Looks so good with the heart emoji and a fire emoji. Kurt, your dimples are amazing. Your lint is not. Wood Daddy, Leather Daddy, nothing else to say. Andy, don't know you yet, but thank you for your service. Thank you all. Bella Brat for you, coming in with a super chat that makes every one of us smile. Thank you very much for that. Marcia Barnich. Thank you for the super sticker. That's a very generous of you. Thank you very much. I have questions. Don't we all?
I have answers.
What is this game, and can you pin a link? Andy, it's what is it?
www.andythegamemaker, like
Andy
my handle, right?
Game
Maker.com. Yes.
Okay.
There you go.
And then if I do promo
code is lumber. The thing that Rob loves.
Easy tiger.
I mean, he said lumber, not wood.
Yeah, you make it worse. I need
worse or better?
I need an adult. Heather Burke, Rob, love you and your friends' support of each other's. It is unfortunately rare to see these days. There's a lot of support that comes around, and honestly, the chat, you guys teach us a lesson too. The amount that you guys support each other and support us it's not lost on us. 9 Inch Nails Gal, Rob opened the door for Ian to voice chat's thoughts. At some point, you will learn, Rob, but not before we get a full base blush. It's one of the things about being the host of a stream that you guys don't realize. Like, the host of the stream is doing like 19 things at one time. The guests on the stream get to watch the chat and they get to feed off of that a lot more than the person who's hosting. So Ian loves to play that up. I think that's why he keeps asking to come on FNF. He's like, I want to be there, definitely, to mess with you.
Oh,
Truffle Hound,
you're not sending me invites.
I am. I love it. I love this time because honestly, I don't get a lot of time during the week. So this is fun. Truffle Hound, let the record show I did not introduce innuendo, but I'm happy to help derail the stream. My wife said that relations is better on vacation. I'll be honest, not the best postcard to receive. Holy smokes. Anyone else catch up on that one yet?
Yep.
Okay, good.
That's terrible.
Yep.
Truffle Hound has a great sense of humor.
Amazing. Like,
and I suspect
start
it's
to finish.
I could bro out. I could
he
bro out with
reads
Truffle
a lot
Hound.
of Pratchett.
I could bro out with Truffle Hound.
Really? Could you bro out with Truffle Hound? That's
probably
funny.
could.
Probably totally bros. There's an inside joke there that you're not getting, but it's okay. It's fine. It's inside joke. It's supposed to be. I want to just keep on because I have to star others. Rob, this unicorn look is the best ever. That is thanks to a user named Tinsel who sent that to me, and I had no idea it was showing up, and I was like, what the hell is this? 9 Inch Nails Gal, ADHD is back in for more sniffs. Okay. Stacy Walpole. You made Ian cough.
My lungs are still not 100%, and oh man,
caught myself.
Oh,
the horned frog hoodie is fabulous.
The horny hoodie.
Definitely needs to be worn for the finale tomorrow. Go glitter blade. Ooh, I like Kurt is that's kind of cool. 9 Inch Nails Gal, because Ian is that friend. He is. Truffle Hound, great crack, Krayik hanging with Funkle Rob and Drunkle Ian.
I'm
Yes.
not drunk at
Nine
this
Inch
point. I'm
Nails,
just having
Cal.
a nice sip.
It's easy to offend, Army. You just tell them how much better the Air Force is, stronger and mightier. Love to all allied armed forces branches. You have
Oh
to
my
at least
goodness.
appreciate the last sentence.
Yeah, absolutely. The irony. Although I will say A10s are pretty amazing.
Oh no, those things are freaking pretty amazing. They just shred everything. Swiss
Yeah, they
cheese
do.
on order.
Those things were like the lifeline during deployments.
Yeah. I'd like an A10, please.
Yes.
Yes, very much.
2 of those,
Against
please.
the tide. No. Say next, kitten. No, I don't gotta read. Horned frog hoodie. Deep breaths and drink some water. It will help. I have had some. It has grapes in it. Bop it. Definition. Expert. Former drip under pressure. Okay. Truffle hound. It's disinformation if it's testimony and court record. It's not disinformation if you have byline. Yes, that checks out. Probably more accurate than not. Disinformation, sorry, from For Process. Disinformation equals Amber's lies with mainstream media backing. Misogyny equals Camille Vasquez, Dr. Curry, Jessica Myers, Judge Ascarati, etc. All rock stars. Biphobia equals literally no one cares Amber Heard is bi. Monetized social media environment equals boozy hired by Team Amber Heard. I don't know that I've ever seen a more accurate and well condensed super chat I've ever kind of like. That's pretty good. You fit all of that right in there. Yeah.
Full circle.
DV Wheeler, as a woman, Heard's PR move offends me. Create doubt that the jury got it wrong. She knows the appeal is weak, but she took muddy the public opinion. It feels very interestingly timed. Roger de Laborde. My dad was very involved with a conservation organization. As he had a PhD economics, the organization would often add him as a signatory to open letters he never even knew about. Yeah.
And I'm going to have to sign out here. Thank you for having me on once again. And
thank you, Ian.
Yeah, I appreciated all of the cursey words on this one because we probably could have gone a lot further. I feel like Kurt was really our representative in this one.
It was when he was muted and yelling behind the scenes.
Yes.
Yeah, I think so too.
In that moment, Kurt was acting as all of our agents. So,
kind of. Yeah.
Anyway, see you tomorrow morning.
See you in the morning, Ian. And you guys are free to jump out anytime. I'm not holding you hostage.
Just like that. Just like that.
No, it's an offer. It is an offer. It's never a request. I say this whenever
I'll take you up on it as well. I'm a little tired. And
all right.
Yeah. I'll see you guys some other time.
Great to see you, Kurt.
Cheers. Yeah, Kurt. Thank you.
I'll hang on for
all right, Andy. You good?
Yeah, just a few more minutes. I should probably call it quits soon.
Heather Burke, domestic violence has no gender. You either support actual victims or you have a self-serving narrative. Probably true. LA, it is so sad to see a fellow domestic violence survivor receive public hate after being abused for years. AH has harmed all of us, and many survivors can't see it because they depend on journalists who also didn't watch the trial. That is a frustrating part of this because I am very doubtful that a lot of the people that signed that letter actually knew what they were signing. That was my biggest point there. Like, I don't know that they knew what they were signing. They just secondhand reporting. It sucks. It's stupid. I hate it. I hate the fact that people follow it. Charlene, I'm sorry, but I 100% agree with Kurt. Okay. Thank you, Charlene. Very much appreciated. Truffle hat again. This got heavy again. Time for funnies. What do you call a magician that's lost his magic? Ian. Oh my God. It's even better that he just left. Bees on Mars. Preach, Rob. Thank you. Truffle Hound, what's the most efficient way to take out a circus? Go for the juggler.
Oh my goodness.
Is this a book you're reading from?
Yeah, I just got them like convenient, ready to go.
There's no way. Chrissy Lee, I just got here at 11 and everyone's pissed. but as a DV survivor, thank you. Chrissy Lee, it is okay for us to disagree with a lot of this stuff. It's okay to have the debate. What I don't like is seeing the debate wage on Twitter where people are calling each other monsters, etc. Like, have the discussion. Be mature about it. You saw 4 people on a live stream tonight having a discussion. Just engage in that discussion. Chrissy, I hope you're doing well. I know you were down and under this week. I hope you're doing great. Nine-Inch Nails Gal. Yes, Rob, both parties were abusive, and he acknowledged his part. He just wasn't the most abusive or lying about what happened to him. There was a very clear, not good party. Yeah. MF in Black Widow, you cannot antagonize that behavior and then claim the victim. Amber was in no way abused. She got exactly what she wanted from those interactions. Everyone is free to draw their own conclusion based on what they saw. I am not going to impose my interpretation on anybody else. Period. So,
But I will. No, I'm kidding.
yeah. AH's BS eventually outweighed whatever abuse she received. Also, JD admitted to his wrongdoings, not AH. So, Andy, you watched some of the trial, right?
Right. I did. Yeah, I watched a lot of it, actually, quite a bit. It was actually it was transitioning between day jobs, and I was able to catch quite a bit of it. So, I mean, I guess my thing is just my biggest takeaway is there's obviously a major asymmetry in terms of what was what had taken place and what had been reported. That's generally the way I look at it.
Yeah, I agree with that. By the way, I like the facial hair. You didn't have that last time I saw you.
Oh,
I know it's very nice. It's like you and Runkle. Like, what is it? Like we got the people are encouraging Runkle to grow the beard, Andy grow the beard, everyone grow the beard.
Yeah,
Nancy Rush. That's the problem with so-called our culture. The definition is misappropriated. Yeah. The definitions exceeding the scope of what is actually defined by statute, law, or human understanding is pretty nuts. I think we can all agree that physically hitting someone out of anger is abuse in any relationship. It never. Physical contact, regardless of how it was instigated, is never acceptable. Period. Now, it might be
self-defense,
quote justified. Here's the thing. There's right and there's justified. Justified means the behavior you engaged in was wrong, but you were justified in doing so. Right means that you engaged in behavior that was inherently right in its first instance. Actually making contact with somebody else and physically hitting them, even if in self-defense, because you are physically hitting them, it is not technically right. It is justified. You have struck them against their will, but the striking them is justified because while it is wrongful conduct, you have done it for a lawful purpose. LA, uncivil. There were men in my DV shelter in 2015. They are there, guys. Mm-hmm. Heather Burke, Rob, I know exactly what you guys are saying. Thank you very much. Heather, New Zealand Butterfly Girl. Is there a legal definition of abuse? No, there is not. And that is a positive and a negative. Maybe there should be. Otherwise, it is a bit like beauty is in the eye of the beholder premise. What one person says is abuse, someone else may not. The problem is if you actually define it in words, then people will go outside of their bounds to escape the words. Like it's a catch-22. You can't define it. You can't operate on this loose description. You have to actually know what it is. Oh, it's not making a lot of sense. I hope it makes sense because it's just impossible to actually put into writing what it is. You can't constrain it to something written. Travel Hound.
That just seems really odd to me because I mean, don't you have to at some point,
let me put it this way.
Yeah, go ahead.
Let me put it this way. Let's say that you define it as a physical touching that is unwanted between two partners.
Mm-hmm.
Where do you draw the line? And what type of behavior can someone who knows that definition engage in and then go back and say, I was not engaged in the definition of this word?
Mm-hmm.
It's
so nebulous that you can define it as just about anything.
And if you constrain it to a specific sentence or a definition, you will find people that will go outside of that and try to do all the bad things, and then say, but it wasn't within the definition. So it's that's why I say it's a catch-22, because it can be ever expanded and ever constrained. So
I don't know how. Yeah, I don't know how I feel about that. Just because I mean, I'm not a lawyer, so what do I know, right? No.
Let me give you the perfect example.
Yeah.
So in Virginia law,
Mm-hmm.
and this is Virginia, we recognize that a person can obtain a divorce on fault-based grounds based on allegations of abuse. Well, that abuse under Virginia law must be or have a physical manifestation of harm. However, so that is to say, we don't recognize what's called emotional abuse as a fault-based ground for divorce. What happened, though, was so many people engaged in conduct that was so belittling and so negative, to deprive someone of any financial access to any resources in the household, to call them a dog, to treat them as a servant or a slave, to basically belittle them to the point where they are not human, but never physically touch them or never cause them any physical harm. And then you have one case that comes up where someone alleges that they were subjected to abuse. But abuse, by definition, required physical harm. What the person was just subjected to for 20 years of marriage can meet no other definition than having been abused. They were called every name in the book at every setting in front of all people. They were made out to be the servant. They had no access to finances. They were quite literally the scum of the earth. They were no better than the gum on the shoe of their spouse. But they, by statutory definition, could not say they were abused. So we constructed a statutory definition that was constructive desertion, to commit an act that was so egregious as to basically have been said to constructively deserted the marriage. Now, it's not a criminal penalty, it was civil. But when you start to play the dichotomy of, if you're saying abuse, it requires a physical manifestation of harm. How much can someone do before they engage and actually show physical damage? Mm-hmm. How far can they push that definition?
Right. No, I see your point.
Sorry.
You're good. You're good. I'm learning.
Yep. Troublehound, dear chap, this is a very important technical legal debate. If you can see the framework that Rob, Ian, and Kurt are operating in, it's so instructive and informative. This is a jam in the donut. Oh, donuts. I'm sorry. It's late. We've had this discussion. There's a lot of chats, and that's why I hate intellectuals talking about what is or is not abuse. They've never been on the ground and seen Andy, and to that point, what you were saying earlier, and I'm sorry for harping on this one.
For sure.
People that engage in the discussion, like in this theoretical like realm, they haven't actually seen the cases on the ground where someone has been subjected to all of those manners of things that I said without actually having been physically touched. And then when I have people that are in the media saying no physical injury means no abuse, I'm like, well, that is not the case, because I've seen all of that. That's the clarification I was trying to make.
Yep.
Yeah. Just because the problem with this letter is the same as the psychiatrist who testified for Amber Heard, it's incredibly short-sighted and simplistic, correct? Philip Essay, isn't it just a sunk cost thing, sunk cost fallacy? Yeah, you've put all of your coins in that basket. Yeah. Chris Mullen, honorary Sarah or Sarah. The JD is a saint narrative bothers me. Theirs was a mutually toxic relationship, and he's not innocent of that. But AH obviously lied to the media and on the stand about physical and sexual abuse, and that was horrific to me. A lot of people agree with that. I'm not saying either one of you are right or wrong, but I'm saying that you cannot view your situation through the lens of these two parties. Marie Lou Miller, that open letter is gaslighting women. It's a PR stunt. She lied. Everyone knows she lied. She does not represent me. I will transition if they make her out. That is I read that way too fast. That is an aggressive statement. I will transition if they make her our representative. Okay. Marie Lou Miller. I'm not going to say what you should or should not do. That's
ballsy.
Oh, Andy, no, you said it. You said that's ballsy. You transitioned her. No, you didn't, but you did at the same time, but you didn't.
Maybe I did.
It's that late. Kurt, have you read the Onion's amicus brief to the Supreme Court? Yes, he has. I know he has. I joked about it with him before. Prototopics hot take: the Johnny Depp Amber Heard trial will win Best Picture. Oh my God, Prototopics. David, we'll see you tomorrow morning. Chris Mullen, the blind support of Amber Heard by the MSN MSM is frustrating. It is indeed. Jay Wolfenstein, what's the old saying? There are only 3 certainties in life: death, taxes, and Amber Heard is the absolute worst possible representative of domestic abuse. I'm sorry, I read that way too funny than it was. Because I always heard it was death and taxes. And then I read it was all 3. That Amber Heard is the absolute worst possible representative of domestic abuse. Fair. Aaron Murphy, yes, I agree, but what is gaslighting if not mental abuse? I think AH is trying to stay relevant. Love you all to the end. I do not disagree. That is mental abuse. This is continued abuse. Mm-hmm. The whole letter, all of it is abusive to Johnny Depp. It is. It's just now she has a proxy doing it. Sue Allen, I believe you're right, Robin. I agree with you. Thank you very much, Sue Allen. Upbeat data. I nearly died from my father's verbal abuse. I'd have rather been hit than verbally abused. Please don't diminish. I was not. And I don't think any of my guests were either. This presents a fallacy, an irreconcilable distinction between what the media is trying to say that you have to be in order to be a victim and what real victims go through. And
it's always a framing game with the corporate press.
Exactly. There's a reason the letter is worded the way it is. It is supposed to make you try to reframe it so you can't combat it. That's how it's supposed to reframe. It's trying to reframe the issue. Yeah. Kiwi Princess, thank you very much. Late joining again. One day I'll be on time, I promise, and gonna be early leaving, enjoying a lovely cool bourbon and Coke and a very muggy New Zealand. Enjoy the evening. Stacey Walpole, I did not understand how I was verbally abused until after I was divorced, 2007, and in therapy with my youngest son, I learned about the word narcissism. It is terrible to be the victim of that. Absolutely. Chris Mullen, I can see what Rob is saying and what Kurt and Ian are saying. I think you're all on the same page, just coming. Yes. Like I said earlier, I do not disagree. I honestly believe Andy, Kurt, Ian, and I, we talk enough that we kind of know that we're all on the same page. It's just we come at it from different angles.
Just getting ideas out, basically what it is.
It's
getting the way I see it. Anytime I try to, whether it's arguing or learning new concepts or what have you, you just got to get through all the bad stuff before you can get to the good stuff.
We need a squeeze of the tooting unicorn. Okay, give me 1 second. Andy, read that one.
From Chris Mullen, honorary Sarah or Sarah. Sorry, referring to JD and Amber Heard, not the Amicus brief. All right.
Okay. Yeah, no, we know. We know that. All right, I'm going to hide this while I do this. So I received the unicorn.
Oh, wow.
I have lots of unicorns.
It is. Apparently.
So this unicorn has a name.
Sparkle Toots, is that what it says?
Yep. He talks.
Nice.
The fairy princess was right. I should not steal from the royal turtle patch.
Where did you find that? Oh, so someone sent it to you. Okay.
Yep. Everything I have, everything you see is sent to me.
I need to get that for my kids.
Mm-hmm.
Sparkle Toots. I remember that. Texting Mrs. the Game Maker.
This is what Ambuser did in the UK with the ACLU, who didn't sign this letter. Same gameplay over and over again. I don't like the games. They are creating a divide that shouldn't exist. That's the problem. Callie, Sandy, RN, love all you guys, especially when you banter as a group. I've tried 9 times to enter asterisk join hashtag 15 characters. It takes me to Nick's channel. Please help me. I don't know what you're having. I don't know what that is, to be honest. I hope the chat has helped you. Like if you want to join or like become a subscriber, I hope the chat has helped you. I really do. Making sure I've got things started. Brewberries. I don't get people's ride or die outrage and having to pick an extreme. People jump on you saying a wrong word. Suddenly you're JD or AH Stan. It's a dysfunctional relationship. She took it and ran so far beyond a lie. That was one of 2. The issue with the letter is they outline a checklist for what they think a victim is and use her as the benchmark, which hurts so many survivors who don't reach the false benchmark she sets for herself.
I guess this actually plays into what you were saying earlier, where you standardize it one way, but then you totally alienate other people who don't fall within those specific parameters.
Yes, and thank you to the chat who are understanding what I'm trying to say. And it's so hard when you're trying to explain it because you're reading something and you're like, how do I explain this away? But yeah. Jolly Rogers, could you boys raise a glass for Sunny, my sister's 19-year-old kitty who crossed the Rainbow Bridge on Wednesday? Cheers to Sunny. May Sunny be in the happy ever after.
So we did get this earlier, by the way. Not trying to diminish this one, but like Ian caught it because Ian is got a great eye for a lot of this stuff. Yep.
Can you please go to DC and teach politicians how to have enlightening? No.
The snake pit. Crawl around with some snakes.
I watched all of that take place, and that is.
Although Rob loves going to the snake pits.
Andy, stop feeding the chat.
It's Friday night, people.
Friday night. Okay. Amanda Lang, one professor creator, commented that unis don't liberalize students being exposed to new people and ideas. Does similar to socio-political shifts. I don't know the point. Well, they're trying to put a narrative way too far beyond I think a lot of people are comfortable making. Bees on Mars, I'm sorry I missed this earlier. Honestly, the chat was kind of flying. I hope you're still here reading this. Thank you very much for the very generous super chat. I'm throwing chancletas, sandals. I'm throwing chancletas, AH's fuckery. More importantly, Rob, I'm this close to tears streaming down my face because of your passionate defense of Miss Patterson. Thank you for speaking on her behalf and advocating for justice. You have a heart of gold. Erica Patterson that woman, holy shit.
Do you mind if I ask you a question?
Yeah.
It seemed like some of this conversation was kind of affecting you personally to an extent, not to put you on the spot.
The Erica Patterson thing?
In general, some of this stuff about like abuse and whatnot, and you describing, when you're like describing both sides basically.
I've represented too many people that have been accused of things that they should never have been accused of, and people who have been subjected to things they never should have been subjected to. And I've seen so many things. Like, look, 10 years of practice, I've seen just about fucking anything. You're not going to surprise me at all. I've seen polyamorous raising kids from both couples. I've seen any number of things. And to the point where nothing really shocks me. The problem that I have is when people from outside of the case, right? When I'm in a case, I know the ins and outs of that family dynamic. I've seen the text message. I've read their text messages. I made the comment of, if I had all your cell phones, you're all our abusers. Because I can find the text messages, guarantee it, and portray it in a way that makes you all look terrible. But that's not what a relationship is. And the problem is I've seen all of that from both sides.
Yep.
So when I read people making these big generalized comments, I think about every other person that I represent on both sides. It's like, stop putting all of my clients in a basket.
Yep.
Just stop doing that.
I guess something I've learned recently is just the way we kind of evaluate morality. And that I think You know, I mentioned this book already this evening, Righteous Mind. I think everyone should read it. It's by Jonathan Haidt. I'm not sure. Are you familiar with that book by chance?
Yeah,
Jonathan Haidt?
you texted me about that earlier. Yeah, and I
Yeah.
haven't bought it yet, but it's in. Let me see, Amazon.
I recommend it just because one of the things he talks about is the way human beings go back and forth between reason and intuition. And he frames it from, I know you're trying to get through these super chats, so I'll try to be quick with this, but basically it's, there's like 3 different ways you can look at it. There's the Plato perspective, which is that, you know, you need to remove all intuition, all emotion away from how you reason things, right? Then that's one way. Then there's a second way, which is David Hume, which he basically states that reason is the slave to passion, which is basically the inverse of that, right? And then there's the Jeffersonian way, which is basically is that your mind is governed between your intuition and your reason, and it's consistently going back and forth between, I think this, but I feel that, basically. And that's basically where Jonathan Haidt lands, basically, is where he says that there's like it's like, think of your intuition as like this elephant, and atop of it is your reason. It's the rider, and the rider is trying to control the elephant. And it's very easy for the elephant just to lose control and just rampage and go berserk, right? And that's just the way we all are, right? Especially at the height of passion, and a moment where you get really heated, what have you. And that's just kind of like, that's just the way human beings operate. I think that's probably the best way to look at what way human beings operate, is that they're going back and forth between reason and intuition. And oftentimes you just have to take a moment just to realize what is really, triggering that intuition to really go off, and try to regain control of that elephant, so to speak, and become a reasonable human being. That's why rushing to judgment, it's never a good thing. It's never a good thing to rush to judgment.
Yeah. And I wanted to pull this up. Rob, I can honestly say you haven't seen anything. I haven't seen everything. That's a true statement. I haven't seen everything yet because I'm still alive, and I am apt to see something next year I didn't see last year. So that's
I've heard of some bizarre relationships when I was in the Army. I think I think there's probably some stuff I've heard of that you've probably heard of, where it's just yeah.
Well, what's funny is like, people say you haven't seen everything, and a comment is always yet, like, because you still have one more year to live. Like, you just haven't gotten there yet. You haven't lived long enough yet to see everything.
Right.
It's a fair statement.
Yep.
Cat in the chat. Ooh, like that name. I don't understand nonprofit organizations taking sides in volatile situations. Benefactors care about meeting objectives, not endorsing celebrities. Interesting observation. Laura Christine, thanks for being a great place to be. Y'all are fabulous. Thank you, Laura Christine. Very much appreciated. Thank you for being here, and thank you for the super chat. Melanie Pare, you wouldn't believe the backlash I suffered online for saying AH came off more as an aggressor than a victim. Worst actress ever. I will say one of the most offensive things I read in that AO article that was cited in that letter was that they called Amber Heard a better actress than Johnny Depp an actor. And I was like, well, are you kidding me? Tasana Burfoot. Don't forget about the DM I sent you. Where is it? Because, oh God, I don't want to do that. I'm so sorry. Like, I am dying. Like, this is what happens with these nights. And people all called it. They called it. Everyone called it. Tasana, I'm going to pull that up. I can't do it tonight. I'm going to laugh about it. It's going to break. It's going to start my day tomorrow. It's going to be great. I'm going to love it. Thank you very much. Jen K. Pawnerd, Bucky, and I just want to say thanks for the fun. Thank you, Jen K. Very much appreciated. Everyone should get Discworld for Christmas. I approve of this, Ian. There's a light at the end of the tunnel, and it's a flamethrower. Okay, Shufflehound. Whiskey. Andy, how many deployments? What's forts in the sand? Ooh, where'd you go?
So I did one deployment to Iraq, August 2010 to 2011. It was over out of Kas Kalsu, which was located in near the Karbala and Babel provinces. And one of the best parts about my deployment, two good things actually. One, we didn't have a single casualty in my regiment or my squadron. Yeah, no, my squadron within the regiment. I was deployed with a 3rd Armored Cavalry Regiment out of Fort Hood, Texas. That was one good thing. And the second good thing was I got to see the ruins of Babylon while I was there.
Ooh, wow.
Yeah. So what's forts in the sand? I don't think I understand that question. Sorry.
Where'd you say?
Oh,
where?
Oh, that's probably okay. So probably like Kas Kalsu. So
Thank you.
You're welcome. Rob, I did it all for you. I just want you to know that.
Andy, I actually like have previously told you, like, thank you. I thank all.
No,
of
no,
our
I know.
Yeah.
I know.
Tiamo Infidels. The hubby loves Runkle. Say, keep your booger hook off the banger switch. We were crying. Yeah, he says that. Keep your booger hook off the bang switch. Riley James, it's been driving me crazy. Rob, your voice reminded me of someone finally placed it. John Cusack, your voice, sounds like his to me.
Oh my goodness. Oh, I'm writing that one down.
I don't know if I like that.
And Horny Hood. Horny Hood and John Cusack.
Yep. Stephanie, sorry I joined to the stream late. And I have to say, Rob, I always look forward to your streams. I come from a military family and currently serving in Hawaii. So with that, go Air Force. I hope you all have a good and peaceful evening. We had a spirited evening, but we enjoyed it very much. We were among friends. So,
yep. I was going to say, that peaceful evening, getting good rest. That's so typical for the Air Force, getting that good 8 hours of sleep and nice lodging with air conditioning, no heat, no sweating, no discomfort. I went to Ranger School, God damn it. I went to Ranger School and I saw grown men shitting in slit trenches, okay? That was my Army experience, okay? Yeah. There's nothing quite like, except, okay, hold on. Pararescuers, that's a legit profession within the Air Force. Those guys are pretty legit. But the rest of you can go to hell.
Okay. Stephanie, hi. Christy Hoffman, really, reality is we all believed her. They should stop saying we didn't believe her or we won't believe women in the future. We actually did, and we canceled him. Now we're eating our words. That's probably more true than a lot of people want to admit. We gave her every benefit of the doubt, and she basically told us, F you. So, yeah. Thank you. Truffle Hound, happy to bro with Andy. Truffle Hound loves it. Tammy Baines, I agree with every word Kurt is saying in private. A lot of us did. XCDA. Thanks to all of you. I love that I learn and laugh on Friday nights and while drinking wine and making things.
How many more super chats are there out of curiosity? I feel like you're almost to the end, no? 7? Okay.
7.
Yeah, I get
7. We're right there. My brother wrote the code for that screensaver. That was the trippy one. Daniel Newman, thank you very much. I think the biggest issue is that they're treating this like a criminal DV case and not the civil defamation case it actually was. Agreed. Lindsay, just to give you more food cravings. Oh, cinnamon buns, barbecue brisket, chili con carne, cookies and ice cream. I don't like you right now.
You know what I learned recently about brisket? I know you're trying to get the super chats, but like, so I've been kind of like, I've been doubling down on my faith as a Catholic and reading the Bible. Like,
go on. If you're daily. About to say I can't eat brisket, I'm gonna.
No, I'm saying in the Old Testament they elevate brisket, man, and like in Exodus and Leviticus, it's like. I'm not joking.
We were so close to having a real problem. Like we were that close to having a real problem.
No. Hold on, dude. Who sends you the meat pics, bro?
It's true. The brisket pics. That's true. The brisket pics I do get. Yes. It's fantastic.
Check yourself.
But so I have to basically up the brisket intake, is what you're saying.
Oh yeah, dude. Just go full blown carnivore. No joke. I'll say that with a straight face.
Fair.
Yeah.
Okay. Just contributing to the make warm Rob blush fund. Thank you. Trouble Hound, motion bring Andy back soon. He is good people. He is always welcome. Christian Ty Edwards, happy Friday, Rob. Do you respond to DMs? If so, I'd love to say a message. I do. It takes me a while. People that are in the DMs who I do respond to, it takes me about a week, to be honest, because I have a lot and I do very much try to get to them. I really do. It's kind of important to me to get back to all of you and talk to you, even though it takes me a while, and I apologize for that, but I do try to. So go ahead. Peggy Reardon, Andy, how was it to transition from the service to civilian life?
That's a very interesting question. It's not quite what it's made out to be in some ways. And I don't know, maybe that's just transition from any career in general. I think that there's a lot of cultural differences between the military life and the civilian life. It actually took me a little bit to get acclimated in some ways. I don't know. It just the military brings, recruits a very specific type of personality, and that doesn't always. People just don't. I often like to say, or I often believe that people don't actually understand veterans, generally speaking, and I think oftentimes there's an asymmetry because of that. So it could have been better. I'll put it that way. But then again, most transitions could probably go better, generally speaking. But yeah, but it all worked out. It all worked out. I am a father of 3. I am the sole breadwinner, and I made a pretty awesome game. If you want to buy it, you can buy it. And so, but yeah, it's yeah.
I have met Andy and his children, and they're wonderful. It's a wonderful family, and yeah, whatever he did to transition to that family life, he's still working at it, and he did a great job, and he's still doing a great job. So you never stop, right?
He saw me MC at my sister's wedding.
Correct. With a newborn. Newborn. Yep. Nicole Christine, Rob, you clearly care so much about your clients. It's wonderful to see. Thanks for being a good human and making the world a better place. Go to sleep now. I'm trying. Thank you very much for that super chat. Professor of Logic deployed 03 to 04, 05 to 06, 08 to 09, and all of 2011. Iraq and Afghanistan didn't set foot in the states for 12 years. Professor of Logic, thank you for your service. Thank you very much for all the years you committed to this nation. Cheers to you and to all in our military, regardless of the branch, to be honest.
Yeah. No, I have a very, very, boisterous sense of humor about that. And I like to play that up. But at the end of the day, I think generally speaking, those people tend to be the same in terms of personality and values.
That's why I think the rivalry is so awesome, because I respect every single one of them. Like I respect every one of them for what they do. And the rivalry between them is like watching cool people that you both respect rib on each other. It's just fun. It's in good nature. It's never really hateful.
Did you just call me cool?
I kind of did. Sarah Lee, just say hot. Rob, what the heck? Trouble Hound, last one for the Air Force. You actually don't need a parachute to go skydiving. You do need one if you want to go twice. Okay, I needed that one tonight. Thank you very much. Island, thank you for being one of my wonderful mods, and thank you for being here. I hope you had a wonderful week. I know it was a tough one. All my love goes out to you. My cousin is in the Coast Guard and is currently competing on Lego Masters on Fox. Check him out.
Oh, wow.
Lego Masters. That's cool. Honestly, cheers to those guys. Pretty freaking awesome.
Fun fact. I don't know if I mentioned this. I was on a game show about a year ago. Has that ever come up in passing?
You've mentioned it to me. Would you like to mention it on the internet to 2,000 people watching this?
It's on YouTube. I mean, they could pull it up.
They can find it. I mean, the thing is suggested.
Yeah. Just look up Cherry's Wild and my name Andy, and I'll come up.
Cherry's Wild and Andy.
It'll come up.
Well,
me and my brother Anthony.
You do not know my chat. I will be getting DMs about that in about 5 minutes. Heather, coming in late to follow up with Trouble Hound. My dad always said it's not to be afraid of the falling. It's the sudden stop at the end to worry about. I have heard that before. Thank you, Andy, for your service. Join your closest American Legion, DAV or VFW. We are all there to support you. Rob, love your show. Thank you for being here, Terry Show. And with that, ladies, gentlemen, people, everyone from all over, I hope you had a wonderful Friday. I hope you have a great weekend. To Andy, thank you for being here. Andy, where can they find you?
You can find me on my YouTube channel, just Andy the Game Maker, or you can just go to my website, www.andythegamemaker.com. And again, if you want to help support me and Rob, just feel free to go for the buy a copy of my game and use that promo code Lumber for free shipping.
Hey, I tell people to make something, and he made a game. So I'm going to support that all I can. So yeah.
Appreciate that, Rob.
Until next time, I will see all of you. Enjoy your weekend. For many of you, I hope to see you all at Lawyers and Dragons tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. in exactly 9 hours and 9 minutes. Wow. Good night to all. Thank you again for being here, and thank you for participating in the conversation. See you then.